At the start of a new century, Sakuto lies in the dirt with a fatal shoulder wound, barely able to think as his blood keeps pouring out. Too tired to keep fighting, Sakuto gives in at last and closes his eyes, convinced he can finally rest. But when Sakuto becomes aware again, he realizes he can still think, and that makes him wonder if he somehow survived death. Someone shouts nearby, and Sakuto snaps his eyes open with the savage, killing stare of a man who should have died on the battlefield. A second later, that killing intent turns into shock when he sees an unfamiliar room and realizes this place is nothing like his old world. Then a flood of foreign memories slams into his mind, leaving him clutching his head in pain as another life starts sorting itself out inside him. By the rain-streaked window that night, he finally understands the truth and quietly accepts that he has been reincarnated. He studies his pale young hands and realizes the dead swordsman Sakuto is gone, reborn as a 17-year-old boy named Claude Rayforth. The new memories tell him Claude came from Longdale Village as a praised genius who reached the first rank of the Earth Realm at 15. He also learns that May Stafford rose alongside Claude back home, and the two of them reached the 4th rank by 17. But Dawsbury crushes that village pride, because the academy is full of youths their age who are already far stronger than they are. Even after getting into Golden Avarice Academy, Claude ends up as a low-ranking outer disciple near the bottom of the ladder. May drifts away as she starts mixing with the stronger outer disciples, leaving Claude behind. Stung by that humiliation, the original Claude forced himself into a dangerous cultivation technique he could not control and lost his life for it. Looking out at the city lights, Sakuto thanks the dead boy for this second chance and decides to take Claude's unfinished wishes as his own. Then his restraint breaks, and he spreads his arms in manic triumph, declaring that from now on he is Claude Rayforth and the world will bow before him. The next morning, Claude starts his new life by heading into the shabby outer disciple courtyard to train. He chooses the academy's invisible sword technique again, the same deadly high-rank art that killed the original Claude. This time the deadly sword art flows cleanly, because Sakuto's old samurai skill lets Claude perform it with exact control. After a long session, Claude feels the truth of this body clearly. He is stuck at the 4th rank, poor, and badly limited by his old circumstances. Still, he refuses to brood over fate for long and decides the only answer is to keep getting stronger. As he repeats the form, the invisible sword technique suddenly starts fitting him perfectly, smooth and deadly instead of unstable. The better it flows, the more excited Claude gets, because he can feel his speed, power, and blood circulation rising together. By his estimate, just a few more days of this should push him into the 5th rank of the Earth Realm. Before he can enjoy that breakthrough, Aldrich Winfrey shows up in black clothes with his usual mocking grin, already hunting for someone weaker to abuse. Claude recognizes Aldrich as the 5th rank bully who used to beat him for fun, but his reaction stays unsettlingly calm. Aldrich offers a fake spar to vent his frustration, expecting the usual fear and resistance from Claude. Instead, Claude calmly accepts on the spot and tells Aldrich to take it to the martial arts field. Aldrich brushes off the weirdness as bluffing and follows, eager to crush Claude in front of witnesses. When they arrive at the martial arts field, nearby disciples gather fast, sensing a public fight. Aldrich pretends to worry about Claude's safety, but everyone who knows him can hear the threat underneath. Claude answers with nothing but a small smile and a fighting stance, and that calm only irritates Aldrich more. Trying to end it decisively, Aldrich opens with tiger hands, turning his hands into blood-red tiger claws with a high-level martial art. The crowd is impressed and bitter at once, because a 5th-rank outer disciple should not have access to tiger hands without family backing. Claude sees through the display immediately, and coldly decides that a stolen advantage like this still is not enough to beat him. In one smooth draw, Claude brings out a silver sword, and the whole exchange seems to slow to a crawl. Claude's strike cuts straight through tiger hands, and Aldrich finally feels real fear when he realizes he cannot stop it. A heartbeat later, Claude severs Aldrich's neck in a single terrifying blow. Aldrich's body staggers a few steps and collapses, and the noisy field falls dead silent in pure horror. Standing over the corpse with a smirk, Claude casually says he just could not control his strength. Claude's strike leaves Aldrich dead on the spot, and the students around the martial arts field break into horrified screams of murder. Claude knows the kill was reckless, because Aldrich's uncle Thomas Winfrey is an elder, and this murder will bring immediate trouble down on him. Realizing one of the onlookers has probably already gone to warn Thomas, Claude abandons the scene and sprints away before anyone can stop him. Elsewhere, second elder Baron Caldwell notices an outer disciple approaching his residence, and wonders why a student is coming straight to his door. When the elder comes outside, Claude bows deeply and boldly asks in person to join the Flying Sword faction. Baron Caldwell shuts him down at once, reminding Claude that his faction only takes the most talented students, not a 17-year-old outer disciple stuck at the 4th rank of the Earth Realm. Claude answers with action instead of excuses, unleashing the invisible sword technique in a flash of light and drawing a sword from nowhere. The display stuns Baron Caldwell, because the invisible sword technique is famous for being dangerously hard and almost nobody would dare train it at all. After the light fades, the elder admits Claude has real talent, but he still refuses to gamble one of his 10 faction slots on someone with such weak cultivation and uncertain growth. Claude instantly changes the terms and says the elder does not need to invest resources in him yet, Only watch him until the inner disciple exam's 2 months away. He offers a clever bargain. Claude will prove himself in the coming exam, while Baron Caldwell simply lets him borrow the protection of his name and loses nothing if Claude fails. Baron Caldwell still hesitates, asking why he should bother taking even that small risk when he already has other talented disciples waiting for selection. Claude presses on and points at the real pressure behind the scenes. The third elder's disciples are stronger, and that matters because the headmaster's seat will open soon. He goes even further, promising that if Baron Caldwell backs him now, Claude will earn a faction spot and help him win the future headmaster position. That fearless pitch finally wins him over, and Baron Caldwell laughs, pats Claude on the shoulder, and agrees to place him under his supervision for protection. The elder promises to inform the other elders and says Claude can earn an official faction slot if his coming exam performance proves worthy. Claude immediately turns that fresh alliance into a test, glancing toward the entrance as a hostile presence races closer with killing intent. Baron Caldwell recognizes the furious newcomer as Thomas Winfrey, and Claude turns back with an innocent smile to cash in his new protection at the worst possible moment. When Claude turned back with an innocent smile and asked the second elder for help, the old man instantly realized he was being dragged into trouble. A furious Thomas Winfrey charged straight at Claude, burning with hatred over Aldrich's death and already treating Claude like the nephew's victim who finally struck back. Thomas's killing pressure hit first, and Claude's body locked up before the elder even reached him. Right before Thomas could strike, a warped reflective barrier split the space between them and stopped him cold. Thomas recognized the move as mirror shield technique, and the second elder stepped in front of Claude as his shield. Thomas demanded to know why an elder was protecting a lowly outer disciple who had just killed his peer in a practice match. The second elder looked back at Claude, realized exactly what the boy had done, and accepted that he had already been maneuvered into taking his side. Instead of backing down, the second elder coolly called it a sparring accident and told Thomas to let the matter end there. Thomas's anger boiled over when he shouted that the dead boy was his nephew and he wanted to see the killer punished. The second elder shut the argument down by declaring Claude his helper, which put the boy directly under his protection. Thomas was left stunned, unable to understand when or how Claude had won over someone so untouchable. One cold look from the second elder crushed Thomas's resistance, and he lowered his head and withdrew. Once Thomas was gone, the second elder finally turned to Claude and called him a sneaky little brat for using his name to survive. Claude shrugged it off and claimed he only lost control because the invisible sword technique was hard to handle. When the elder pointed out that Claude had blatantly used his name as cover, Claude answered with chilling ease that the world was better without a bully like Aldrich. That calm answer unsettled the second elder, because Claude showed no guilt at all after killing someone and even rushed straight to secure protection. Even so, the elder also saw Claude's value and thought that if he was guided well, he could become a terrifying enemy for anyone to face. He finally forgave Claude for this death, but warned him in a grave voice to be more careful next time. Claude accepted the warning and boldly promised that with the second elder's protection, he would show what he was truly capable of. By the next day, the academy was buzzing with whispers that Claude had killed Aldrich in front of witnesses. By morning, the academy rumor had already grown darker, with students whispering that Claude had secretly trained for revenge and cut Aldrich down in a single strike. What shocked them even more was that Claude had not been expelled, and rumors quickly tied his survival to the second elder's protection. Some students even claimed they saw Thomas leave the second elder's residence furious, which made the protection story feel real. Because killing still felt terrifying to them, the whole student body started looking at Claude with fear. The boys who used to bully Claude with Aldrich were hit even harder, suddenly realizing they had picked a fight with someone ruthless enough to kill. They could barely sit still as the thought of Claude taking revenge on them sank in. Elsewhere, Claude left the second elder and headed back toward his room, pleased that his cultivation could continue without anyone daring to interfere. With protection finally secured, Claude let himself imagine climbing all the way to the top of the martial world. That mood snapped when a familiar girl's voice suddenly called his name. Claude turned and immediately recognized May Stafford, and his good mood soured into open annoyance. Standing beside May was Colton Gray, the black-clad number 1 outer disciple, and his presence alone made the people nearby tense up. Seeing May with Colton, Claude's reaction turned openly mocking as he recognized the pair walking straight into his path. Seeing May Stafford again, Claude instantly remembers how a childhood friend turned into someone who now looks down on him. Claude remembers Longdale Village, where he used to teach May martial arts, and they were genuinely close. Now May has tied herself to Colton Gray's circle, risen to the 5th rank of the Earth Realm, and never bothered to help Claude when he was being bullied. Claude does not care about old heartbreak, but he absolutely hates being looked down on, and he quietly decides these two need a lesson. May steps in front of him and starts giving patronizing advice, acting like Claude should calm down after finally mastering a strong martial art. Claude cuts her off with a vicious grin and says killing his enemy felt great, then warns that she could be next if she does not move. May starts to answer in anger, but Claude's killing intent crashes over her so hard that her body locks up in fear. Seeing May locked in fear, Colton lunges at Claude in a burst of angry protection. Claude stands his ground and warns Colton to think carefully, making him freeze mid-attack. Remembering Claude is protected by the second elder, Colton swallows his anger and backs off instead of risking a bigger offense. Once Claude lets the pressure go, May collapses to the ground and spits blood, badly shaken by his killing intent alone. Claude calmly tells them not to stand in his way again, treating both of them like arrogant children. Humiliated and furious, May snaps that being chosen by an elder does not make Claude special because he is still only a helper. Claude answers with a cruel smile, tears May down with a vicious insult, and then walks off laughing in front of everyone. After he leaves, Colton scoffs and still refuses to see Claude as a real threat despite the scene that just happened. May clenches her fists and silently vows to wash away today's shame in the future. The next day, Claude heads to the Martial Arts Library, one of the Academy's most important buildings, where elders stand guard. At the entrance, the second elder waves Claude over and calls him to his side. Claude greets the second elder politely and asks why he called him over. The second elder says that even if Claude only wanted to borrow his name for protection, he still intends to reward his new helper properly. He reveals a faction seal and says it carries his authority for making allowed payments inside the Academy. The elder tosses the seal to Claude, officially giving him a useful privilege instead of empty backing. But the gift comes with limits. Claude is still only a 4th-rank outer disciple, so the seal cannot break Academy rules or buy techniques above his level. For now, the seal only covers the first floor of the library, and Claude will need to reach the 6th rank before it helps him access higher-grade martial arts. Claude accepts the rules without complaint, and the second elder lets him enter. Inside, the scale of the martial arts library hits him, with generations of collected techniques spread across 3 increasingly valuable floors. Compared to poor Longdale Village, this place feels like a treasure house, and Claude quietly swears he will become strong enough to reach the 3rd floor one day. For now, he focuses on the 1st floor and starts hunting for techniques that can cover the gaps left by his invisible sword technique. Because his cultivation is still behind the stronger disciples, Claude knows one strong attack alone is not enough to win the inner disciple exam in 2 months. He spends hours flipping through manual after manual, digging through thousands of books to choose techniques worth the time to learn. By the time he finally slows down, Claude has already picked several low and middle rank techniques to improve his speed, stamina, and footwork. Then one old manual catches his eye, and the moment he reads Astral Wing Blade, Claude knows he has found something interesting. After choosing his books on the library's 1st floor, Claude politely thanks the second elder and heads out. Once Claude leaves, the second elder quietly admits he hopes this promising young man will not let him down. Back in his room, Claude dives into the books with obvious excitement and starts studying how to rebuild his fighting style. Instead of rushing for power, Claude carefully drills the new techniques first so his body can absorb them and build proper muscle memory. He especially works to blend Astral Wing Blade and the other new arts back into his old invisible sword technique until the whole set flows together cleanly. When Claude uses the invisible sword technique again, the familiar move suddenly feels different, like dormant parts of his body have come back to life. By the end of one full cultivation cycle, his whole body feels unusually loose, balanced, and comfortable. Claude keeps at it for 2 straight days, and the strength building inside him becomes impossible to ignore. At last he smiles, feeling power packed into his muscles and bones as if he is right on the edge of a breakthrough. Claude drives a punch forward, and the explosive force marks his jump into the 5th rank. The breakthrough comes faster than Claude expected, but he immediately reigns in his excitement because plenty of outer section students already reached this level. He reminds himself that even May Stafford made 5th rank, so this progress still is not enough to win against the strongest students. His mind lands on Colton Gray, and Claude decides that the real problem is not just strength but dealing with a rival who will probably cheat. With a cold smile, Claude decides he has to remove Colton as a threat before the academy competition can turn against him. Elsewhere, Colton Gray and May Stafford sit in a tense silence, both still rattled by how badly their attempt to humiliate Claude backfired. Colton needles her for being so shaken, and May cannot hide that Claude really did get under her skin. May moves closer and insists they have to do something about Claude, her frustration turning into open bitterness. Colton shuts that down at once, warning that Claude is under the second elder's protection and any move inside the academy would point straight back to them. May still wants revenge, but Colton makes it clear he already has a dirtier plan in mind. He tells her Claude will eventually leave the academy, and once he is out in the city, Colton plans to let the streets and their killers swallow him. Soon after, Claude heads into Dawsbury City alone with his face wrapped in cloth, moving through the crowd with deliberate caution. As he goes deeper into the city, the street stalls thin out and larger shops take over, telling Claude he is close to the place he wants. He finally stops in front of a plain shop called Edward's Medicines and confirms he found the right address. Inside the unusually quiet shop, a middle-aged man named Edward greets Claude from behind the counter. Claude says he wants medicinal drugs, testing the waters while Edward answers with an innocent shopkeeper smile. Claude leans in, asks for Edward's special stock, and quietly places 10 gold coins on the table to prove he knows what he is doing. The payoff works, and Edward silently decides Claude is worth dealing with. Edward tells Claude to follow him, and leads him away from the front shop. They pass through a narrow corridor and down a dark staircase into Edward's hidden basement stockroom. In the basement, Edward casually lays out his illegal menu, offering everything from hallucination drugs to pills that make people delirious or happy. Claude asks specifically for the drugs that make people happy. Edward tosses him 2 bottles and explains they hold 50 pills total, with a strict limit of 2 a day. He warns that taking too much will hurt the body and even slow cultivation, so this is not something to use carelessly. When Claude asks about diluting the pills with water, Edward immediately warns that water actually makes the effect worse. Before letting him go, Edward makes the rules clear: keep this place secret, and they were never connected. Claude agrees and leaves satisfied, confident that his covered face kept his identity safe. Back in his room, Claude counts the money left from Aldrich and sees that even after this trip, it is nowhere near enough for high-rank cultivation skills. He studies the bottle with grim curiosity, ready to find out how strong the drug really is. Claude finally reveals the plan. He bought the happy pills to mix into Colton Gray's water supply. With a cold smile, Claude quietly promises Colton that he is about to become very happy. Colton walked out feeling weirdly overjoyed for no clear reason, even though his cultivation had stopped improving. Instead of worrying that he was stuck at the 8th rank, Colton convinced himself this strange happiness might be enlightenment. May, who still wanted Claude punished, stared at Colton in disbelief as his whole attitude kept slipping further from normal. When May pressed him about taking revenge on Claude, Colton casually said he would let it go for now because he felt too good to bother. Colton still insisted the final result would not change, and that he would beat Claude at the inner disciple exams like he was supposed to. May swallowed her anger because she could not openly go against Colton, even if his answer left her furious. A month passed, and Claude sat in his worn room calculating the time left before the inner disciple contest. He knew 1 month remained, and if he wanted to win instead of just compete, he had to push even harder. After a month of relentless work, Claude had reached the peak of the 5th rank, while Colton was still trapped at the 8th and only slowly returning to normal. Claude cycled through Astral Wing Blade and then returned to the invisible sword technique, training with calm, exact control. His real edge was not raw power but years of experience and fine control, which let him master techniques faster than most disciples. As he kept cultivating, Claude felt his body had hit its current ceiling and knew he needed to break through to the 6th rank. He estimated it would take at least 10 more days, and that answer immediately felt too slow. To force faster progress, Claude pulled out the last gold coins he had taken from Aldrich's place and made a decision. He headed to the city's biggest medicine shop to buy 1 final bottle of cultivation booster powder, the same shortcut he had already relied on several times that month. That single bottle emptied his pockets completely, leaving Claude broke but still committed. Back in his room, Claude drank the cultivation booster powder in 1 gulp and dropped straight into cultivation. The medicine hit hard, flooding his body with heat and a fierce burning surge that sped up every part of his training. Sensing the breakthrough right in front of him, Claude focused on absorbing every bit of energy instead of wasting the chance. The energy in Claude's body finally flowed cleanly through his vessels, building without any blockage. Then the pressure burst open, and Claude broke through to the 6th rank of the Earth realm. When the vibrations faded, Claude opened his eyes feeling lighter and finally confirmed he had reached the 6th rank. The next morning, Claude tested his improved state and judged that 6th rank gave him a real shot at the top 10, but not enough to guarantee victory. He quickly rejected the idea of being satisfied, because winning the exams would take more than just a higher cultivation rank. After thinking it through, Claude decided the next step was the Griffino Forest. Elsewhere in the outer section, May gathered 3 young men in black and asked for help dealing with Claude. May vented that Claude had humiliated her and sneered that he was only a mediocre outer disciple with no talent. She begged the 3 men to act because Colton was not planning to avenge her, and she deliberately put on a teary face to sway them. Under that performance, May was driven by something uglier: fear that Claude's rise meant she might have cast him aside for the wrong man. Hearing that Claude had killed Aldrich in a single move only deepened May's fear, even as she clung harder to Colton as her safest bet for first place. About an hour later, Claude reached the edge of the Griffino Forest, the largest and most dangerous forest in the region. He came there for one reason: to sharpen his cultivation through real combat against beasts. Moving lightly through the trees, Claude used the forest itself as an advantage and searched from above for a target. From roughly 100 meters away, Claude spotted a saber-toothed bear and chose it as his test. Claude summoned his silver sword with the invisible sword technique and launched the first strike from range. The hit pierced the beast's hide and turned its attention instantly toward Claude in a furious roar. When the enraged bear charged, Claude answered with floating footsteps and slipped past its attack. Claude stayed careful instead of overcommitting, studying the bear's speed and reactions before choosing how to finish it. The moment the opening came, Claude shifted left and unleashed Astral Wing Blade at the back of the bear's skull. Blood burst out and the saber-toothed bear crashed to the ground, giving Claude a clean first win in the forest. Claude let himself enjoy the result for a second, then steadied himself and prepared to keep hunting instead of stopping after one fight. For several days in Griffino Forest, Claude hunted nonstop, using real fights to sharpen every martial technique he knew. The training pays off fast, and Claude quietly counts the gains: 2 more saber-toothed bears and a pile of other beasts already dead by his blade. That brief satisfaction vanishes when Claude senses 3 hostile cultivators closing in on him through the trees. He reads them at a glance. 2 men in black at peak 6th rank, and 1 stronger man in blue at the 7th rank. Claude rules out Colton and decides it hardly matters whether Thomas Winfrey or May Stafford sent the killers. Instead of panicking, Claude uses his knowledge of the forest and picks a safer battlefield deeper inside the jungle. Behind him, 1 assassin realizes Claude accelerated, but the blue-clothed leader stays icy and says Claude will die today anyway. Claude moves through the jungle like he owns it, slipping around hazards until the men chasing him lose sight of him completely. The black-clothed men start to panic, but Balvin forces them to keep searching because he is sure Claude cannot be far. A sudden rustle behind the bushes lures them in, and Balvin laughs, convinced Claude has finally cornered himself. Instead of Claude, 2 night wolves explode out of the brush, and Balvin's confidence breaks on the spot. Balvin shouts for the others to retreat, but 1 black-clothed man reacts too slowly and gets his leg torn apart. The surviving black-clothed brother loses his head in panic and charges the wolf that crippled his brother. Balvin tries to stop him, but the second night wolf cuts in between them and blocks him off. Forced to fight, Balvin unleashes the Emerald Palm technique, a high-level strength art powerful enough to instantly kill normal 5th-rank cultivators. Watching from above, Claude recognizes the Emerald Palm technique and knows even he would not want to block that hit head-on. But night wolves are built for speed, and the beast slips sideways around the attack in a blur. In the next instant, the wolf reaches Balvin's neck and crushes his throat with 1 savage bite. The last assassin turns and sees his brother already dead and senior Balvin dead too, and pure fear takes over. Claude decides the problem has solved itself and quietly leaves while the man's fading scream is swallowed by the forest. After that ambush, Claude reaches the outer edge of Griffino Forest and heads straight back to Dawsbury City. Back home, he bathes, changes clothes, takes an energy replenishment pill, and finally sits down to review what the forest really taught him. Claude realizes his combat experience is strong, but his cultivation techniques still are not instinctive enough for a world where masters decide fights through those details. So Claude starts a more careful kind of training, cultivating outside and drilling until using cultivation becomes part of his reflexes. Elsewhere, May Stafford is shaking with fury because Claude came back alive and apparently even stronger than before. When she hears Claude sold several high-grade 6th-rank beast skins, May realizes her failed assassination only helped him grow. She also understands how trapped she is. If her senior brothers died in Griffino Forest, the beasts would erase almost any proof before an investigation could find it. All May can do for now is swallow her hatred, because she does not dare attack Claude while he stays inside the academy. Meanwhile, Claude keeps refining his mind and body, patiently imprinting cultivation techniques until they start firing as naturally as instinct. After 7 days, the change is obvious, and combining invisible sword technique with floating footsteps makes Claude even faster than before. That jump in speed makes him think he can dominate most of the outer disciples once the inner disciple exams begin. Claude gets genuinely fired up when he remembers what is at stake, because only the top 10 out of roughly 500 outer disciples will enter the intersection. With a few days still left, Claude refuses to waste them and throws himself back into cultivation. Half a month flashes by, and Claude's focused training pushes him all the way to the peak of the 6th rank, just 1 step short of the 7th. On the eve of the inner disciple contest, Claude steadies his breathing and prepares for the fight he has been building toward. He draws on invisible sword technique 1 more time, sending terrifying beams of sword light through the air, and by the end Claude looks completely ready to win. That night in the outer section garden, May congratulates Colton for pushing the high-rank sky-smashing sword technique to its highest level. The drug's influence is long gone, and Colton has spent weeks training hard to erase that disgrace, even if his cultivation is still stuck at 8th rank of the Earth realm. Even so, he remains the strongest outer disciple, and May coldly promises him first place and says Claude will be crushed under his feet. Colton answers with a burst of power, sending out 10 sword strikes at once, strong enough to make even masters take notice. He tells May her eyes are too small if she is still thinking about Claude, because Colton sees inner disciples as his real rivals and treats Claude like an insect beneath notice. By dawn, the whole outer section is restless, with disciples gathering at the martial arts field for the annual exam that could change their fate. The top outer disciples arrive too, including 1st-ranked Colton, 2nd-ranked Mather Llewellyn, and 3rd-ranked Misty Durward. More disciples pour in, but only a handful of inner disciples bother to watch from the sidelines. Soon around 20 academy elders appear, studying the outer disciples with open interest as they start judging who might survive the preliminaries. Most of the elders favor Colton, but one elder points across the field and says Misty has improved sharply over the last few months. Claude sizes Misty up from the crowd, sees that she has just reached the 8th rank, and decides she still is not enough to threaten him. Half an hour later, the official announcement rings across the field and the preliminaries finally begin in dead silence. The rules are blunt: 8 random groups, only 2 survivors from each, and any lower-ranked challenger who loses is out for good. When the group lists settle, Claude lands in Group 4 with both Colton and Misty. Colton is surprised, because he expected Claude to hide behind the second elder's influence and avoid him until later rounds. In Colton's mind, that means Claude is still a naive rule follower whose path will end right here. Claude ignores the stare, because the truth is the exact opposite. He used the second elder's connections to force this matchup early and finish Colton in the group stage. The instant the judges finish, Claude raises his hand and openly challenges Colton first, stunning the entire field. The outer disciples immediately mock Claude as a delusional 6th-rank fool trying to challenge someone from another world. Watching from another group, May feels a brief complicated sympathy, but she forces herself to accept that Claude no longer belongs in their world. Colton answers with open contempt, saying Claude's protection from the second elder will not save him from a proper beating this time. Claude gives him nothing back except a steel-hard stare, making it clear he plans to speak through the fight itself. As the field falls silent and the duel begins, Colton steps in with a mocking question, trying to force Claude into admitting defeat before the real clash starts. Claude's smirk only angers him more, and Colton explodes into the sky-smashing sword technique with a blazing sword light straight at Claude. The crowd and even the elders praise the power of the technique and start acting like the fight is already over. From the nearby faculty building, Headmaster Aldwin Eldridge watches the arena and asks the second elder if Claude is the young man he mentioned. The second elder confirms it quietly, while Aldwin studies Claude and finds his calmness disturbingly unlike a reckless youth facing defeat. Aldwin realizes the strange part is not arrogance but confidence, because Claude carries himself like an experienced adult who already knows he will win. Below, Colton drives the attack toward Claude's throat and declares the fight over. Instead of dodging, Claude meets it head-on with the invisible sword technique, and a desolate aura rolls out so cold that people near the arena shiver. An elder identifies Claude's move as the high-level invisible sword technique, and the whole field erupts because the former untalented disciple suddenly looks very real. Even with that shock, most still think Claude cannot beat sky-smashing sword technique, though one elder starts betting that a miracle might happen. Colton keeps talking through the clash, convinced this is where Claude will finally feel the gap between them. The collision blooms into a violent flash, and the crowd pities Claude because on paper he should have no way to survive it. Then Claude walks out of the blast almost completely unharmed, and the entire field freezes in disbelief. Colton stares at him in shock, unable to understand how his killing move just failed. The elders watching closely can tell there is more to Claude than the crowd understands, and their interest sharpens on the spot. Claude calmly mocks him back at last, saying Colton is not as strong as he claims. Humiliated, Colton turns that shock into rage and launches the sky-smashing sword technique again, determined to kill Claude this time. The crowd gasps at the second strike and waits to see whether Claude can survive the same deadly move twice. Claude stays perfectly calm, because unlike a sheltered young cultivator, he knows this edge of death pressure well from countless battles in his past life. On paper Colton should win with his higher rank, talent, and stronger techniques, but Claude's eyes turn cruel as he prepares to prove that real fights do not follow neat predictions. When Colton's stronger sword technique comes screaming in, Claude makes a ruthless choice. He will not try to block it at all. Claude fires invisible sword technique into the path of the attack, and the two forces explode together in a burst of light and shockwave. For a breathless moment, the whole arena goes quiet because nobody can tell whether Claude finally got crushed or pulled off another miracle. As the dust clears, Claude is still standing in the middle of the field completely unharmed, straight and steady like nothing touched him. The silence breaks instantly, and the outer disciples erupt because surviving Colton's attack twice without a scratch looks impossible. An elder cuts through the confusion and says the crowd is thinking about it wrong, because Claude never blocked the technique in the first place. The elder reveals the trick. Claude used invisible sword technique to nudge the incoming strike off course, spending far less energy than a direct clash would have cost. He also warns that the move is terrifyingly risky, because Claude had to touch the exact point of a lightning-fast attack with perfect force and timing, or die trying. After hearing that, the whole field starts looking at Claude differently, as if a hidden monster just walked out of the outer section. Colton refuses to accept it, curses Claude's trickery, and charges in with a blazing scarlet blossom palm strike. Claude slips aside by a hair's breadth, still cold and silent, and his calm only makes the counter feel harsher. The instant Colton's opening appears, Claude snaps a Star Fury palm strike up under his chin and drives him backward. The crowd stares in disbelief again, because Claude did not just survive the exchange this time, he landed a clean hit on Colton. While the spectators argue over the palm technique, they realize the real problem for Colton is simple. Claude is dangerous the moment the fight gets close. Furious now, Colton swings back with Azure Wave Slash and sends layered sword power crashing at Claude. Claude answers with floating footsteps, weaving through the blade storm with absurdly precise movement and no wasted motion. As the exchange drags on through move after move, Claude keeps dodging and even striking back, and the arena finally accepts that he can fight Colton on even terms. From the sidelines, May Stafford clenches her fists because Claude is 2 ranks below Colton, and this should not be happening. Even the watching elders turn grave, because Claude's control in this fight no longer looks like luck. Claude already sees the pattern. Colton is stronger and faster, but his inexperience makes his polished attack order easy to read. Because Claude spent the last 2 months studying Colton's training, every step and follow-up now feels obvious to him before it even happens. Colton snaps completely, screaming that Claude is only a lowly 6th rank before throwing himself forward again in blind rage. Claude steps in instead of backing off, ducks through the attack, and closes to the one range where invisible sword technique becomes truly lethal. For the first time, Colton feels real fear, but he is already too late to escape the pressure closing around him. Claude calmly invokes invisible sword technique, and the strike lands before Colton can recover. The hit blows Colton away in a spray of blood, and he crashes face first unconscious after flying across the field. Colton grays down, and Claude's shocking win leaves the whole academy staring at the outer section's new dark horse. Colton Gray crashed down and stayed motionless, while Claude stood alone on the frozen stage with a cold face after the impossible upset. For a stunned moment, even the academy headmaster could only stare, as if the whole arena needed time to accept that Claude had really won. Then the silence broke, and the crowd exploded into disbelief, excitement, and panic over Claude's victory. One academy elder openly celebrated because his risky bet on Claude had just made him a fortune. Second elder looked almost pleased with himself, convinced he had chosen the right side by backing Claude. The judge felt something was off and hurried onto the stage to inspect the unconscious Colton himself. At first the judge relaxed, because Colton was not dying, just knocked out by a heavy blow to the head. But when the judge examined Colton's cultivation, his relief vanished, and his eyes widened in shock. When people rushed up asking about Colton, the judge announced that his meridians and energy channels had been severed and his return to cultivation could take months or years. That revelation chilled the whole arena, because everyone understood Claude had not just won, he had nearly destroyed Colton's future. Claude only shrugged and said he might have hit a little too hard, which made his excuse sound even more ruthless. Even the elders were disturbed, but Claude's overwhelming talent mattered more to them than the ruined outer disciple lying at his feet. May Stafford went pale in the crowd, because the man she had looked down on had just become the king of the outer disciples. When Claude turned his eyes toward May, her fear became real and immediate. Claude smiled coldly, already certain that Colton or May had sent the killers after him in Griffino Forest, and he quietly promised this feud was far from over. The judge finally made it official and declared Claude Rayforth the new top disciple of his group. After that upset, Claude's name swept through the arena, and cheering students started treating him like a hero. No one else in Claude's group dared challenge him, not even third-ranked Misty Durward, because everyone had just seen what happened to Colton. The preliminary round ended with Claude taking first in Group 4, while the runner-up beside him advanced with him into the round of 16. In the round of 16, Claude faced second-ranked Garrett Farley, and Garrett admitted the gap between them but refused to surrender before fighting. The instant the match began, Claude launched invisible sword technique with a fierce burst of sword intent that locked Garrett in place. Garrett answered by dodging and charging in with Platinum Star Fist, revealing a body-strengthening technique strong enough to meet Claude head-on. Their clash thundered across the arena, and to everyone's shock Garrett actually stopped Claude's famous sword strike. Both fighters slid back from the impact, and the crowd immediately realized this match was not going to be an easy repeat of Claude's last win. Instead of backing off, Claude grew more interested and rushed in again to test Garrett's defense. Claude switched to Astral Wing Blade technique, sending streams of blade light from multiple angles while Garrett met them with raw reinforced fists. Garrett's body technique held firm, but Claude quickly saw the pattern in his movements and started baiting him into a predictable follow-up. At the perfect moment, Claude spun clear of Garrett's fist and slipped right into point-blank range. Claude finished the exchange with invisible sword technique at close range, a strike Garrett could no longer avoid. The blow exploded against Garrett and hurled him across the stage, leaving him bloodied on the ground while Claude stood fresh and relaxed. The arena erupted in applause as everyone accepted that Claude had just beaten the second-ranked outer disciple too. After that, the rest of Claude's path collapsed, and one opponent after another surrendered without even trying to fight him. 2 hours later, Claude's final opponent conceded before the match even started, handing him first place in the inner disciple exams. From a faculty building above the Marshall Field, Baron Caldwell watches Claude standing alone on the stage as the newly crowned winner of the inner disciple contest. Baron Caldwell awkwardly admits Claude was the one who came asking to join his faction first. The warning lands on Caldwell: Claude is valuable, but only if Caldwell knows how to handle him. The talk turns political as Caldwell hears that the headmaster still wanted him as successor, but the third elder has stronger backing and hidden forces are trying to drive the headmaster out. Caldwell answers with fierce resolve, swearing he will never let those people seize control of the academy while he still lives. As the headmaster walks away, he leaves Caldwell with one clear path to power: build an inner disciple faction strong enough to win next year's Golden Crown tournament. Elsewhere, Claude returns to the outer hall, knowing that if nothing goes wrong, he should become an inner disciple before the day ends. After bathing and changing clothes, Claude sits down to cultivate and immediately feels the energy in his meridians has become cleaner, denser, and far more violent than before. Realizing the fights with Garrett and Colton sharpened both his insight and spiritual energy, Claude sees a rare chance to force a breakthrough to 7th rank. He carefully guides that power through his meridians and into his bones and muscles, tempering his body instead of rushing the process. The pressure builds until his dantian swells with light and finally erupts in a breakthrough. Instead of pain, Claude feels release, and filthy impurities pour out of his body as the chaotic energy inside him turns clear. When he opens his eyes, Claude knows he has reached the 7th rank of the Earth realm, and can't help savoring how quickly he has risen. His triumph lasts one beat before he looks down at the grime coating him and realizes he needs another bath immediately. After washing up again, Claude leaves looking healthier than ever, and the second elder greets him with the news that he is officially an inner disciple. Claude thanks him, and Caldwell's pleased reaction shows just how much Claude's rise from 4th rank to this point has impressed him. Then Caldwell tells Claude to sit and bluntly brings up the dangerous part. Claude really did have the nerve to destroy another student's meridians in full public view. Claude answers with a laugh, calling it an accident and coolly pointing out that once he became an inner disciple, few people would stir up trouble over an outer disciple's ruined future. Caldwell admits Claude is basically right, but still warns him it was risky before declaring that the worst of the fallout has passed. With that settled, Caldwell formally accepts Claude into the Flying Sword faction and asks if he is ready to study under him. Claude agrees, and Caldwell rewards him with 2 apprentice gifts, a top-tier Earth realm body strengthening method and a difficult high-level sword technique suited to someone who knows the invisible sword technique. Claude gratefully accepts the manuals, and soon after he is handed a new token that confirms his status for real. Caldwell personally shows Claude to his new inner disciple residence, where the difference in treatment is immediate and luxurious. Once the second elder leaves, Claude stands alone in his new courtyard and notices footsteps approaching his gate. A young servant introduces himself as Randall Garden, Claude's butler, and cheerfully explains that 10 more servants are assigned to him as well. Claude tests the limits of that service right away by asking whether the household staff can cultivate martial arts. When Randall confidently says yes, Claude's mood turns sly and he gives his first order: bring May Stafford and Colton Gray to him. Randall agrees, but when he asks what to do if they refuse, Claude answers with a cruel smile that makes his meaning obvious. They said they could cultivate, didn't they? A few minutes after Claude's rise, servants stormed the outer section, dragged May Stafford out in agony, and brought a silent Colton Gray behind them. At Claude's inner hall residence, the servants slammed May to her knees so hard the ground cracked under her. One look from Claude was enough to make May feel like judgment had already fallen on her. Colton finally understood the gap between them, because to him Claude no longer looked humanly reachable at all. In the dead silence, Claude calmly explained that assassins had pursued him into Griffino Forest, and that someone from the academy had tried to kill him. Claude ruled out Elder Thomas himself, leaving only May and Colton as the obvious suspects in front of him. Colton threw away his pride and desperately swore he was innocent, trying to argue that he barely even knew Claude. Claude admitted Colton's words might sound reasonable, but he made it clear that strangers earn no trust from him. Then Claude let his killing intent spill out, and both May and Colton started trembling under the weight of it. Claude stepped forward and declared that no matter who planned it, they had chosen the wrong person to target. May tried one last time to beg for mercy, but Claude told her she had lost that chance the moment she moved against him. With no hesitation at all, Claude drew a silver sword and killed both of them in one ruthless stroke. Claude stayed completely calm after the killings, as if he had merely finished necessary business. Randall stepped in with an easy smile, offered to handle the cleanup, and Claude simply left it to him. Claude headed inside to change clothes and bathe, closing the matter on his own terms. By the next morning, the outer disciples had already heard that Claude personally killed May and Colton. Nobody thought about revenge or justice for them, because everyone agreed they had been reckless enough to provoke the wrong inner disciple. The gossip made the Academy's rule of power brutally clear. An inner disciple stood so far above an outer disciple that even their lives were not weighed the same. That was also why Claude had spared Colton during the exam itself, because killing him before gaining inner disciple status would have brought needless trouble. Back in the inner hall division, Claude opened the pure iron technique and started working on the slow, difficult body strengthening method the second elder had given him. He quickly grasped that body strengthening was slow and punishing to train, but he still saw it as a smart investment before stronger enemies erased his old advantages. So he began cultivating the pure iron technique, slowly refining spiritual energy into a form his body could endure. As the hours passed, Claude slipped deeper into concentration, and his breathing started to carry a stronger, denser force. Then Claude stopped and realized medicine would speed this training up, just like cultivation booster powder had helped him before. Now that he was an inner disciple with academy income and servants, Claude knew he could afford that shortcut without handling every errand himself. He wrote out a medicine list and handed it to Randall with clear instructions to buy everything in Dawsbury City's shops. Randall eagerly promised to handle it beautifully, and Claude was left quietly pleased with how useful personal servants could be. A few hours later, Randall came back to Claude's residence carrying the medicines Claude had sent him to buy. Once Randall left, Claude laid out the hall and checked every bottle with careful attention. The new medicines were no joke. Protein pills could let a martial artist go a full week without food or water, but taking too much could be deadly. He also learned that agari root tonic sharpened a cultivator's understanding of spiritual energy and meridians, as long as the dose was exact. After checking everything, Claude took all 3 medicines in the proper amounts and sat down to cultivate. Almost immediately, a strong flow of energy spread through Claude's meridians and sea of consciousness, and he realized the agari root was working. He pushed the pure iron technique again and again, sweating hard while he tried to hold the process perfectly steady. Instead of draining him dry, the technique started building his reserve bit by bit, because the tonic was helping his spiritual energy grow fast enough to keep up. Claude understood the trick. The agari root's burst was temporary, but if he used it well, the deeper reserves and insight he gained would stay. That made every second matter, so Claude locked in completely and refused to let a single mistake waste the medicines. Claude stayed in that cultivation frenzy for 6 straight days, cutting off every other thought until the tonic finally ran dry. When he finally stopped, Claude had reached the middle stage of the 7th rank of the Earth realm, and even he was impressed by how effective the medicine was. Before Claude could enjoy it for long, Randall called from outside that the second elder had already come by days ago, and wanted to see him as soon as his training ended. Claude asked what this was about, but Randall could only apologize and admit he had not been told. Claude stayed relaxed and decided to go ask the second elder himself. He bathed, changed into a comfortable outfit, and headed straight for the second elder's residence. Outside the residence, Claude found 9 young disciples already waiting there, and all of them turned to look at the newcomer. One of the waiting disciples stepped forward, and Claude introduced himself as the new Flying Sword faction member at rank 7 of the Earth realm. The young man introduced himself as Wilfred Belden, and warmly welcomed Claude as a fellow faction member. Then Wilfred casually asked if the rumor was true that Claude had killed 2 outer disciples right after becoming an inner disciple. Claude admitted it without hesitation and said he had finished them off because one sent killers after him and the other tried to cripple him during the contest. He made his attitude plain too. Claude did not believe in giving dangerous enemies second chances. Instead of backing away, Wilfred burst out laughing and decided on the spot that he liked Claude's way of thinking. Claude answered politely, still willing to keep things smooth with people who met him halfway. That brief peace broke when a young woman named Ashley Winter cut in coldly and accused Wilfred of always trying to pull people onto his side. Ashley kept staring at Claude with obvious disgust, and Claude instantly formed a bad impression of her. Wilfred quietly explained that Ashley talked like this because she hated people who killed without remorse. When Claude dryly asked if Ashley had never killed anyone herself, Wilfred made it worse by admitting she had and just always wrapped it in excuses. Ashley fired back that she only killed evil people and always felt bad about it, unlike monsters who treated lives like insects. Claude narrowed his eyes and realized Ashley had already judged him as that kind of person. So Claude hit back hard, saying her moral pose looked less like virtue and more like a way to feel superior while doing the same bloody work as everyone else. He even told her to try alcohol if she wanted to feel better about herself, because at least then she might be less annoying. Claude had wanted to avoid pointless enemies, but once Ashley came at him first, he decided there was no reason to keep pretending this could be friendly. Ashley was stunned speechless, because Claude had not tried to flatter her at all and had openly insulted her instead. When Ashley protested that he did not even know her, Claude snapped back that she had judged him first without knowing him either. Ashley had no answer left, and could only glare at him in frustration. Wilfred only laughed harder, praised Claude again, and joked that even alcohol had never made Ashley any easier to deal with. That broke the tension for everyone else, and the rest of the faction members finally started laughing too. Ashley clenched her fists so tightly that the humiliation turned into open hatred toward both Claude and Wilfred. Before the argument could go any further, clapping sounded through the courtyard and the second elder stepped out, silencing everyone at once. The second elder looked over the group, found Claude among them, and announced that now everyone was here, they could begin. Inside the second elder's lavish hall, the Flying Sword faction students bow to their master as the meeting begins. The second elder immediately spots Ashley and questions why she is here when she should still be recovering from her last battle. Ashley admits she wants to study the Frost Moon technique because her recent defeat made her realize she is still too weak. The shame in Ashley's eyes hardens into pure resolve, and the second elder quietly approves of that change. He gives Ashley a golden badge to claim the technique from the martial arts library, but warns her that the Frost Moon technique is dangerous. Ashley thanks her master and heads straight out, while Claude narrows his eyes as he watches her leave after their earlier clash. With Ashley gone, the second elder turns to the rest of the room and officially announces that the Flying Sword faction has finally found its 10th member. He points to Claude, putting the newest recruit at the center of every senior's attention. Claude formally introduces himself as Claude Rayforth, a newly joined inner disciple at the 7th rank of the Earth realm. The second elder warmly tells the faction to build good relations, while Claude keeps a straight face and privately realizes Ashley is the one person that may not happen with. The elder's excitement spills over as he laughs that the faction has finally reached 10 members at last. Then he reveals why this matters so much. With 10 members, the Flying Sword faction can now enter next year's Golden Crown tournament. The room reacts fast because the Golden Crown tournament is no ordinary event but a 5-year clash between academy factions that can reshape reputations across the martial world. For Golden Avarice Academy, another loss would deepen its decline, and for the elders, faction results could help decide who is fit to become the next headmaster. A young disciple named Esmond finally speaks up and asks the question everyone cautious is thinking. Esmond points out that every faction member must reach the Sky Realm to qualify, so choosing Claude before he gets there seems like a risky gamble. He presses further, arguing that if the goal is to compete and win, a disciple who already reached the Sky Realm would have been the safer choice. The second elder admits Esmond is right on the numbers, and the room grows even more alert because this is no empty objection. He explains that under normal circumstances he would have picked a safer candidate, maybe someone who had already reached the Sky Realm. Then he reveals why Claude stood out. When they first met, Claude was only at the 4th rank of the Earth Realm, with ordinary talent, and only the invisible sword technique making him worth notice. What changed everything was Claude's nerve, because he had boldly promised he would win the inner disciple contest and force the elder to choose him. The second elder says he accepted that challenge at first just for amusement, but Claude actually did exactly what he promised. So the elder makes his position plain. Yes, Claude was not the safe choice, but he never chose Claude because he wanted safe. He puts Claude on the spot and asks him directly whether choosing him was the right decision. Claude answers with shameless confidence that it was not just the right choice but probably the best decision the second elder ever made. That line leaves the other faction members speechless, because Claude sounds outrageous even by martial genius standards. Instead of being offended, the second elder asks the question that really matters now: can Claude reach the Sky Realm in less than a year? Claude answers just as boldly that he will not even need a full year to break into the Sky Realm. Satisfied, the second elder cuts off the debate and declares that Claude will prove his choice right. Esmond still wants to argue, but when he sees his master's resolve, he swallows it and endures the decision. After the argument dies down, the hall settles into a heavy silence before the elder moves the meeting forward. Then the second elder announces the next test ahead. In half a month, Sherfield City's yearly Prodigy Summit will begin. He explains that this year's Prodigy Summit will be hosted by 3 factions: the Flying Sword faction, Trinity Academy's Dark Chariot faction, and Silver Moon Academy's Black Pearl faction. Because each faction can only send 5 participants, the second elder wants the juniors to enter the summit and represent the Flying Sword faction for experience. Claude's eyes flash with surprise and excitement, because he has only heard of the Prodigy Summit before and now he may get to fight in it himself. At the second elder's residence, Claude joins the other 4 juniors chosen for the Prodigy Summit as the last member of the team. The second elder tells them this summit matters for their future, so they need to train seriously and represent the Flying Sword faction without disgrace. When the 5 answer together, the elder breaks into a hearty laugh and urges them to go all out because the faction has not entered this summit in years. After the meeting ends and Claude heads home alone, Hugh catches up and introduces himself with an easy smile. Claude politely responds as a junior, and Hugh explains that he wants the 5 teammates to spend time together before the summit. That evening in lanternlit Dawsbury City, the group gathers at the crowded Red Lion pub to drink and get familiar with each other. Hugh leads a toast to Claude for winning the Inner Disciple contest and joining the Flying Sword faction, and the others respectfully raise their cups with him. Claude answers modestly, but while he studies Hugh's face for hidden motives, he realizes the invitation was genuine. That realization leaves Claude quietly thrown off, because he keeps expecting every young talent around him to be shrewder than they really are. Miller cuts through the mood with blunt friendliness, shoving another full glass into Claude's hand and telling him he has not drunk enough yet. Claude accepts without fuss, downs the drink in one go, and finally relaxes enough to let the others carry the conversation. Once the table settles, Missy confidently says their team could beat the Dark Chariot and Black Pearl factions. Nash immediately pushes back, saying that confidence means little because the Dark Chariot faction has Dayton Palmer on its side. When Claude asks who Dayton Palmer is, the whole table turns toward him in surprise because he has never even heard the name. Hugh explains that the prefecture has 3 major academies, and Silver Moon used to lag behind the others until Dayton appeared. Then Hugh drops the real point. Dayton Palmer is only 17, already at the 5th rank of the Sky Realm, and almost carrying Silver Moon Academy by himself. Hugh grimly says first place is out of reach and they should aim for second, and the rest of the team quietly agrees. Claude does not share that defeatism, and the moment he hears 5th rank Sky Realm, his interest sharpens instead. Over the next few days, Claude shuts himself inside his room and cultivates so intensely that the whole space grows hot from the energy moving through him. Alongside the pure iron technique, Claude starts drilling bow parody and discovers its profound sword presence only appears when he closes his eyes and focuses completely. The second he opens his eyes, the sword vanishes, making it clear this technique is far harder to hold than it first looked. Claude keeps repeating the process anyway, because he can feel the sword more clearly each time even if he still cannot fully control it. To Claude, bow parody feels like a wild beast in his hands, and mastering it starts to look less like learning moves and more like taming something violent. He stays patient and practices step by step, trusting hard work over shortcuts as the days slowly add up. As his understanding improves, the technique reveals its uglier side too, with turbulent force hammering his body and making balance and concentration much harder. Even under that pressure, Claude keeps his head cold, draws spiritual energy through his body, and tempers flesh and bone while holding the unstable sword art together. At last he seizes an opening, opens his eyes, and unleashes the technique in one explosive release. He leaps high and brings Bo Parody down in a thunderlit strike, driving enough force into the ground to smash out a half-meter pit. But the backlash hits immediately, and the force of his own attack flings Claude down hard enough to churn his insides. Lying there, Claude admits Bo Parody is too troublesome to force, even if the technique itself is clearly powerful. He reasons that obsessing over one difficult sword art would only drag down his broader progress, and he refuses to become a fighter who depends on a single move. So by the end of the training session, Claude decides to practice Bo Parody more slowly, and put his main focus back on raising his cultivation level. Early the next morning, Claude finally drags himself upright and realizes Bo Parody hit him hard because he still is not strong enough to use it cleanly. He forces that frustration aside, remembers what his seniors said, and fixes on one name that matters now, Dayton Palmer. From those rumors, Claude pieces Dayton together as Silver Moon Academy's terrifying poster prodigy, a swordsman who started absurdly young and has never met an equal among the prefecture's youth. When Claude recalls that Dayton reached the 5th rank of the Sky Realm at only 17, even he has to admit this opponent will be a brutal one. Claude still trusts skill, technique, and quick thinking over raw levels alone, but Dayton's talent means that edge may not be enough by itself. So Claude makes a grim decision. If he expects to fight Dayton, he first needs to learn everything he can about him. The story then shifts to Dayton himself, racing through Mazewood Forest so smoothly that even he looks pleased with how much his movement has improved. Once he slows down high in the trees, Dayton settles onto a branch with wine and snacks, quietly enjoying the clear weather after the rain. He has been training alone in this forest near Vercester for a while, because with the Prodigy Summit coming, Dayton wants to win by an overwhelming margin. Even though his teachers told him not to push so hard, Dayton is satisfied with his progress and keeps choosing more training over comfort. That peaceful moment snaps when Dayton senses a vague killing intent nearby, and his whole attention hardens at once. Using his spiritual sense, he picks up a group of martial artists heading straight for him and immediately hides his own presence in the trees. A terrified young man bursts out of the bushes below, panting and desperately looking for somewhere to hide. Before he can run again, a gang of cultivators surrounds him from every side and cuts off every route out. Their leader smugly tells him it is over and demands all his beast skins and gold, warning that refusal means a vicious death. The young man pleads that he only stole a few coins to feed his starving family and insists he does not even have any beast skins on him. The leader coldly reveals they are from the Guts and Glory clan and says anyone who steals from them, no matter how little, dies without exception. Watching from above, Dayton recognizes the clan's name at once and feels his anger rise at how casually they treat a human life as trash. When the leader finally gives the order to kill the boy, a flash of white cuts through the clearing before anyone can react. The leader is split cleanly in two, and Dayton appears with a soul-chilling stare and a simple claim: he is the one holding the sword. A scorching wave of sword chi pours off Dayton as he steps forward and calmly wipes the blood from his rapier, while the rescued young man just stares from behind him. The remaining cultivators snap out of their shock, rage at Dayton for killing their leader, and threaten him instead. Dayton answers with a faint, contemptuous smile and enough killing intent to make the whole group hesitate, asking if they really think they have the right to speak that way. Even so, the gang decides numbers will carry them, and more than half a dozen Sky Realm experts rush him together before he can strike again. Instead of panicking, Dayton calmly counts 10 opponents and narrows his focus to the two 4th-rank Sky Realm fighters leading the charge. One look at the huge frontrunner tells Dayton exactly what he is dealing with: a body-strengthening brute who wants to get in close and crush him. The prediction is right, and the brute lunges straight and with glowing fists aimed at Dayton's chest. Dayton times the opening perfectly and fires off Thunderstrike technique, turning his silver rapier into a lightning-fast streak the brute cannot stop. The big man barely gets his arms up before the rapier punches through his chest, and the entire charge falters in stunned silence. Dayton does not waste even a heartbeat on that kill and immediately rushes the second 4th-rank fighter next. The second fighter leaps up for a brutal chop, but Dayton slips left with effortless precision and swings back in the same breath. Dayton unleashes fluttering blade lights, and an azure sword flash drives straight through the man's left eye, dropping him dead in front of the rest. In the forest, Dayton faces the last shaken killers with bloodshot eyes and decides they all deserve to die. The remaining bandits break first, panic taking over as they turn and run for their lives. Dayton flashes ahead of one runner so fast the man can barely process that his escape is already over. The desperate bandit swings wildly and shouts that he will kill Dayton, but Dayton mocks the empty threat. Dayton slips past the strike, twists the man's wrist like it is nothing, and slams him down coughing blood. With cloud-soaring dragon strike, Dayton fires a precise rapier attack straight through the fallen man's chest. That clean kill shatters the rest of the gang's nerve, and the survivors keep running in pure terror. Dayton answers their retreat with white lightning rapier technique, pouring his built-up energy into one brutal blast. The explosion rips most of them apart on the spot, leaving only 3 survivors stumbling through the gore. Dayton coldly tells the last 3 not to abandon their pals, and a sudden chill drags down their speed. Then he releases Metal Burst, and the last survivors are cut down in a straightforward, merciless instant. When the slaughter ends, Dayton stands alone in the blood-soaked clearing like it barely counted as a fight. Only then does Dayton turn back to the rescued young man and bluntly warn him to leave because this part of the forest is too dangerous for someone like him. The young man is so stunned he does not move, which makes Dayton's tone turn stern. That snaps the young man awake, and he hurriedly apologizes, thanks his savior, and runs. Watching the young man disappear, Dayton coolly judges that his training worked and heads back to Silver Moon Academy refreshed. Later in a dark alley in Vercester City, the same young man waits nervously for someone he clearly expects. A masked man suddenly appears behind him, and the pressure of that presence alone makes Elfin afraid. When the masked man asks whether the job is done, Elfin immediately hands over the list he was ordered to make. The masked man reads the list, approves the job, and tosses Elfin a payment pouch that instantly lights up his greed. Satisfied, the masked man pays him, and Elfin's fear gives way to greedy relief as he clutches the coin pouch. Time moves on, the Prodigy Summit draws near in Sherfield City, and a new rumor shakes the whole prefecture. News spreads everywhere that Dayton Palmer has already reached the 6th rank of the Sky Realm, pushing his reputation to an even scarier level. Back at the Inner Hall residence, Claude trains alone in the courtyard with a bamboo pole as his target. He launches invisible sword technique from a distance, slicing a thick section off the bamboo in one clean angled strike. Claude keeps cutting piece after piece until the shortened pole is finally severed from the ground. After checking the cuts, Claude decides the long-range version of invisible sword technique is becoming a real addition to his arsenal. That progress comes from a deliberate choice. Claude stops forcing bow parry and shifts his effort back to techniques he can actually deepen right now. He admits bow parry is still beyond his full grasp, and trying to master it too fast is dragging down his overall growth. So for now, Claude narrows his focus to 2 paths, invisible sword technique and the pure iron body strengthening technique. He works pure iron in the quiet parts of Griffino Forest, while the sword training stays in his residence yard whenever he returns. Claude's goal is specific: preserve the technique's explosive aura over distance instead of letting it burn out before impact. Day by day, he pushes the target farther back each time his long-range slash finally matches the power of a close strike. By sunset, Claude is soaked in sweat and his arms ache from forcing that refinement over and over. Instead of resting, he sits down right there and cultivates at the exact moment his body has hit its limit. Hours pass in circulation, and when Claude opens his eyes, the soreness is gone and his whole body feels like it is boiling awake. Then his bones crack like thunder, and Claude breaks through into the 8th rank of the Earth Realm. Claude finishes his cultivation session and opens his eyes feeling sharper, clearer, and noticeably stronger than before. As Claude stretches, his joints crack all over, and he enjoys that rare post-breakthrough feeling of every part of his body working perfectly. The moment Claude steps out, Wilfred Belden is already waiting there to take him to the Prodigy Summit on the Second Elder's orders. Claude accepts without fuss and heads out with Wilfred, already focused on the day ahead. By early morning, Sherfield City is already packed, and 1,000 county troops have the summit area locked down under heavy security. The crowd buzzes because this is the biggest event in the city this year, with nobles, lords, and major guests all invited to watch. People are surprised to see royal representatives arriving in person, which makes the rumored clash between the royals and the academies look less certain. Then the martial academies begin arriving one by one, and the audience excitement jumps again as each faction takes its place. When the Flying Sword faction appears, some spectators immediately point out Ashley Winter, though they also note she will not be fighting today. Other major factions from Trinity Academy and Silver Moon Academy arrive too, turning the stands into a showcase of the prefecture's best young fighters. Trinity Academy still carries the weight of 30 straight summit wins, but this year the crowd keeps glancing at Silver Moon's Dayton Palmer as the dangerous wildcard. Dayton stands quietly beside his faction, but his looks and reputation make him the center of attention anyway. The opening ceremony begins when the venue is ordered to rise for Minister Frederick Hammer, the royal family's head representative for the summit. Claude stands with his teammates behind Wilfred and the Second Elder, and he notices royal officials watching the Second Elder with guarded, heavy looks. Frederick Hammer politely tells everyone to sit, and for a second the summit seems ready to proceed normally. That calm breaks instantly when a man in the crowd shouts death to the royals and charges straight toward the minister. Royal guards slam him to the ground before he reaches Frederick, and the whole venue erupts into tense whispers. Claude watches with open interest, while Frederick's face turns ugly enough to show this was more than a random disturbance. The organizers push forward as if nothing happened, forcing the audience's attention back toward the tournament platforms. Claude finds the whole incident unexpectedly interesting, because even with his inherited memories he still barely understands the martial world's politics. He quietly looks to Wilfred for an explanation, but Wilfred just smiles and refuses to take the bait here. Wilfred points Claude back toward the platform and reminds him that the match matters more right now, so Claude drops the subject and promises to do his best. A beautiful mature host enters the arena with an engraved envelope, and the crowd locks in because the first draw is finally here. When she announces Sirius Scott of Trinity Academy against Claude Rayforth of Golden Avarice Academy, the summit officially begins with Claude in the very first match. Wilfred teases him about opening the tournament, but Claude answers with icy confidence that first or last makes no difference because he was born ready to fight. Claude steps onto the platform, and Sirius Scott jumps out opposite him with the smug look of someone already treating Claude like prey. Sirius tries to rattle Claude with arrogance, leaning on Trinity Academy's long dominance and his own Sky Realm advantage, but Claude does not react at all. Convinced his first-rank Sky Realm power is enough, Sirius releases his aura and forms a spiritual sword as the wind whips across the stage. Sirius launches first with a fierce straight strike, and Claude stays perfectly still to read him instead of panicking. In that heartbeat, Claude studies Sirius's eyes, angle, and sword path, and realizes the blow is locked onto his right shoulder. Once he has the answer, Claude finally moves, slipping left with floating footsteps and cutting inside the attack before Sirius can adjust. Claude immediately forms a silver blade in his palm with the invisible sword technique and slams the hit straight into Sirius's chest. Sirius avoids the worst of that first blow with body strengthening, but Claude had already expected resistance and does not let him recover. Astral Wing Blade bursts out next, and a storm of light slams into Sirius until his body starts going numb from the barrage. Before Sirius can even reset his footing, Claude is on him again, grabbing him by the ear, yanking him down, and driving a knee into his chest hard enough to draw blood. Claude ends the opening match in one last burst, driving Star Fury Palm Strike through Sirius and dropping him like a cut marionette. Claude's shock when leaves the arena in a heavy silence, because an 8th-rank Earth Realm newcomer just knocked out Sky Realm disciple Sirius Scott. The Flying Sword disciples hurry over beaming, while Trinity Academy's Dark Chariot side looks sick as their first confident challenge ends in humiliation. Attendants rush onto the platform with a stretcher for Sirius, and Claude quietly watches before lifting his eyes toward Minister Frederick Hammer and then Wilfred Belden. Wilfred grins and openly praises Claude for ending the fight in under a minute, already enjoying how furious Trinity's elders must be. The second elder studies Claude in silence and realizes his newest disciple's control and technique are even better than expected. For a moment, the second elder even thinks Claude might contend for the title if his cultivation were higher, but then his gaze shifts to Dayton Palmer, and that hope cools. Gerald Bancroft strolls over with a confident smile and praises Claude's hidden talent in a way that feels more like a warning than a compliment. The second elder answers carefully and admits Gerald has the better luck, swallowing his irritation because Dayton's presence makes the boast hard to deny. On the platform, Dayton and Trinity disciple Liev Mikkelsen face each other without moving, and everyone understands Liev drew terrible luck in round 1. Dark Chariot elder Abraham Wayland grits his teeth, because Trinity was supposed to make a run at the title and is suddenly staring at a second straight disaster. Liev moves first and blasts a palm attack packed with spiritual energy straight at Dayton. Dayton barely reacts, quietly says that he is the one with the sword, and lets a silver rapier appear in his hand through a burst of white light. Liev feels something crushing lock him in place, and before he can recover, Dayton's lightning-fast strike flashes across the platform. When the glare fades, Liev is down unconscious and Dayton is already walking off the platform as if nothing happened. The audience finally erupts, because Dayton just erased a strong Sky Realm opponent in one move and even the older generation cannot hide their shock. Gerald Bancroft laughs proudly at Dayton's one-move win, and the whole stadium starts treating his student like the champion before the tournament is even close to over. The later first-round fights turn fiercer, but beside Claude's upset and Dayton's monster display, most of them feel like background noise to the crowd. By the time the first round ends, only Claude and Hugh Kenton are still standing for Flying Sword, while Dark Chariot and Black Pearl lead with 3 advancers each. While they wait for round 2, Wilfred asks the dangerous question outright: could Claude beat Dayton Palmer if they fought? Claude dodges the trap with a dry smile, pointing out that asking that before the fight would only mess with someone's focus and morale. Round 2 begins with another sharp turn, because Dayton is paired with Flynn Ravinger and Flynn immediately reveals personal hatred instead of normal pre-fight tension. Flynn sneers that Dayton should be dead, and the crowd instantly starts whispering about what happened between them before this tournament. Dayton answers coldly that Flynn tried to attack him during their clash at Skuma Village, and now he plans to repay that debt with interest. That public accusation hits Flynn's pride hard, and he snaps back in fury as a fierce sword aura bursts around him. Flynn charges with a gigantic sword and a sweeping attack meant to crush Dayton in one overwhelming blow. Dayton stays completely serene, repeats the same quiet line, and calls his silver rapier into his hand again. He tells Flynn he should already know he cannot win, then drives the rapier forward so fast it tears straight through Flynn's attack. Flynn feels death coming and desperately throws out Leviathan Palm Strike to stop the rapier before it reaches him. It still is not enough, because Dayton's second one-move strike carries even more power than the first and crushes Flynn's defense on contact. Flynn is blasted through the air coughing blood, and the arena realizes Dayton has done it again with just one move. After a breathless pause, thunderous applause crashes over the stadium as everyone wonders if Dayton plans to win the entire Prodigy Summit without needing a second move. In a luxurious room high in the royal palace of Airmare, Prince Blake Bancroft stands by the window, quietly watching the garden while something heavy hangs over the hall. Minister Byrne enters and reports that the messenger from Rhodesweld has arrived, but there is still no good news for Blake's side. When Blake asks if anything changed, Byrne admits nothing has improved and bluntly warns that they are running out of time. Blake shuts that down at once, saying he already understands the situation and has had plenty of time to think it through. Byrne apologizes for dragging him into this mess, but Blake says the real fault lies with his weak father and swears he will protect Argria himself. Moving toward the balcony, Blake asks about the academies, turning from private anger to the wider political battlefield. Byrne reports that the academies are still hostile to the royal family, though a growing number of factions are starting to support them. Blake answers with contempt for the academies, then looks to the sky and declares that only his side can save Argria from destruction. Back at the Prodigy Summit, Dayton Palmer stands on the platform after his fight with Flynn, and the crowd can't stop staring at him in open awe. Even Silver Moon's headmaster Gerald Bancroft proudly praises Dayton as the academy's pride. Claude, however, stays cool and uses the excitement around him to study exactly how Dayton fought Flynn. Then the next match is called: Claude Rayforth of Golden Avarice Academy vs. Nathan Archers of Silver Moon Academy. Just before Claude steps out, Wilfred Belden quietly warns him that Nathan is hiding more than he shows. Claude pushes for an explanation, but Wilfred only grins and says if Claude can keep secrets, so can he. Claude drops the argument and walks onto the platform, already feeling that something about Nathan is wrong. The more Claude studies Nathan, the stranger it feels, because Nathan doesn't look impressive at all and somehow seems too normal to trust. When their auras slam against each other evenly, Claude's suspicion hardens into excitement. Claude opens with the invisible sword technique, choosing a simple fast strike to test what Nathan is really hiding. Nathan instantly answers with a palm technique that releases glowing golden arrow-like strands, proving his reactions are anything but ordinary. The collision throws Nathan back, but Claude's body training lets him absorb the impact and keep pressing. Using floating footsteps, Claude closes the gap so fast that Nathan is visibly startled. Claude follows with Star Fury palm strike, driving crushing pressure straight at Nathan's chest. Nathan barely twists away in time, using a quick footwork burst to create just enough space to defend. From his raised hand, Nathan fires a sharp beam of sword light that crashes into Claude's palm strike and rocks the whole stage. Now Claude is sure of it. Nathan is not some ordinary student but a seasoned fighter hiding behind a plain face. Elsewhere in Bouldergate Prison, Hannibal Bancroft rots inside a maximum security cell, sleepless, sweating, and no longer sure how many days have passed. He clutches the bars and tries to ride out the pain, furious that his body is failing him again. A guard suddenly calls out that Hannibal has a visitor, and the old prisoner's eyes snap open. That visitor is Prince Blake, and Hannibal reacts with raw hatred the moment he recognizes his own son. Hannibal spits out abuse, calling Blake a bastard and accusing him of leaving his own father to rot in hell. When Hannibal's killing intent flares, hidden cultivators appear around Blake at once, showing how dangerous even this broken prisoner still is. The strain backfires immediately, and Hannibal collapses, coughing blood at Blake's feet. Blake tells him not to blame the son cleaning up the disaster, because it was Hannibal's own weakness and bad rule that created this mess. Hannibal answers by attacking the deepest wound he can, sneering that even on the throne Blake is still just a slave like his mother. Blake nearly has every reason to kill him there, but instead chooses a much crueler punishment. He vows that Hannibal will stay alive in this cell and watch the glory of the son he mocked, suffering until the very end just as Blake's mother did. Then Blake turns his back and orders the cultivators to break Hannibal's legs painfully, but not kill him. As Blake leaves, Hannibal's screams echo through the prison behind him. Back in the arena, Claude launches another invisible sword technique, and Nathan answers by stepping in instead of back, using a veteran's trick to disturb his rhythm. That one move confirms Claude's read, because Nathan is fighting with the instincts of someone far more experienced than a normal student. Nathan draws a blue sword wrapped in a biting cold aura, finally showing a weapon and presence worthy of Claude's suspicion. Their swords crash together, and Claude plants his body to absorb the force before using floating footsteps to rush him again. Nathan tries to retreat with footwork once more, but this time Claude is already reading his body before the move is fully formed. The instant Nathan's knee lifts, Claude snaps a kick into that leg and forces the retreat to break apart into a stumble. Nathan panics and tries to switch from attack to defense, but that hesitation gives Claude the opening he wanted. Claude slams Star Fury palm strike into Nathan's chest and blasts him through the air. Nathan crashes down in pain and shame, but Claude is already on top of him before he can recover. Claude rains down the Astral Wing blade, forcing Nathan to roll aside and answer with his own palm technique just to survive. Even after that clash, Claude slips around Nathan at point-blank range and swings an invisible sword technique straight for his midsection. Nathan whirled around and caught Claude's invisible sword technique with his left forearm, taking the hit head-on instead of letting it land cleanly. The clash slammed Nathan down so hard that the platform shook, but even with his arm bleeding and his insides rattled, he still refused to look beaten. Claude immediately realized Nathan had no intention of conceding, which made the whole fight feel stranger and more dangerous to everyone watching. Instead of backing off, Nathan exploded forward even faster than before, turning his injury into an all-out rush. Claude was caught off guard because he had not expected Nathan to still be hiding this much speed after taking such a beating. Nathan struck at the exact weak moment before Claude's sword swing could build power, driving a brutal palm strike straight in. Claude barely saved himself by bending and twisting away at the last instant, letting the palm strike only graze his ear. The spectators were stunned that Claude dodged a close-range palm strike with nothing but a desperate lean, and even Nathan looked rattled. That tiny opening was all Claude needed, because now his invisible sword technique could finally come out at full strength. Claude drove the sword light straight into Nathan's already ruined left arm, and Nathan's footwork came too late to save him. For one tense beat both fighters stayed frozen, and then Nathan dropped to his knees and collapsed face first, ending the match. The arena burst into cheers, because people who expected the tournament to be all about Dayton suddenly got a fight worth remembering from Claude instead. As soon as Claude came down, Wilfred Belden met him with a smile and reminded him that he had warned him to be careful. Claude tried to play it off, but Wilfred lightly pointed out that Nathan's last move almost punished him for getting careless. That stung because Claude knew Wilfred was right, and he quietly reminded himself that one mistake in the martial world could kill him. Claude finally asked the question directly: how had Wilfred known Nathan was going to be special? Wilfred answered with nothing but a smile, which told Claude he was still being shut out. Claude warned him that once the tournament ended, he expected the full truth. Wilfred promised he would talk later, then leaned in and whispered that there were eyes everywhere in the hall. Far away in Barug, Prince Blake Bancroft stood on a palace balcony and looked out over a frozen river and the cold Druxor landscape. Inside the room, First Consul Jossi Giscard watched the prince over tea, looking plain and almost vacant in a way that clearly hid something sharper. Their opening talk stayed friendly on the surface, with Blake praising the palace and joking about the brutal coastal cold. Then Blake casually dropped that he had news from Rhodesweld, and the whole conversation immediately turned serious. Blake said Gottfried's plans were unfolding exactly as predicted, making him sound almost prophetic. Jossi admitted their decision to join the Confederation seemed to be paying off, but he sounded more trapped than pleased. Blake stopped circling the issue and said plainly that he needed Jossi's help. Jossi snapped back that he owed Blake nothing, and Blake answered by reminding him that he owed Argria, the royal family, and the dangerous politics around Gottfried and the divine commandments. Jossi heard the threat beneath Blake's polite words, and Blake knew he had pushed the consul into a corner he could not escape. After a hard silence, Jossi finally asked if Blake needed 2 months, and Blake confirmed it at once. Jossi agreed to help but made it clear this would settle their debt, and he immediately sent a servant to start the arrangement. Blake thanked him, and Jossi answered with a bitter snort that showed the deal had been forced, not welcomed. Back at the Prodigy Summit, the second round ended without another shock, but Flying Sword took a hit when Hugh Kenton was eliminated by Albert Hummels. That loss left Claude as the Flying Sword faction's only remaining fighter among the final 4. People in the crowd now believed Claude could handle most of the field, but they still saw Dayton Palmer as the nearly impossible wall at the top. Then the lady announcer revealed the semi-final pairings. Claude would face Victor Hannibal, and Dayton would fight Albert Hummels. Claude noticed his match was first, but Wilfred beside him was wearing such a strange forced smile that it instantly raised his guard. Wilfred would not answer, and Claude suddenly realized what that smile probably meant when he looked at Victor climbing onto the stage. Annoyed, Claude guessed Victor was probably another hidden monster like Nathan, and Wilfred only made it worse by warning him not to repeat his last mistake. Claude gave up on getting answers for now and headed to the platform with his pulse pounding from equal parts caution and excitement. As he closed the distance, Claude kept wondering whether Victor would be another fighter like Nathan or someone even worse. When Claude finally faced him across the stage, Victor Hannibal's expression felt like winter itself, and Claude knew this fight would not be ordinary either. Claude and Victor face each other in silence, and Victor is the first to move, exploding forward with a brutal punch and a crushing aura. Claude answers instantly, drawing his silver sword and firing the invisible sword technique with enough force to make the air ripple. Victor refuses to underestimate that strike, coating his fist in devilish flames and smashing into Claude's sword head-on. The clash shoves both of them back, but Claude recovers first and rushes in before Victor can settle. Claude flashes in close and whips a high kick at Victor's throat, trying to break the rhythm with pure speed. Victor ducks under it and grabs Claude's leg, but Claude uses that grip as support, spins in the air, and hammers a second kick down at Victor's head. Even that doesn't put Victor down, because he cushions the fall with one hand and drives a counter kick straight into Claude's stomach. As Claude stumbles back, he realizes Victor has a body-strengthening technique too, which is why that hard kick barely mattered. Claude quickly judges the real problem. Victor is stronger than Nathan, more versatile, and much harder to crack in a fair match. Victor attacks again in a blur so fast the crowd can barely follow, but Claude keeps reading his movements instead of panicking. Claude spins left and stabs into empty-looking space, catching Victor's hidden angle and blasting him back out of the smoke. Confident that he can still track Victor, Claude launches floating footsteps and closes the gap with another sword swing. Victor slips aside and fires a kick at close range, forcing Claude into a slick mid-swing sword transfer just to block it in time. They rebound again, lock eyes for a split second, and Claude dives right back in before Victor can take control. Claude unleashes Star Fury Palm Strike, and when Victor swings to meet it, Claude cuts inside the arc and plants the palm right into his chest. The hit only drives Victor back a short distance, and that tiny result tells Claude just how hard this wall really is. Claude still presses the advantage and thrusts his silver sword again, hoping to break through before Victor resets. Instead, Victor's aura condenses into visible beams of spiritual energy, and a buzzing golden spear forms in his hands. Victor stamps down and drives that spear forward with terrifying force, smashing through Claude's attack and taking over the whole exchange. Claude throws up a desperate diagonal guard, but Victor's spear still punches through and blasts him across the arena toward the spectator gallery. Claude crashes down beside the spectator gallery and blacks out, leaving the whole crowd stunned into silence. While Claude is out cold, the story drops into a nightmare from his old life, under a stormy sky and surrounded by corpses. A dying man on the ground looks up at Sakuto and bitterly calls him the best of them, unable to understand why he turned on his own side. Sakuto answers with open contempt, saying he was a fool for believing this cruel world could ever change. When Sakuto asks for last words, the man calls on God for vengeance, and Sakuto calmly drives a knife into his chest. After the man goes still, Sakuto looks down at the corpse and spits back his final answer, "To hell with your God." Claude jolts awake in the infirmary to Wilfred Belden's voice, still battered enough that he can barely move. Wilfred tells him not to push himself, and Claude immediately confirms the obvious with a flat, disappointed question, "So I lost." Claude accepts the rank gap, but he still hates the result because he had expected to make it all the way to second place. Wilfred gives him the hard truth without mocking him: sometimes your best still loses, and sometimes the other man is simply better. Even so, Wilfred makes sure Claude hears the praise too, because for his rank he fought far above what anyone expected. Claude doesn't argue with that comfort for long, because what matters to him now is one cold conclusion: he needs more strength. He spells it out to Wilfred. His techniques were better than Victor's, but he just didn't have enough power to break through Victor's defense. Wilfred backs that up, telling Claude that almost nobody at his level would even dare fight the way he just did. Once Claude can move a little better, Wilfred leaves him to finish healing and mentions that Dayton already won his own match and reached the final, while Claude was unconscious. Before stepping out, Wilfred casually mentions one odd detail: Claude kept mumbling about God in his sleep. Claude brushes it off as a nightmare, but Wilfred notices the strange flicker in his eyes before leaving him alone. After Wilfred is gone, Claude waits to make sure he won't come back, then lets his mind return fully to that past life as Sakuto Nadaka. He remembers that bloody night clearly and admits to himself, without guilt at all, that it was personal and his conscience still doesn't care. Claude mutters that nightmare line to himself, then gets out of bed, steady enough now to move on his own. After making sure his body is healed properly, Claude heads back to the main hall, where the second elder immediately checks on him. Claude answers with a smile that he's fine, but his attention is already drifting back to the platform and the fight he can no longer join. The second elder asks the real question instead: is Claude frustrated about losing, knowing the warrior never shrugs off defeat? Claude finally shows it plainly, admitting he is furious, his fists tight and his eyes burning even if his face stays controlled. The second elder approves of that anger and tells Claude to use it, because today's defeat still left him something rare in the martial world: a second chance. As that lesson lands, the two finalists are already walking out onto the platform, and Claude can only watch the last fight begin from below. As the final begins, the crowd whispers that Victor Hannibal was never supposed to be Trinity Academy's ace, which makes his rise to the championship match feel even stranger. Dayton studies Victor with a rare serious look, because for some reason this quiet opponent actually makes him feel pressure. When Dayton asks if he's ready, Victor only nods and instantly bursts forward with a golden spear attack. Dayton slips back, summons his silver rapier, and meets the spear head-on with cold precision. Their first exchange ends brutally fast, with Victor blasted backward to the edge of the platform while Dayton does not move an inch. Watching from the main hall, Claude realizes Dayton's attacks have become even stronger, and the second elder reminds him that even a monster like Dayton is still cautious against danger. Dayton tries to finish it with Cloud's soaring dragon strike, but Victor rolls clear of the blast and charges right back in. Dayton's white lightning rapier technique floods the arena with crackling arcs, but Victor keeps advancing as if he expected the violence waiting for him. At the last second, Dayton releases Metal Burst, and the silver afterimage flashes past Victor before he can land his spear. When the two fighters cross, Dayton stands untouched, Victor's spear is gone, and a thin line of blood appears across Victor's throat before he collapses. Claude watches Dayton's calm little smile and understands just how completely the match was under Dayton's control from start to finish. The crowd explodes in praise for Dayton as the new champion, and young cultivators stare at him with open reverence while he quietly leaves the platform. With the tournament over, Minister Frederick Hammer steps forward in the main hall to award the top 4 finishers. The second elder comforts Claude over his loss, and Claude answers with a grin that he will not lose next time. Frederick congratulates Victor next, noticing the cloth over his throat, and kindly telling the injured young man he should be resting. Victor shakes his hand and answers with a chilling smile that the minister should worry less about Victor's health and more about what is about to happen to him. In the next instant, Victor yanks Frederick in, locks both arms around him, and turns the ceremony into a trap. Victor detonates himself on the spot, and the main hall vanishes into explosive fire, shattered stone, and flesh-ripping shockwaves. Far away in a quieter morning, Sakuto Nadaka wakes early, cooks for his sleeping wife, and prepares to leave for a northern expedition. His wife catches him at the door, sad to see him go again, and Sakuto gently tells her their dangerous work finally feels like real progress toward justice. His wife stops him at the door and warns that this fight for justice is making dangerous enemies, so they share a brief, uneasy goodbye before he leaves for the northern expedition. Back in the ruined summit hall, the second elder shouts for Claude to get down just as the blast tears through the building. The hall collapses into smoke, rubble, blood, and screaming, leaving the place looking like the end of the world. Claude drags himself back up in the smoke, and the second elder quickly confirms that his disciple survived. Teacher and disciple move through the wreckage together and find Gerald Bancroft sitting against a wall, hurt but still alive. Gerald says he was lucky not to be too close to the blast, and the second elder helps him back onto his feet. They trade urgent updates and realize the missing ones still inside are Wilfred Belden and Dayton Palmer. Moving through the wreckage past the dead and the screaming wounded, Gerald demands to know who did this, and the second elder grimly says it has to be the revolutionaries. Then the second elder spots Dayton and Wilfred lying unconscious near the stairs, and both masters rush to their own people. Wilfred wakes with a pat from the second elder, while Dayton comes to in a panic until Gerald shouts that it is really him. When Dayton asks what happened, Gerald tells him the truth straight out: Victor blew himself up. Wilfred demands to know how Victor could do something like that, and the second elder explains that a lethal drug such as Domperixin can overload spiritual energy until the meridians burst. Claude points out that Victor should not have been able to smuggle in a drug like that by himself, and the second elder grimly agrees that other people had to be involved. Gerald cuts off the debate and orders everyone to move first, because the burning wreck is no place to stand around solving the plot. They finally emerge from the wreckage into open chaos, with royal guards rushing inside and terrified people fleeing through spreading smoke outside the venue. In Barug days later, Prince Bancroft stands at a window when two men arrive with grim news from afar. When the men report that Minister Frederick Hammer has been murdered, the prince can only answer with a bitter, complicated silence. Alone with the weight of it, Prince Bancroft quietly vows that Frederick's sacrifice will not be in vain. In the royal palace courtyard, a guard tells Minister Byrne that Frederick Hammer has been murdered, and the news lands very differently than expected. Instead of exploding, Byrne calmly digs for details, his eyes lighting up when he hears a Trinity Academy student named Victor Hannibal blew himself up near the minister. The guard adds that the blast may have come from a drug like Domperixin and that more than 50 bodies have been recovered, but Byrne cuts him off as soon as he hears enough. Once the guard leaves, General Ivan arrives, and Byrne immediately starts turning Frederick's death into a political weapon. Byrne orders a nationwide mourning period and says the prince will calm the public with an official statement once he returns. Then Byrne reveals the real move: Ivan will lead a full investigation into all three academies, because now they finally have an excuse. Ivan even praises the trap, and Byrne admits they expected the revolutionaries to strike so they could crush the rebellion in one sweep. Back in Dawsbury, Claude returns to Golden Avarice Academy with the second elder and the other disciples after the summit disaster. The headmaster is already waiting at the entrance, and he quietly pulls the second elder aside for a private discussion. Claude's servant Randall rushes up to greet him, eager for orders the moment his young master steps back into the academy. Claude tells Randall to prepare a bath, but his real attention is already drifting toward Wilfred Belden and the warning that never quite made sense before Victor's bombing. Remembering Wilfred's warning before the fight with Victor, Claude starts wondering if his senior knew far more about the assassination than he admitted. When Claude greets him, Wilfred's strong aura vanishes behind his usual smile, like he is snapping a mask back into place. Claude says the tournament and the minister's death taught him one thing: if he wants control over his fate, he has to become much stronger. Claude notices Wilfred's servants standing there with blank, joyless faces, and Wilfred instantly realizes his junior has picked up on the strange tension. So Wilfred sends his servants away and tells Claude not to worry, because this time he really will explain everything. Elsewhere, Queen Isabel sits bound in a locked room, red-eyed and disheveled, waiting in dread for the door to open again. The padlock finally rattles, sunlight pours in, and Prince Blake Bancroft steps into the room like he owns her fear. Blake mockingly greets her as queen, and Isabel answers with terrified rage, screaming that he has no right to treat her this way. Blake sits down in front of her and quietly reminds her that she is in no position to threaten him anymore. That threat works immediately, and Isabel's defiance breaks into sobbing silence. When she asks if he killed the king, Blake says no, but makes it clear her husband is alive in a state just as hopeless as hers. Isabel calls him a monster, and Blake finally snaps, grabbing her chin and shouting that she and the king destroyed his mother and stole everything from him. Then he drives a fist into her stomach and drops her to the floor screaming in pain. Just as suddenly, Blake reins himself in, apologizes in a whisper, and warns her not to push him unless she wants worse next time. Back with Claude, Wilfred starts from the bigger picture and reminds him that the Bancroft family rules the kingdom. He says a scandal broke 3 years ago when Queen Isabel was accused of abusing royal funds, but the investigation was buried before it could prove anything. Even without proof, the cover-up itself poisoned public trust, and Claude immediately sees how that would make people doubt their rulers. When Claude asks what the academies have to do with any of this, Wilfred smiles and reveals that they are power centers, not just schools. Wilfred lays it out plainly. The academies train the next soldiers, guards, commanders, and officials, so their influence reaches into every part of the kingdom. Claude follows the idea on his own and realizes that means the academies have informants and allies in high places. Wilfred says those sources uncovered something even worse than the old scandal. The king and queen were supposedly draining money from the people and preparing heavier taxes on top of it. But the plan never played out cleanly, because the taxes never arrived and the kingdom slipped instead into gradual censorship and arrests without trial. He explains why that mattered. The academies needed the people to erupt first, and without a sudden tax shock, the revolution never got the mass support it needed. Claude wonders if the leak was fake, and Wilfred admits he still doesn't know, especially with rumors that royal spies may have reached into the academies themselves. Even so, Wilfred insists one thing did prove true. The royal family really was siphoning off money meant for the people, no matter how hard the crown denied it. Claude brings the conversation back to the Prodigy Summit, and Wilfred says the second elder believes the bombing was the work of the revolutionaries, the violent wing of the reform movement. Claude presses the one question that matters most to him now. Did Wilfred know Victor Hannibal was going to kill Frederick Hammer? Wilfred says no, explaining that he only suspected Victor was tied to the revolutionaries because Victor always seemed to be holding back and adapting in his fights. Claude accepts that answer only halfway, and Wilfred laughs when his junior bluntly says it is not enough to earn real trust. Claude keeps going and directly guesses that Wilfred belongs to the Reformation movement, and this time Wilfred confirms it without hesitation. Wilfred reveals that the second elder is part of it too, and that his bid to replace the headmaster is really a fight to keep the academy out of a spy's hands. Claude still cannot shake one thing, so he asks why the public resistance feels so weak if the royal family is really this corrupt. Wilfred says most people think the problem may solve itself, because the royal couple never had children and many believe the Bancroft bloodline will simply end with the current king. After walking Claude back, Wilfred ends the talk and takes his leave, keeping the deeper truth to himself for now. Once Wilfred is gone, Claude admits to himself that the man knows more than he said, and the struggle between the royals and the academies is only getting worse. Claude steps inside, and Randall greets him with the servants already lined up and his bath prepared. Claude decides to bathe right away, accepting the quiet comfort of his new inner disciple life even while bigger trouble looms outside. Elsewhere in the royal palace, Prime Minister Antony broods that the kingdom's plan was supposed to be much simpler before everything slipped out of control. Prince Blake bluntly says the council lost its grip for even a moment, and now the whole country is paying for it. Their meeting expands when Admiral Bjorn arrives, and the prince immediately asks for the truth about Gottfried's advance. With the prince's permission to speak freely, Bjorn reports that Gottfried destroyed Rhodesweld and is marching west across the Belluger Mountains, likely toward Capinia. Bjorn adds that this route only buys them about 2 months, and he pointedly blames the council's mishandling of the king and queen for helping create the disaster. Prince Blake shuts down the complaining and pushes the conversation to the real question: how long Capinia can survive against that kind of force. Bjorn answers grimly that Capinia is a mess, with only around 17,500 cultivators against Gottfried's 500,000. When Antony asks about foreign help, Prince Blake reveals that Barug will send fewer than 10,000 cultivators, and not for the coming war. Those troops are only meant to help the crown control domestic turmoil, which makes Antony snap at how useless that will be against Gottfried's army. Prince Blake finally states the cold strategy plainly: no one will risk fighting Gottfried for them, so the crown's priority is stopping the country from falling to the people first. He warns that a mass uprising within the next 2 months would ruin not just them, but Argria as a whole. Antony resents being bypassed, but the prince calmly apologizes and makes it clear he acted alone because he believed there was no time left. The talk turns to the academies, and Prince Blake says he is handing that problem to General Ivan. When Antony worries that force will only inflame the elders and students, the prince reveals the real trap. He wants the reformers dragged into the open so they can be crushed completely. At Golden Avarice Academy, the second elder arrives at the headmaster's hall and immediately spots an unwelcome face already waiting inside, the third elder. The mood darkens fast when the second elder asks if this is about the Prodigy Summit incident, and learns that the guest behind the meeting is General Ivan himself. The second elder openly demands an explanation, already furious that the Royal Enforcer Squad has appeared in the Academy's highest office. Ivan answers with unnerving calm and announces that Golden Avarice, Trinity, and Silver Moon Academies will all be placed under strict royal surveillance. The second elder explodes at the overreach, saying the royal army has no right to seize control of the Academy or its students. Ivan's tone turns colder as he cites the Summit murder, arguing that a revolutionary student killed a royal representative and made royal intervention unavoidable. The second elder insists one disciple's crime does not represent every student and faculty member, but Ivan twists that into a new accusation of academy negligence. That implication finally forces the headmaster to speak, asking if the army is accusing the academy itself of conspiring against the monarchy. Ivan backs off the direct charge but doubles down on control, saying the crisis threatens order itself and he is here to preserve the status quo. Then Ivan pulls out the real weapon behind his confidence, a royal decree from the king giving him full authority over academy supervision. With the decree in hand, the academy leaders can only stand there in heavy silence as the royal takeover becomes official. Ivan makes the blow even worse by saying he will leave day-to-day control here to the third elder as his chosen representative. The third elder eagerly accepts the role, showing exactly where his loyalties now sit. When the third elder coldly tells the second elder to cooperate, the warning lands like a threat, and the second elder realizes just how bad this is. Back at his residence, Claude throws himself into training because the Prodigy Summit made one thing painfully clear: his current strength is still not enough. Claude runs through Invisible Sword into Star Fury Palm Strike with smooth precision, and the air around him booms like heavy waves. In the middle of that practice, Claude suddenly feels the spiritual energy inside him straining to expand and realizes he has hit a bottleneck. He judges that breaking into the next realm will take a massive surge of power, but none of his current cultivation methods can generate enough force. Stuck in place, Claude's mind turns to the risky bow parody sword art the second elder gave him, and he starts wondering if that dangerous technique could force his breakthrough into the sky realm. Back in his courtyard, Claude pushes the palace and academy turmoil out of his mind and fixes on one goal. He has to reach the sky realm if he wants to stand with the best fighters of his generation. He decides to gamble on the bow parody sword art, the most explosive cultivation method he has, even though he still can't fully control it. Claude empties his mind, draws the sword, and sends a burning wave of spiritual energy surging from his chest into his arms and blade. Instead of forcing a reckless burst, he moves through the sword art in smooth connected steps, using elegant flowing motions to build power without tearing himself apart. As the build-up peaks, the air around Claude bursts outward and a crushing force bears down on his whole body, but he refuses to stop. Feeling his blood race faster and faster, Claude realizes the breakthrough is finally within reach and holds on for one last moment. Then Claude opens his eyes, unleashes everything, and drives the sword down as his bottleneck shatters with a violent crack through his body. The strike splits the ground and blasts Claude backward, but this time he lands safely, stronger instead of injured. Claude clenches his fist in relief and realizes he has finally stepped into the first level of the sky realm. Randall rushes in thrilled by the breakthrough and congratulates his young master on reaching the sky realm. Randall suddenly stiffens and warns Claude that someone is approaching the residence right now. At Randall's signal, Claude's servants appear around him in an instant as a domineering aura presses in from outside the gate. A calm voice says he comes in peace, and a young man steps inside with such overwhelming pressure that Claude feels like he is standing in a storm. Randall angrily names the intruder as General Ivan and demands to know why the royal army is barging into an inner disciple's residence. Ivan answers with a mocking excuse, saying he is discussing academy changes and merely checking whether any disciples plan to blow someone up. When Randall presses him again, Ivan drops the real bombshell. The new rules now let him and his men enter disciple residences whenever they want. Randall can hardly believe it, but Ivan coolly tells him every disciple will soon learn the same thing and they had better adapt fast. Before leaving, Ivan fixes Claude with a sneer, calls him the second elder's disciple, and warns that he is going to need luck. Ivan leaves the courtyard in heavy silence, and Claude is left staring after him, trying to piece together what is really happening inside the academy. Elsewhere, Asjorn wakes up tied hand and foot inside a large tent, surrounded by 4 silent men in black. In front of him stands a long-haired figure with bloodshot eyes, deep in some eerie trance while muttering to the gods. One guard warns Asbjorn not to struggle because their lord is speaking with the gods and demands absolute silence. The trance ends, and the man apologizes for the wait before taking a seat and studying Asbjorn like prey. Now seeing him clearly, Asbjorn realizes the quiet, gray-haired man radiates far more danger than his simple clothes suggest. When Asbjorn asks who he is, the stranger laughs at him for not recognizing his own enemy. A beat later, Asbjorn finally recognizes him as Gilbert Gottfried and goes pale with shock. The moment Gilbert confirms it, Asbjorn lunges at him in pure rage even with his restraints working against him. The black-clothed men instantly slam Asbjorn back down, and he screams that Gilbert took everything from him. Gilbert answers with sickening calm, saying he had to wipe out Rhodeswell because it was the god's will. Asbjorn breaks and shouts that Gilbert murdered everyone he loved and destroyed everything he cared about. Gilbert still acts almost tender, insisting those deaths were necessary and claiming he owes Asbjorn an explanation because God brought them together. Then Gilbert has the guards untie Asbjorn and offers him exactly what he wants most: a chance to take revenge. Gilbert declares that if he is truly meant to become the god's messiah, he has to earn it, and he challenges Rhodeswell's strongest warrior to fight him. Back at the academy, Claude stands in his room with the visit still weighing on him, while Randall watches his reaction carefully. Randall admits he hates to say it, but he thinks Ivan may have been telling the truth about the academy's rules changing. He explains that under normal conditions the elders would never let a royal army supporter get near the students, which means something major has shifted. Claude follows the implication immediately and understands that the balance inside the academy has definitely changed. When Claude asks how strong Ivan really is, Randall says even the second elder would struggle against him. That answer hits Claude hard and reminds him just how tiny he still is next to monsters like Ivan. So Claude gives Randall one clear order: watch the residence, because he is going to find the second elder right away. But in the other storyline, Asbjorn's revenge ends in an instant as a pillar of blood erupts and his head is severed from his body. Gilbert turns away calmly and puts aside his giant axe while Asbjorn's blood drips onto the floor. A black-clothed subordinate steps up and addresses him as Your Majesty, asking if he enjoyed the fight. Gilbert says he expected more from Rhodswald's strongest warrior and admits, with chilling honesty, that he was disappointed. Helvig assures him there will be more chances, and Gilbert's eyes turn cold again as he asks the next dangerous question: who is the strongest warrior in Capenia? Claude heads for the faculty building to find the second elder and the headmaster, already moving fast after Ivan's heavy-handed visit. Wilfred Belden calls Claude over, arriving with Ashley Winter and Esmond so the four can confront the academy leadership together. Wilfred suddenly realizes Claude has already broken into the Sky Realm, and his surprise turns into open pride. Ashley and Esmond can barely believe it, because Claude was still far below them not long ago, and this kind of growth should be impossible. Wilfred backs Claude without hesitation, calling him a true prodigy even by the academy's standards. Claude brushes off the praise and asks why they are all here, steering the talk back to the real problem. Ashley says it outright. After General Ivan barged in on all of them, she wants answers on whether the academy is really going to let that stand. Seeing they all want the same thing, Claude tells them not to waste time and leads the group on. At the top of the faculty building, the second elder privately asks the headmaster what they can possibly do now that the royal side has forced its way in. The headmaster grimly admits the royal family now has a lawful excuse to monitor the academy, so open resistance is off the table for now. That answer only stokes the second elder's anger, and he bluntly warns that the monarchy will eventually seize the academy from within if they keep yielding. When the headmaster quietly calls him Baron, the second elder catches himself, apologizes, and reins his fury back in. Even so, the headmaster's answer does not change. For the moment, they have to play along. Claude's group arrives mid-conversation, and Claude sharply asks if the academy is really just going to let the royal army do as it pleases. The second elder immediately scolds Claude for speaking before paying proper respect to the headmaster, testing Claude's composure on the spot. Claude apologizes to his master but calmly insists he spoke because he could not stay silent about what was happening. The headmaster waves the offense aside and tells Claude he understands the anger, but the royal decree leaves them boxed in for now. Ashley pushes back at once, furious that this seems to give the royal army free rein inside the academy. The headmaster refuses that reading and says the royal intrusion may actually backfire by opening students' and citizens' eyes to the crown's authoritarian rule. Esmond still cannot accept it, and his helpless frustration shows how badly the academy's young disciples have been shaken. Seeing that, the second elder softens and promises his disciples that the royal guards will not be allowed to trample over their affairs inside Golden Avarice. Wilfred reads the room and formally accepts the order to leave, pulling the others with him before the mood can sour again. As they start to go, the second elder abruptly calls Claude back, and the headmaster tells the others to leave without him. Once they are alone, Claude asks why he was singled out, clearly not expecting anything beyond more serious talk. Instead, the headmaster says Claude's performance at the Prodigy Summit earned a reward, praising both his effort and his talent. Claude tries to refuse the honor, arguing that he did not place high enough to deserve a special reward. The headmaster dismisses that logic and says Claude's rise from the Earth Realm and his fresh Sky Realm breakthrough prove he is exactly the kind of man worth investing in. Then the headmaster produces a small wooden box and hands Claude a new sword art called the Sunrise Sword Technique. Elsewhere in the royal palace, anxious ministers crowd around Prince Blake Bancroft and question why he wants to expose a closely guarded secret so early. Prince Blake stays confident and says they are running out of time, so caution is no longer enough. When another minister calls the move reckless, Blake makes the real shift clear. He wants to go on the offensive and start removing their enemies fast. Before sunrise at his residence, Claude begins training the new Sunrise Sword Technique to settle into his freshly gained Sky Realm strength. He reflects that reaching a new realm is more than raw power, and after losing to Victor because of the strength gap, he is determined not to be held back like that again. Using the new technique, Claude summons a curved silver katana into his hand, and the weapon feels instantly natural to him. Because of his past life as a samurai, the katana feels like an extension of Claude's body in a way no sword in this life ever has. Claude moves with floating footsteps through the courtyard, blending body movement, breath, and blade as he tries to truly understand the weapon. As he cultivates deeper, the Sunrise Sword Technique's soul fusion begins linking his spirit and the sword together into one shared flow. The bond sharpens his blade chi and makes even this notoriously difficult art feel strangely natural now that he has entered the Sky Realm. That excitement is cut short when Claude realizes the technique is devouring his spiritual energy at a brutal rate. He tests the power anyway, unleashing a fierce slash that explodes through a huge rock and leaves the courtyard shaking under the impact. After the dust settles, Claude sees the problem clearly. even in the sky realm, a few minutes with sunrise has already burned through more than half his energy. Before he can continue, Hugh Kenton arrives at the entrance with Randall, calling Claude out with urgent seriousness. Hugh tells Claude he needs to come to the second elder at once, because the royal family has just released news about the king and queen. Back in the headmaster's office, a knock interrupts the tension as someone named Carlos arrives to report in. Carlos enters wearing an ugly expression, and the headmaster's troubled reaction makes it obvious the royal side is planning something serious. A year earlier, a rumor spread through Argria that King Hannibal had a secret heir hidden away from the palace. Because nobody had proof, most people brushed the story off as nonsense, and the rumor slowly died. Then a year later, royal messengers started appearing across towns and villages, and that old rumor suddenly felt dangerous again. The messengers announced that the king and queen were terminally ill and would soon hand the throne to their secretly raised son, Blake Bancroft. When they heard Blake would address the nation in Jotunheim the next week, the whole country finally realized the secret heir was real. To the public, it felt like a new era was starting overnight. Inside Golden Avarice Academy, the headmaster paced his office with a sunken face, blindsided by the sudden reveal of Prince Blake. He had expected the monarchy to make a move against the academies, but not something as huge as unveiling a hidden heir. What bothered him most was the timing, because he could not see why the royal family would reveal this now unless they wanted something bigger. A covert guard suggested the reveal might be a play to win the public back while the academies were already under fire. The headmaster dismissed that easy explanation, convinced the monarchy had risked too much for this to be a simple popularity play. The more he thought about it, the more he feared the monarchy might be preparing to end the conflict by wiping out its enemies. Before the headmaster could think further, the second elder arrived at the office already furious about the royal bombshell. The second elder openly wondered if the monarchy was declaring war and warning everyone that the Bancroft bloodline would continue no matter what. The headmaster answered that the rushed coronation made it look less like confidence and more like the royals were running out of time. That realization hit him hard, because he now believed letting the royal army monitor the academy had been a major mistake. The second elder tried to ease the blame, saying the royal family would have forced its way in somehow, and the academy had few good options. Even with further support from the room, the headmaster refused to dodge responsibility for the failure. Once he gathered himself, the headmaster ordered academy activities suspended for a few days and warned that a surprise attack could be coming. He told the second elder to keep the students alert and ready to fight, because the academy might be hit at any moment. The second elder replied that he had already called his disciples to his residence to brief them. The headmaster then sent a covert unit to the other academies, uneasy that something larger was moving behind General Ivan's recent actions. After Carlos left, the headmaster admitted he did not fully trust the alliance either, because internal fractures might be surfacing everywhere at once. When the second elder asked if the third elder's faction could become a problem too, the headmaster grimly said this felt like the beginning of something far more nefarious. Soon after, Claude and Hugh crossed the academy grounds and headed for the second elder's residence to hear that promised briefing. At the door, Wilfred Belden greeted Claude with an easy smile, while the rest of the Flying Sword disciples were already waiting outside. Ashley was already fed up with the wait, and snapped that she needed answers immediately. Wilfred mocked Ashley's impatience with fake politeness, and Ashley exploded back so sharply that the rest of the disciples went stiff with embarrassment. Their petty fight died instantly when the second elder's voice cut through the air and shut everyone up. The second elder scolded Ashley and Wilfred for acting like children when he had summoned them over a matter that could decide the academy's future. Ashley tried to explain herself, but he cut her off cold and forced a quick apology. Wilfred dropped to one knee and apologized too, and the second elder let the matter go only because the real crisis was more important. With the warning delivered, the second elder opened the doors and led his disciples inside. They entered the same lavish gold and jade hall as before, but this time the warmth was gone and the whole room felt tight with anxiety. Seated at the center, the second elder began by confirming the royal announcement that Prince Blake would inherit the throne because the king and queen were failing fast. He stressed that the timing was the real problem, because the royal reveal came only days after the Prodigy Summit bombing. Then he laid it out plainly. The monarchy had spent years trying to control the academies, and now the elders feared this was the moment they would try to finish the fight. As he warned them to expect an attack, possibly even from inside the academy, his grip crushed the wooden arm of his chair. The elders' warning shattered the room's silence, and the disciples broke into frightened questions about whether they were really about to face the royal family head-on. Watching them panic, the second elder thought bitterly that the royals had found the perfect story to make the public believe tyranny was ending, even if nothing truly had changed. He silenced the room again and demanded that every disciple take this threat seriously, because their fate was now tied to the academy's survival. He promised the elders would fight for them, but he also refused to lie that they could protect everyone if the worst happened. That blunt promise changed the mood, replacing raw fear with a warmer, steadier respect for the man leading them. Then Esmond raised the hard question everyone was avoiding and asked whether they now had to fear not just the royals, but students and faculty inside the academy too. When Esmond asks if they might have to watch out for students and faculty too, the room goes dead silent because everyone understands how ugly that answer could be. The second elder hesitates for a moment, realizing he never wanted to tell them this so soon, but decides the academy can no longer afford to shield them from the truth. He finally tells Esmond yes, once the battle starts, being in the same academy will not matter, and everyone may be forced to choose a side. That answer hits the disciples hard, and panic ripples through the room as they realize they may not even be able to trust their own peers. The second elder cuts through the fear and says the monarchy is moving now because it is afraid of what the academies could become in the future. He reminds them that Golden Avarice Academy survived countless enemies over centuries, and that overcoming bad odds is exactly what built its glory. Then he stops softening it, and says the academy and the monarchy can no longer exist together, so all he asks is that they stand their ground and stand with the academy. Ashley is the first to break the stunned silence, stepping forward and kneeling as she pledges to fight and die beside her master without regret. Ashley's courage snaps the others out of it, and the disciples bow one after another to declare that they will fight for the academy too. Claude joins the pledge beside Wilfred, and for the first time the room feels less like a warning and more like a side choosing itself. Looking at his disciples' answer, the second elder feels a surge of pride and inwardly vows to make the royal council regret forcing this war. A few miles north of Canterbury, Carlos Nunez leads a dozen hooded riders through Hargrove Forest and warns them to stay unnoticed once they reach the city. As they ride, Carlos thinks about the Crust and Bread Inn, the hidden meeting place where academy reformers gather in secret beneath an ordinary-looking inn. The mission matters because those elders want to end royal rule for good, but Carlos hates the shortcut he took through Hargrove Forest, a place infamous for swallowing travelers and bad luck. Then the road ahead suddenly vanishes under a wall of white fog rushing through the forest far too fast to be natural. Carlos shouts a warning, but the mist engulfs everything anyway, cutting him off so completely that he cannot see his own men behind him. Trapped alone in silence with no sense of direction, Carlos realizes this is not weather at all but a mystic arts technique designed for deception and ambush. An attacker suddenly appears behind Carlos with a transparent lightning-fast sword, but Carlos senses the ambush in time and slams into it with his runic fist. The impact blows through the fog, and Carlos lunges after the attacker before the man can regain his footing. Just before Carlos can finish him, the attacker vanishes in a burst of light and leaves Carlos punching straight through empty fog. A voice taunts him from behind, and the attacker reappears with a terrifying scythe that slams Carlos backward and tears bloody wounds across his body. Instead of finishing him quietly, the attacker pauses in fascination and names Carlos's art as the long-lost Golden Hands technique. Carlos roars back to his feet and unleashes an azure blast from his empowered arm, refusing to die in the fog. But the attacker melts back into the mist again, and Carlos's full-force blow hits nothing at all. Then the trap closes tighter as three identical men appear behind Carlos at once, making him realize he is not dealing with a single elusive killer after all. When Carlos guesses it is an incarnation technique, one of the men laughs and corrects him. They are not clones, they are triplets. Elsewhere beneath the Crust and Bread Inn, Trinity Academy elders sit in secret, and the sharply composed elder Arvid faces a question he clearly expected. Ira Borghild asks if they really made the right choice, because even though she agreed to cooperate with the royals for the country's safety, she cannot accept burying the reform movement. She insists they should be able to protect the country and still fight for the people's freedom, instead of abandoning the cause they claimed was righteous. Arvid answers with a chill that tells her she is already isolated, saying her plan is naive because they cannot work with the monarchy and secretly plan to destroy it at the same time. Seeing no one back her up, Ira is forced to swallow her anger when Arvid smooths it over by promising they can revisit reform later after more urgent matters are settled. After the meeting ends and the room empties, Arvid turns to the only man left behind, his so-called personal guard, to ask what he really thought. The guard answers with brutal bluntness that Ira could become a problem and should be dealt with, and Arvid agrees without hesitation. When Arvid asks about the messenger unit Navas mentioned, the guard reveals that the triplets are already handling them. Arvid admits he is disappointed Navas was killed because he liked the boy and thinks he might have understood if things had been explained to him. The guard shuts that down immediately, saying he killed Navas because the boy was too naive, and in the martial world that kind of innocence is just dead weight. On a forest road, Carlos is already broken beyond recognition, his limbs shredded and blood pouring out as he screams in terror. As the last of the fog clears, one triplet mocks Carlos for refusing to join their new order and asks why he chose to die for his headmaster instead. Carlos spits back that they would never understand and refuses to explain himself while he is dying. Edvard laughs off the refusal, says he can always ask someone else, and steps in to finish Carlos himself. Carlos can only glare back with pure hatred as Edvard's blade splits his skull and kills him on the spot. With Carlos dead, Edvin casually asks if Edvard is finally done taunting the messenger before moving on. Eirik immediately needles Edvard for always trying to look cool by tormenting dying victims, and the brothers snap at each other. The argument heats up fast, with Edvard stepping in coldly and Eirik ready to explode right back. Before they can turn on each other, Edvin cuts through the tension and firmly tells both brothers to save it for later. The two hot-headed brothers finally back down, and the triplets pull themselves together after the ambush. Back at the academy, the disciples leave the second elder's residence, and Claude walks with Wilfred Belden toward the training grounds to ask what he really thinks. Wilfred answers carefully that their personal opinions hardly matter if the royal family is really moving against the academy and its people. Claude immediately calls that out, saying Wilfred is avoiding the real answer behind neat excuses. With a sigh, Wilfred admits he does expect a clash with the royals, but not a simple open crackdown the way their master described it. He explains that the royals still carry bad public perception, so crushing the reform movement head-on would be dangerous unless they first remove that obstacle another way. Claude reels when Wilfred suggests the worst possibility: the royals may be turning reformers to their own side. Wilfred says conviction is not the only thing driving those people, because replacing the royals would also leave power up for grabs. That leads Claude to a grim conclusion. If this is true, the war may have already started and they are too blind to see it. Wilfred agrees, and says not even realizing the war has begun means they are already losing. When Claude asks why he kept this from the second elder, Wilfred says it is only a theory and would not change their master's immediate plans anyway. Wilfred pushes further and wonders how powerful the royals' offer must be if it can sway not just some reformers, but potentially anyone. Then Wilfred stops walking and asks the question that chills Claude: would he support a corrupt monarchy if the offer mattered more than the movement itself? Claude realizes what Wilfred is really asking and, with the pressure suddenly personal, asks if this means betraying their master. Wilfred calmly confirms it, and asks Claude outright whether he would betray his master if necessary. Claude feels this is a crossroads that could change his life, and for a long moment, he can only stand there in silence. At last Claude answers that if it is necessary, he might do it. Wilfred takes the answer with visible gratitude and says it is good to know, making it clear this mattered more than Claude first realized. A week later, Claude is back in his own courtyard, drilling the sunrise sword technique until sweat and heavy breathing take over. After studying his body mechanics for days, he has trimmed wasted movement enough to sustain the technique far longer than before. Claude launches another strike, and the sunrise sword technique tears forward as a tyrannical wave of light and wind. The fourth use of the day lands with an explosion, proving Claude has pushed the technique to a new level before his body gives out. The moment the attack ends, Claude drops to one knee with trembling hands and Wilfred's old question comes rushing back. In Claude's memory, he asks Wilfred why he singled him out for that loyalty test in the first place. Wilfred warns that the reason is nothing dramatic, just plain and unremarkable, then checks if Claude still wants to hear it. Wilfred finally says Claude reminded him of himself, someone analytical, careful, and always thinking a step ahead. Claude is suspicious, but Wilfred insists he simply felt he should look after someone so similar, almost as if fate linked them. When Claude presses what would have happened if he answered differently, Wilfred lightly admits he never would have asked unless he expected this exact result. Back in the courtyard, Claude rises and turns that answer over in his head, strangely less anxious than he should be. Claude decides he does not believe in any kind god, but he can believe in a devil cruel enough to give him this second life for a reason. So he accepts the game in front of him, vowing to play along with fate if he must, but never on anyone else's terms. The story then jumps back about 100 years, when Capinia was still recovering from plague and decline before a new disaster crashed into it. On that battlefield, the Thionian army tears through Capanian defenses, and the city begins collapsing under the force of the assault. General Hans Harrington tries to hold the line and orders his men to protect civilians even as the fight turns into a slaughter. From behind cover, Hans spots Gilbert Gottfried calmly walking at the center of the invasion and realizes that man is the real nightmare behind the attack. Hans burns with killing intent and swears Gilbert will die by his hand, but he does not even get to finish the threat. Gilbert takes one step and releases such cold killing intent that the whole area freezes with fear, then calls out Hans's hiding place, as if he heard every word. Shaken and unable to understand how he was exposed, Hans is forced to step out and face Gilbert directly. The moment Hans shows himself, Thionian soldiers rush to shield Gilbert, but Gilbert clicks his tongue and orders them all back. With the space cleared, Gilbert coolly asks Hans whether he truly wants to kill him. Hans admits he does, but his confusion shows when Gilbert answers that he can offer him a deal. Gilbert finally states the offer: a one-on-one fight, turning the middle of a massacre into a personal bargain. On the battlefield, Gilbert Gottfried smugly offers General Hans a one-on-one duel and says Capinia will be spared only if Hans wins. Hans asks what happens if he loses, and Gilbert answers with chilling calm that Hans will die and the whole country will be erased. The insult lands hard, and Hans steps forward to accept the duel because this humiliating chance is still Capinia's only shot at survival. When Gilbert's own guards move to interfere, he snaps at them to stand back and makes it clear this duel will happen on his terms. Gilbert casually tells Hans to make the first move, still acting like the fate of a nation is nothing more than his entertainment. Hans explodes forward at once, filling the battlefield with destructive sword beams as he tries to end the fight before Gilbert can settle in. Gilbert barely reacts, mocking Hans for not taking the duel seriously enough while Capinia's future hangs in the balance. Then Gilbert raises his hand and summons a gigantic radiant axe, turning the sky red and flooding the field with terrifying pressure. Hans throws everything he has left into a huge palm strike, trying to stop Gilbert's charge before that axe comes down. Gilbert answers with one contemptuous swing, and a runic beam from the axe tears through Hans's sword lights and palms strike like they were nothing. Hans realizes too late that he cannot stop it, and the beam slams into him as he screams that he cannot lose. The duel ends brutally fast, and Gilbert looks down on Hans's corpse with cold disdain, saying weakness decided everything. Gilbert immediately calls Commander Helvig over and treats the destruction of Capinia like routine business. When Gilbert says his opponent lost, Helvig happily promises to finish the conquest until nothing of the country is left. Back at the royal palace, a black-clad messenger kneels before Prince Blake Bancroft and reports urgent news from Capinia. The message is worse than expected. Gilbert's army has already conquered Capinia and is moving faster than anyone predicted. Blake presses for certainty, and the messenger insists the intelligence was checked repeatedly and contains no mistake. That confirmation lands hard, and Blake silently realizes rushing the coronation was the right call because Gottfried's advance is even faster than he feared. He orders the messenger to alert the royal council at once and make sure they understand the kingdom is already racing a deadline. After the messenger leaves, Blake stares out from the balcony and vows to prevent any surprise that could drag all of Ardria into disaster. Later in his room, Blake studies 2 separate invasion reports, making sure his informants agree before he trusts what they say. The reports describe Capinia's fall as a massacre, and Blake is shaken by the blunt truth that Ardria could easily have shared the same fate. Knowing they are too weak to stop Gilbert directly, Blake accepts that the royal family's best hope for now is staying useful enough to be spared. He also learns that Trinity Academy's reformer faction has agreed to cooperate with the royal family, supposedly to protect the country. Blake sees right through them and decides most of those reformers were never true idealists, just ambitious people chasing power and safety. Even so, he chooses to use them for the moment to clean up Academy problems, already planning to get rid of them once the royal family no longer needs them. A knock breaks his planning, and Minister Byrne calls through the door that it is time for the coronation. Blake rises with a bitter smile, knowing the ceremony is finally starting under the weight of invasion and political danger. The night before that coronation, Claude Rayforth trains inside a closed inner disciple sector because his own courtyard can no longer handle his power. Wilfred Belden's authorization got Claude into this Skyrealm-only training area, and the custom-sized space finally lets him go all out without restraint. Claude starts with the invisible sword technique mixed with floating footsteps, sharpening his movement and blade work together. He shifts into pure iron body strengthening and the astral wing blades, pushing both his physique and offensive control in the same session. With his new Sky Realm strength, the bow parody technique finally feels smoother instead of painfully out of reach. He ends the cycle on the sunrise sword technique, and keeps grinding long after the day should have been over. Wilfred appears at the doorway watching him and remarks that Claude is training too hard to keep this up forever. Claude answers that he is used to it, and has to keep pushing if he wants to keep moving forward. Wilfred says that despite their earlier similarities, Claude and he are very different when it comes to training, and his quiet voice still fills the whole ground with power. Claude dryly says Wilfred probably did not come all this way just to call him lazy, and the rare joke earns an amused reaction from Wilfred. Wilfred finally gets to the point and reminds Claude that tomorrow is Prince Blake's coronation, so they need to reach Jotunheim before it starts. Before leaving, Wilfred adds one last warning and tells Claude to be careful tomorrow, making the whole thing feel more dangerous than ceremonial. Elsewhere in the headmaster's office, the headmaster paces in frustration until the second elder arrives looking just as tense. The headmaster breaks the news that Carlos never reached their meeting place in Canterburn City and is almost certainly dead. That means someone intercepted Carlos before he could arrive, and both men understand this was not an accident but a deliberate kill. When the headmaster asks who even knew about Carlos, the list is terrifyingly short: Carlos's crew, the 2 of them, and the Trinity Academy reformers. The second elder admits he does not know exactly who sold them out, but he no longer believes the Trinity reformers can be trusted at all. The headmaster agrees, but that only leaves an uglier question hanging in the room: if not them, who is still trustworthy now? Standing at the window, the second elder gives the bleak answer that matters most right now: they can only trust each other. Before sunrise, Jotunheim is already overflowing with people for Prince Blake Bancroft's coronation, and the whole city feels like it's waiting for a new era to begin. What makes the mood different this time is that many citizens are not cheering for the monarchy itself, but for the chance to be rid of Hannibal and Isabel's rule. Inside the castle, the royal council relaxes for a moment and celebrates the fact that their plan actually worked. Minister Stafford laughs that they nearly collapsed after the scandal with Hannibal and Isabel, and openly says finding Blake is what saved everything. When Minister Coppola admits he actually agrees with him for once, the room breaks into easy laughter, and the council's tension briefly loosens. Other ministers bluntly admit they are just glad to still be in power after bringing down the former king and queen. Minister Carlin takes it further, calling Hannibal and Isabel pathetic pests, and showing just how much hatred still sits under the council's victory. Then Minister Shaw cuts through the mood and asks the question nobody likes: is this really over? Shaw points out that they removed one ruler, but they still do not truly control Blake, and that makes him the council's next real threat. One minister argues Blake should stay cautious because he rose from peasant origins, and knows he only reached the throne through them. Shaw shuts that down and warns them not to make the same mistake again by letting another ruler grow too independent. He goes even further, saying Blake is not a fool like Hannibal and Isabel but the real deal, smart enough to become dangerous unless they keep a leash on him. Minister Byrne agrees Blake should be watched, but he firmly says now is the worst time to move against him. Byrne reminds them they still need Blake on their side, and with Gilbert Gottfried looming as another crisis, any rash move could hit the council back in the face. Shaw backs off for the moment, but his sneer makes it clear the council has not stopped worrying about Blake at all. A few miles from Jotunheim, Golden Avarice Academy's carriages roll toward the coronation with Claude and the Flying Sword Juniors riding together. Inside one carriage, Hugh excitedly asks Claude what he thinks about Argria getting a new ruler. Claude answers flatly that his opinion changes nothing, which immediately annoys Missy and tells everyone he's not in the mood for empty hype. The others keep pressing, wanting Claude's real thoughts on how abruptly Hannibal and Isabel's era ended. After a short pause, Claude finally says that a change in who sits on the throne does not automatically mean hope for a country. When Hugh asks if that attitude comes from the Academy being anti-monarchy, Claude makes it clear that is not his point at all. Claude says most people know almost nothing about Blake, so cheering just because they hated the old king and queen is understandable but still naive. Then Wilfred Belden rides up alongside the carriage and asks a pointed follow-up, what if there really were a reason to hope? Missy blurts out Wilfred's name in surprise, and the casual carriage debate suddenly feels like a quiet test aimed straight at Claude. Claude thinks for a few seconds and gives a dry answer that lands harder than a joke. If there really is a reason, then all hail King Blake Bancroft. In another carriage, the headmaster and the second elder quietly discuss the enemy's likely plan and assume any attack today would be subtle, fast, and politically useful. They agree the enemy would rather divide and conquer than cause a public disaster that could stain the new ruler's image on Coronation Day. The second elder lowers his voice and asks about the third elder, making it clear his suspicions are now turning inward too. The headmaster says he does not trust the third elder at all, but sees him as the kind of man who lets others do his dirty work. The second elder agrees but says they still need to watch him closely, because even a coward can still be part of the trap. Before he can finish, the headmaster suddenly senses something wrong and shouts for the carriage to stop. The two step outside and find themselves sealed inside dense white fog that has completely cut them off from the rest of the convo. Then they see the coachman, and the sight turns the ambush instantly grim. He has been drained into a shriveled shell. They realize the kill resembles some kind of energy replenishment technique, but it is unfamiliar to both of them, which makes the hidden enemy even more dangerous. The headmaster suspects mystic arts are involved, and for a moment they even consider whether a Middle Eastern magician could be behind the trap. What unsettles them more is how cleanly the trap worked, because someone strong enough to rival them has isolated their carriage without either of them noticing. The second elder doubts the royal army has anyone like that, so they start suspecting an outside force has entered the game. Then the headmaster's focus shifts at once to the students, because if the elders were isolated first, the rest of the academy convoy may already be under attack too. A mocking voice suddenly echoes through the fog, praising the headmaster's concern just enough to confirm the ambushers are close and watching. The second elder reacts instantly, blasting into the mist with red energy blazing from his hands before the speaker can say another word. His strike slams into a hidden figure so hard it tears through the mist and explodes into a raging storm of force. The ambusher gets thrown back cursing in panic, and the moment he tries to threaten them, the second elder is already moving again. A terrifying whirlpool of destructive power forms above the fleeing man, leaving him only one desperate thought: retreat now or die. He tries to escape into the air, but he is a fraction too slow, and the second elder's attack catches him and burns him to ashes. When the smoke settles, the second elder rejoins the headmaster, but the trap has not broken, which means they only killed a pawn. The headmaster openly taunts the real caster, demanding that this hidden enemy stop hiding and show himself. The answer comes immediately as a giant blade light rips out of the fog and shoots straight for the headmaster. The headmaster answers by summoning a massive spear and driving into the attack head-on instead of giving ground. His spear shatters the first blade light, but the real trap reveals itself a heartbeat later when hundreds more come screaming in from every direction. The headmaster calls to the second elder, and both men retreat just enough to set up a full counter instead of getting boxed in. The headmaster spins his spear into a roaring wheel of flames, turning defense into a sweeping wall of destruction. At the same time, the second elder draws twin swords and summons an enormous energy blade from the sky. Their combined counterattack crushes the blade light barrage and wrecks the ground beneath them with overwhelming force. After the blast tears up the road, the second elder scans the wreckage and wonders if even a top expert could have survived that hit. Instead, slow clapping echoes out of the ruined fog, and the calm voice behind it immediately puts both elders back on edge. Then the hidden enemy finally steps out of the fog, a young man in black smiling coldly as he tells them the real fight starts now. On a forest road, Wilfred Belden suddenly notices the trailing carriages are gone and a wall of white fog is somehow racing behind the junior's carriage. The ambush springs a second later when black-clad figures dive from the air, and Wilfred shouts for everyone to get down. The fog swallows the road, and the black-clad commander lands in front of Wilfred with a grin and an oppressive aura. The black-clad commander names himself as a Barug officer, and the soldiers dropping around the carriage make the trap feel fully prepared. Inside the carriage, Claude watches in cold silence as the trap closes around them. Wilfred insults the attackers to stall them, then quietly tells the juniors inside the carriage to run when he gives the word. Hugh realizes what that means and desperately asks if Wilfred is telling them to abandon him. One Barug soldier snaps at Wilfred's insult, but the black-clad commander coolly stops him and shows he understands the provocation. Asked for his name, Wilfred answers proudly and makes sure the killers know exactly who stood against them. Wilfred suddenly makes his move, exploding forward with lightning and yelling for the juniors to run. The juniors burst from the carriage and scatter into the fog while enemy soldiers peel away to hunt them, leaving Wilfred to hold the center. To buy them time, Wilfred summons a giant hammer and brings it down with everything he has. The black-clad commander slips past Wilfred's hammer and reveals the motive for the ambush. Barug is wiping out enemies of the royal family, including the second elder's disciples. Then the commander's sword she rips through Wilfred's attack, shatters the giant hammer, and sends him flying with blood at his mouth. As the commander rushes in to finish him and mocks his choice, bloodied Wilfred stays oddly calm and says the real mistake is not his. Before the finishing blow lands, a blinding flash cuts through the fog and a flying figure suddenly appears between the commander and the wounded Wilfred. One day earlier at Golden Avarice Academy, Randall returns to Claude's residence with the dangerous medicine bottles Claude asked him to buy. Randall nervously asks why Claude wanted dangerous, possibly illegal drugs, because he wants an answer ready if the royal army starts asking questions. Claude answers with a dry smile, drinks the medicinal soup waiting for him, and casually tells Randall to dump the blame on one of his underlings if trouble starts. After Randall leaves, Claude studies the bottles alone and reviews what Edward told him about the black market drugs and their short, rank-dependent window of effect. Dimexine can paralyze the body for a short time, and Axorban can block a victim's meridians and cut them off from spiritual energy. Claude also remembers he only got them because Edward wanted access to the drugs but lacked the money, so Claude used the second elder's support to help fund the deal. A note tucked in with the bottles warns that the stronger the target's cultivation, the shorter the drugs will last. The warning is brutal, because against top cultivators the opening might be less than a second, but Claude knows even that could decide life or death. Remembering Wilfred's warning to be careful, Claude packs the bottles away and grimly decides he may need them sooner than he hoped. Back in the present ambush, Claude races through the thick fog while screams all around him tell him the other juniors are being butchered. He forces himself not to turn back, because he knows the others are already doomed and trying to save them would only get him killed too. Claude curses under his breath and realizes the drugs he prepared may be his only chance in this hunt. Then a sharp sense of danger freezes him, because he can feel an enemy nearby but still cannot locate where the attack will come from. A voice suddenly speaks from behind Claude saying it has heard the rumors about him and finally wants to meet him, and Claude whirls toward the threat. Elsewhere in the same fog, slow clapping cuts through the tension as a black-clad young man steps out before the headmaster and the second elder and says the real fight starts now. The stranger says he is from outside the country, calls himself Arthur, and gathers spiritual energy into a glowing long sword in his hand. Seeing the black-clad swordsman's pressure, the headmaster quietly warns the second elder that this opponent is extremely dangerous. The black-clad swordsman attacks first, carving a monstrous slash through the fog straight at both academy leaders. The headmaster calls out a warning and draws down a golden strike from the sky to intercept Arthur's attack. The interception explodes in light and smoke, but the black-clad swordsman's real blade still shoots through the blast straight at the headmaster. The headmaster barely gets his spear up in time, and is still driven backward by the crushing impact. The second elder flashes in behind the black-clad swordsman to strike, but the man vanishes in front of him and leaves the elder exposed for a fatal instant. A voice hits the second elder's blind side, and the black-clad swordsman suddenly reappears above and behind him with a killing blow aimed at his skull. The headmaster appears beside the second elder in time to block the killing blow, and the violent collision blasts all three fighters apart. Shaken by how badly he misread Arthur, the second elder apologizes, but the headmaster cuts him off and says they need a real way to beat this monster. The headmaster grimly says there is only one option left, and when the second elder hears which one, he is immediately alarmed. Arthur interrupts with open boredom and makes it obvious he still does not think the two elders are worth taking seriously. That contempt hardens the headmaster's resolve, and he says he is going to wipe the smug look off Arthur's face. A blinding light engulfs the headmaster, and an enormous warrior silhouette begins to form around him. Even Arthur is startled, because the unstable giant form is a sacred academy technique far beyond an ordinary counterattack. The second elder recognizes the god shadow technique at once and knows the price is terrible, because every use burns away the headmaster's lifespan. Still, the headmaster commits and tells Arthur that if he wants a serious fight, he is about to get one. The giant warrior answers with a storm of massive black palm imprints that crash down across the whole sky. For the first time, Arthur is forced onto the defensive, firing waves of sword light, while retreating and admitting this fight is trickier than he expected. The headmaster finally stops holding back and drives his god shadow technique into full force. An endless rain of giant black palm imprints slams down, and Arthur's swagger instantly turns into alarm. The palm barrage crushes Arthur's defense and blasts him back hard enough to make him cough blood. Humiliated, Arthur roars that he will show his real power, and the headmaster mocks him for bragging too early. Arthur's aura spikes again, and even the second elder realizes this monster had been underestimating them the whole time. Arthur summons a giant shining sword and charges, promising to kill the headmaster and torture the second elder next. The headmaster answers with a warp space palm strike, refusing to make Arthur's mistake and give him any mercy. Their attacks crash head-on, shredding the clouds, and Arthur is stunned when the headmaster actually pushes him back. The headmaster is shaken too, because even with God's shadow burning his lifespan, Arthur is still harder to put down than he expected. Arthur quickly changes tactics and decides to survive by stalling until the headmaster's time-limited technique runs out. Seeing the fight drag on, the headmaster fires a giant crystal spear to end it before God's shadow collapses. Arthur reacts fast enough to slash at the spear and dodge backward, but he misses the real trap behind him. The second elder suddenly appears at Arthur's back and answers Arthur's earlier threat with a point-blank sword strike. The tag team works perfectly. The second elder blasts Arthur into the crystal spear's path, and the spear cuts off one of Arthur's arms. Arthur goes berserk from pain, but the headmaster gives him no room to recover and starts dragging him in for the finish. Right before the killing blow, a familiar voice cuts in and freezes both elders in place. The third elder appears in the sky holding unconscious Claude and Wilfred like hostages, and the whole fight changes instantly. The second elder demands answers, but the third elder sneers that he already knew they meant to push him aside for the succession. The third elder openly admits his betrayal, claiming he only moved first because he wanted the academy and believed he could make it greater under his rule. He names his price plainly: Arthur leaves alive, or Claude and Wilfred die in his hands. The headmaster hates it, but with God's shadow nearly spent and the hostages in danger, he chooses to save the disciples instead of finishing Arthur. The exchange happens at once. The headmaster dismisses God's shadow and releases Arthur, while the third elder lets Claude and Wilfred fall. The headmaster swoops in and catches both disciples before they hit the ground. Claude and Wilfred wake up in his arms and play the part of weak victims, while the headmaster apologizes for not saving them sooner. The headmaster says they were drugged and should not move, and Claude even apologizes back, making the trap look completely convincing. Then the headmaster suddenly feels a chill and realizes he cannot use his cultivation anymore. His shock turns to horror when he realizes the drugs were planted through Claude and Wilfred's contact and have already spread through his body. Wilfred drops the act, pulls a knife, and slices straight through the headmaster's throat before he can recover. The second elder breaks into a horrified scream when he sees the headmaster's throat cut open in the sky. That moment of distraction costs him immediately, because the third elder rushes in and attacks from the side. The second elder barely blocks, but the impact still throws him back dozens of meters. The third elder mocks him on purpose, and the shaken second elder snaps and fires back in full fury. Before the beam can land, Commander Rivaldo Dante cuts in and blocks it, stepping onto the battlefield with a smug grin. With Rivaldo now backing the third elder, the second elder is suddenly trapped in a brutal 2-against-1 fight. At the same time below, Wilfred carries the paralyzed Claude down to the ground, lays him beside a tree, and coolly says the plan worked out well. Alone in the choking fog, Claude grits his teeth and realizes this is not a fair fight at all, because he is the prey and he may have to use his dangerous drugs just to survive. A voice suddenly speaks from behind him, and Claude spins around only to find the third elder standing in the fog like he owns it. Claude tries to stay calm and asks how the third elder moved through the fog, but the old monster just steps closer and treats him like a threat worth killing immediately. When the third elder grabs Claude's shoulder, the pressure crashes down so hard that Claude can barely breathe and knows escape is impossible. Before the third elder can push it any further, a loud voice cuts through the mist and the fog opens as Wilfred arrives with Commander Rivaldo Dante. The third elder laughs it off as teasing, but Wilfred immediately checks on Claude and makes it clear the threat was real enough. Claude recognizes Rivaldo from the carriage attack, and Rivaldo bluntly admits he would have killed Claude too if he had not learned there were allies inside. Wilfred finally explains that Rivaldo serves a combat unit working under Baroa's first consul, Jossi Giscard, and that Barug is cooperating with Agria for now. Claude pushes for the real reason behind all this, and the third elder realizes Wilfred still has not told him the full plan. Wilfred says he kept Claude in the dark on purpose because he first needed to know whether Claude could stomach betraying his own master. Pressed for an answer, Wilfred says they are doing all of this to protect their country. Wilfred explains that while spying on royalist suspects inside the reform movement, he uncovered a far bigger crisis tied to Gilbert Gottfried's coming conquest. Claude does not see the issue at first, so the third elder steps in and says the real problem is Gilbert's fanatic belief that royal blood must remain under God's order. That makes the answer click for Claude, and he realizes the royal family cannot simply disappear if Agria wants to avoid becoming an enemy in Gilbert's eyes. Claude argues that the second elder might have accepted that compromise to save the country, but the third elder smirks and admits his side wanted more than survival. The third elder openly says his faction used the national crisis to wipe out a threat and secure a stronger position with the royal family. Claude does not back out, but he sneers that after all their talk about saving the country, The truth still comes down to greed, and his brief hope in humanity was misplaced. A little earlier in that same hidden meeting, Rivaldo blurts out Claude's crazy proposal in disbelief. Claude wants to drug the headmaster in order to save Arthur. Claude calmly doubles down and says they need to move fast, because Arthur is getting crushed by the headmaster right now. The third elder and Rivaldo both push back, because even with the idea in place, actually getting the drug onto someone like the headmaster still sounds nearly impossible. Claude reveals the ugly core of the plan. He will coat his own hand with the drug and touch the headmaster during a staged rescue. That shocks all three of them, because Claude would be poisoning himself too and gambling everything on a tiny 5-second window before the paralysis kicks in. Wilfred catches on first and realizes the trap only works if a second person strikes the instant the headmaster is immobilized. Claude confirms Wilfred is that second attacker, because no one else there can finish the plan once Claude drops with the drug. Claude lays out the full trick. The third elder will present Claude and Wilfred as unconscious hostages, and Claude will trigger the drug just before the headmaster catches them. Rivaldo bursts out laughing, not because the plan is bad, but because he is suddenly delighted by how useful and ruthless this kid turned out to be. Even while they accept the plan, Claude decides in his own heart that he is not choosing the moral side at all, just the side that gives him the best odds of staying alive. Back in the present, the second elder explodes in fury and fires at the third elder, only for Rivaldo to cut in with sword chi and block the attack. Rivaldo grins at the chance to fight, and in one move the battle becomes a brutal 2-against-1 against the second elder. At the same time below, Wilfred catches the now paralyzed Claude, carries him down, and settles him beside a tree as if the ugliest part of the plan is already over. Wilfred sits down next to Claude and lightly says the whole thing worked out well, while Claude can barely manage even the smallest response. Then Wilfred drops the first cold truth on him. The other juniors are dead, and Claude is the only one who made it out alive. Wilfred goes further and says the rest of the disciples are probably scattered in the mist right now, being hunted down by Barua's combat units with almost no chance to survive. After that, Wilfred admits he lied earlier, because saying Claude merely reminded him of himself was not the whole truth. Wilfred says Claude really reminded him of his brother, another poor orphan he once ran beside in a world where weakness got people killed. He confesses that when rogue cultists came for them, he ran for his life, lost sight of his brother, and never once looked back. Wilfred survived, became the second elder's disciple, and still never searched for his brother because he was too guilty and too afraid of what he might find. That is why Wilfred chose Claude in the first place, because Claude looked so much like the brother he once abandoned that he could not bear to do it again. But once the confession is out, Wilfred breaks down and admits it changed nothing, because Claude is not his brother and the guilt is still there. As the drug finally starts wearing off, Claude keeps his body still, shifts his gaze up to the sky battle, and silently decides that this world holds no god at all, only devils. Jotunheim glows with festival lights as proud guests from powerful academies and institutions flood the streets for Prince Blake's coronation. When someone spots the royal carriage, the whole crowd turns at once and the city's excitement spikes. The people are already treating Blake as Argria's new ruler, hoping he will be better than the king and queen they despise. The carriage stops at the altar, and Prince Blake Bancroft finally steps out in full view. With every eye on him, Blake smiles at the crowd and introduces himself as if the throne is already his. Far from the ceremony, the real struggle is still raging as the shaken second elder fights a losing battle against the third elder and Commander Rivaldo Dante. The second elder explodes in rage and throws a palm strike at Rivaldo, desperate to break the 2-on-1 pressure. Rivaldo meets that attack head-on by summoning a sinister scarlet sword that feels almost alive with killing intent. His sword beam slams into the second elder's attack and blows the sky apart with sparks and fire. Before the second elder can track him, Rivaldo vanishes and the third elder lunges in to punish the opening. The second elder barely blocks the third elder's blade lights, still roaring about the headmaster's murder even as he gets pushed back. Then Rivaldo drops out of the smoke above him and blasts the second elder with a dark beam he cannot properly defend against. The surprise hit burns one of the second elder's arms to a crisp and leaves him coughing blood in open misery. Even in that ruined state, he forces out golden sword beams to stop the third elder's next flaming attack. But the weakened counter fails, and the blast throws the second elder back yet again. Rivaldo decides to end it himself, and shoots through the smoke straight at the exhausted elder. Too drained to dodge, the second elder can only feel death closing in as Rivaldo reaches him. Rivaldo drives the sword through the second elder's chest, and the old master screams as blood erupts into the air. When the second elder tries to curse him with his last breath, Rivaldo twists the blade deeper and cuts the words off for good. As the light leaves his eyes, the second elder looks down at Claude and Wilfred on the ground before his corpse finally falls. The battlefield suddenly goes quiet, and the third elder moves over to the gasping Rivaldo with grim relief that it is finally over. Below them, Claude and Wilfred watch the second elder's corpse drop like a cut puppet, making the end of the fight feel brutally final. Wilfred quietly notes that the battle is over, and Claude answers, proving the paralysis drug has loosened just enough for him to speak again. Claude admits he still cannot move anything but his lips, and Wilfred realizes the drug is wearing off faster than expected. Still staring toward the victors in the sky, Claude asks what happened to the rest of the Flying Sword faction after the juniors were wiped out. Wilfred explains that Barua's special unit taught the fog technique to many of its people and is now splitting the faction into tiny groups so they can butcher them piece by piece. Claude takes that in, then circles back to Wilfred's earlier confession and bluntly asks if he really looks like Wilfred's dead brother. Wilfred studies his face for a moment and admits, almost awkwardly, that Claude does not actually look much like him at all. Elsewhere inside the fog, the massacre keeps spreading as wounded disciples cry for help and beg not to die. Ashley Winters tries to hold the line by ordering Esmond to cover her while she cuts down enemies with a crimson blade light. Esmond answers with his usual annoying banter even while he leaps in front of her and brings out a long golden spear. He whispers to the spear like it can hear him, and the weapon obeys by flying off on its own to carve through enemies in every direction. Ashley snaps at Esmond to stop fooling around, then shoots forward through the fog and cuts down several enemies in one clean rush. Esmond laughs because getting under her skin is half the fun, then swings and sends more heads flying. Their momentum breaks when a mocking voice drifts out of the fog and sneers that trained disciples should not be struggling this badly. A hand shoots out of the mist and catches Esmond's flying spear barehanded, instantly telling him this enemy is on another level. Before Esmond can react, invisible force slams into him and sends him flying, and he realizes in shock that he has been hit by an alteration technique. Ashley calls out in alarm, but the hidden attacker cuts her off too and says she should worry about herself instead. A huge hand bursts from the mist and clamps around Ashley's throat before her sharp eyes can even track the attack. The attacker finally steps out of the fog with a cruel smile, choking Ashley one-handed and telling her his energy is sealing her cultivation. Esmond forces himself back up and flickers behind the attacker, gambling everything on one surprise palm strike to save Ashley. A second brother flashes in first, casually slaps aside Esmond's surprise strike, and mocks him for attacking his brother while Ashley is still trapped nearby. That single slap tears through Esmond's defense and blasts his chest open into a spray of blood. Still reeling and not even at the ground yet, Esmond is suddenly grabbed from behind by a third brother who claims the kill for himself. The third brother crushes Esmond's skull in one squeeze, killing him on the spot while Ashley can only watch in mute terror. The three brothers finally start naming each other as Edvard Eirik and Edvin while bickering over who should have gotten the kill. Edvin shuts the argument down and orders them to finish cleaning up the battlefield quickly. With Ashley still dangling helplessly in Edvard's grip, Eirik coldly tells his brother to kill her fast, or he will do it himself. Edvard smiles at the order, squeezes harder, and Ashley's throat bursts apart in an instant. Inside the royal carriage on the way to the altar, Blake Bancroft demands an update on the academies before his coronation begins. General Ivan smugly reports that everything is going smoothly and says the Barug unit is already wiping out their enemies inside Golden Avarice Academy. Ivan goes even further, saying the job should be finished in a few hours, right down to cleaning up and burning the corpses. Pleased that the academy purge is under control, Blake laughs and says Ivan has earned a major reward. Blake says they only need one last push now, a huge distraction that will unite Argria's citizens and bury what they did to the academies. He turns to Minister Byrne to make sure the next part of the plan is ready and warns that it has to be perfect. Byrne assures him the preparations are complete, then quietly tells Blake to be careful. Blake brushes off the warning with easy confidence just as the carriage thuds to a stop at the altar. With Ivan and Byrne sending him off, Blake opens the carriage and steps out onto the altar to face the city. The moment Blake appears, the crowd locks onto him, and his polished royal presence instantly wins their attention. Blake introduces himself to the citizens, and the crowd immediately erupts with whispers that the new king has truly arrived. Sensing the crowd is already leaning his way, Blake raises his voice and tells all of Jotunheim that he has something dangerous they need to hear. Then Blake drops the name that will seize the whole country, Gilbert Gottfried. Elsewhere at Golden Avarice, Claude watches the third elder and Rivaldo descending from the sky while he and Wilfred sit on the ground after the battle. Wilfred stands first and asks Claude if the drug's paralysis has worn off enough for him to get up on his own. Claude tries to move and realizes he still has control over only a few fingers in his mouth, so he has to admit he still needs help. Grinning at Claude's situation, Wilfred grabs him by the shoulder and hauls him upright to meet the others. Rivaldo dryly notes that Claude still cannot move properly, and Claude shoots back with sarcastic thanks instead of hiding his irritation. Claude's nerve makes the third elder laugh out loud, while Rivaldo clicks his tongue at being mocked. Once the joking settles, Claude asks the real question. After killing the headmaster, the second elder, and their faction, what comes next? The third elder admits a massacre like this cannot simply disappear, but he already has a plan to cover it. Claude pushes back immediately, pointing out that a headmaster's sudden resignation and an entire faction vanishing overnight will still make people ask questions. The third elder says suspicion is manageable if they drown it under something much bigger than one academy. Claude suddenly pieces it together and realizes the distraction has to be Gilbert Gottfried and the threat of invasion. Wilfred confirms it. The prince is going to reveal that information to the public during today's coronation. Claude still sees a flaw and asks whether people will trust a royal family that clearly kept this invasion news secret for too long. Back at the altar, the crowd listens in nervous silence as Blake begins explaining just how dangerous the situation really is. Blake tells them Gilbert Gottfried has already destroyed other countries and now appears to be moving his empire toward Argria. The announcement hits like a thunderclap, and the citizens collapse into open panic because they know Argria cannot stand against the superpower alone. Before the panic can spin out of control, Blake floods his voice with spiritual energy and orders everyone to keep listening. Then he flips despair into hope by claiming he convinced Gilbert Gottfried to hold a meeting that could spare Argria from conquest. That one promise instantly remakes his image, and the same people who were panicking a moment ago start hailing Blake as their savior and king. Watching from inside the carriage, Ivan admires how Blake mixes lies with truth to make the whole performance feel believable. Byrne agrees and says Blake would never have reached this position if he were not this skilled at handling people and power. Ivan jokingly says it was lucky the old king slept around enough to leave them this prince, and Byrne coldly reminds him the king also caused the mess they are fixing. Ivan asks whether anyone dangerous has started digging into Blake's background, and Byrne says they are already watching for that. Byrne adds that Blake expected future investigation and already has people ready to eliminate those threats too. Ivan, disappointed he will not get that job himself, asks when the real fireworks begin because he prefers chaos to speeches. Byrne tells him the exciting part is coming soon, confirming the calm ceremony is only the setup. At Golden Avarice, the third elder says the trust problem is handled too because they still have one enemy group left to use. Claude asks what group he means, and Rivaldo cuts in first with the answer: the revolutionaries. Rivaldo calls them dangerous idiots who are reckless enough to charge straight into an obvious trap if the bait is ideological enough. When Claude asks how they plan to use them, Rivaldo says the answer is simple provocation. Claude is startled that the plan is that blunt, because bait that obvious should be easy to see through. The third elder explains that obvious bait works on fanatics, especially when it gives them a chance to make a statement, and says they already used the same trick successfully at the Prodigy Summit. Claude catches up and realizes the bait is far bigger this time, which makes the trap even harder for the revolutionaries to ignore. The third elder confirms that Blake himself is the perfect target because his existence threatens the revolutionaries' goal of abolishing the monarchy. He says that if the attack is handled well, the citizens will have an even stronger reason to cling to the royal family for protection. Right as Blake is about to continue speaking at the altar, a massive explosion rips through a nearby building and throws debris across the scene. Blake's expression sharpens at once because this is the moment he was building toward, and he quietly recognizes that the finale has begun. The third elder calmly confirms the trap. The revolutionaries are reckless enough to take any bait that lets them make a statement, and this time the bait is Prince Blake himself. Claude snaps the whole plan together at once, realizing the prince is the perfect symbol to drag anti-monarchy radicals into the open. The third elder bluntly says that if the royals survive this attack in public view, the citizens will cling to the monarchy even harder under the slogan of strength to protect. Before anyone can say more, a nearby building explodes, and Prince Blake knows the real finale has finally started. The square instantly collapses into panic as terrified civilians scream, shove past each other, and try to flee before more attacks hit. Instead of retreating, Prince Blake pulls a crimson bolt of lightning down from the sky straight into his hand. The lightning makes Blake's body tremble, but he steadies himself in the freezing wind and aims at a target nobody else can even see. He hurls the bolt through the stampeding crowd and sends it screaming toward the city bell tower. Inside the bell tower, a hidden hooded attacker realizes too late that Blake has already found him. The lightning rips straight through the assassin's chest and kills him in a single flash. The crowd turns back in stunned silence as Blake roars that their ruler, King Blake Bancroft, is here to protect them. That one display flips the mood in the square, and people who doubted the royals start feeling ashamed and hopeful instead. A second hooded revolutionary suddenly lands on the altar, screaming for the death of the monarchy, and firing a blast straight at Blake. Blake laughs the attack off and answers with scorching flames that smash through the blast and hammer the revolutionary backward. The wounded man thinks only about escape, but Blake is already on top of him before he can move. Blake seizes him by the throat, mocks his twisted patriotism, and crushes his neck without hesitation. Now openly hunting the rest, Blake demands the other terrorists show themselves. His answer comes fast as another massive explosion rips through nearby buildings and sends deadly debris crashing toward helpless civilians. Blake immediately protects the crowd, blasting the falling rubble into dust before it can crush anyone. Then 4 powerful hooded revolutionaries rush in from every direction and box the prince in. The group declares that Blake and his bloodline are threats to Argria's future and deserve to die for the revolution. Blake answers by drawing a trident and spinning up a lightning-laced tornado shield around himself. Their combined golden beams slam into the storm hard enough to shove Blake back, and they taunt him with their numbers. Just as the pressure mounts, a new voice drops from above and the 4 attackers look up to find the third elder, Wilfred, and Claude hovering over the altar. The revolutionary leader looks up, rattled, and demands why Golden Avarice is stepping in when the Academy and the royal family have never been allies. The third elder says old grudges do not matter more than the country, and he publicly announces that Golden Avarice is joining hands with the royal family to protect Argria. That announcement shocks the citizens almost as much as the attack, because if the Academy backs Blake, his rule suddenly looks real and strong. The revolutionary leader explodes in fury, calling the Academy spineless sellouts who must be purged along with the monarchy. The third elder throws the question to Blake directly, asking whether the new king will accept Golden Avarice's help. Blake answers like a king on purpose, saying he would rather choose forgiveness and a new beginning than keep nursing old hostility. With the alliance sealed in public, the revolutionary leader can only spit more hatred while the third elder's killing intent finally breaks loose. The third elder attacks first, firing an enormous crimson palm strike at the four-man formation. The four rebels answer together, linking their power into a glowing rectangular shield to stop the strike head-on. The collision rocks the sky, but the third elder blasts through the smoke immediately instead of giving them a second to recover. He appears in front of the enemy leader almost instantly, moving so fast the man barely has time to register what happened. The third elder drives a star-flaming strike into the leader's chest, and the other three throw themselves in the way to save him. The barrier fails anyway. The leader is blasted across the battlefield into a crater, and the three rescuers lose their hands to the impact. Even half destroyed, the leader tries to roar defiance, but his torn chest and staggering body make it clear he is finished. The third elder almost mockingly praises their loyalty, then rushes in to end the leader for good. The three surviving revolutionaries try to protect their boss again, but this time Blake, Claude, and Wilfred cut them off before they can interfere. Prince Blake cuts one of the crippled rebels clean in half with a single downward sword strike. Claude picks his target without hesitation, knowing these wounded enemies are finally weak enough for him to finish. One clean slash is enough, and Claude's opponent explodes before he can defend himself. At the same time, the third elder reaches the leader and crushes his head in one hand, wiping out the center of the attack for good. When Claude lands, he sees Wilfred has already finished his own target too, leaving their side completely in control of the field. With the attackers dead, the third elder turns back to Prince Blake and formally checks on him like an ally, not an enemy. Blake accepts the hand with a smile and makes it clear he is still standing just fine. Claude and Wilfred move in beside them, and the four victors head back toward the citizens together. The square erupts in cheers as the people hail Blake as their savior and welcome him as a king who actually fought to protect them. At the southeastern border, General Ivan waits in the abandoned Valley of the Dead and quietly reflects on a life spent jumping from mission to mission. When his second-in-command asks if he has been here before, Ivan quietly reveals that this dead town was once his hometown. Ivan remembers fleeing this place as a beggar boy after local thugs made survival impossible, only to find himself dragged back here years later as a general. Looking over the empty town, Ivan realizes he is still carrying old grudges he thought he had already outgrown. The returning messenger finally reaches the town, snapping Ivan out of his thoughts with news from the other side. The messenger says Gilbert accepted Prince Blake's meeting request, but even his face-reading skill could not tell what the Emperor was thinking. Ivan's patience tightens when the messenger adds that Gilbert rejected the 20-man limit and will arrive with his private army. Staring at that distant light in the mountains, Ivan braces himself to see what makes Gilbert Gottfried so dangerous. Earlier, the messenger was escorted into the Daisiran camp, and the modest size of the army only made him more uneasy. Inside the main tent, the messenger finally meets Emperor Gilbert Gottfried and nearly freezes under the pressure of his presence alone. The messenger forces out Ivan's invitation, asking Gilbert to talk before he makes any move. Gilbert likes Ivan's nerve enough to accept the meeting, and William almost relaxes for one brief second. That relief dies instantly when William starts to mention the escort limit, and Gilbert crushes him to his knees with murderous aura. Gilbert flatly declares that he is bringing his troops whether Argria likes it or not, making the power balance of the meeting painfully clear. As William is sent away, Gilbert adds one more chilling warning: if the messenger tries reading his face again, he will regret it. Back in the present, Ivan dismisses the rattled messenger and turns his attention back to the meeting ahead, while the poor man can only think about the vacation he still is not getting. 2 weeks after the Jotunheim attack, the scene shifts to the palace as the third elder enters the Great Hall with Claude and Wilfred to meet the newly crowned King Blake. Blake thanks the third elder for helping stage a coronation that turned a terrorist attack into a public victory for the monarchy. While the third elder plays the loyal patriot, Claude privately sees right through the performance and the politics behind it. The gambit has clearly worked, with the citizens cheering Blake's image as a king who protected them and other academies rushing to support the new crown. Blake pushes that momentum even further by announcing that Golden Avarice, Trinity, and Silver Moon will be merged into one royal academy. Blake makes the offer sweeter by placing the new academy directly under royal funding, cutting away the usual money problem in one stroke. Then Blake names the third elder as the first headmaster of the Royal Academy of Argria, turning political cooperation into a concrete reward. The third elder accepts in a measured tone, pleased but careful not to look too eager in front of the throne. With the elder rewarded, Blake turns his attention to Claude and Wilfred and asks how he should reward the two young cultivators. Wilfred tries to refuse any reward at all, insisting that he and Claude only did their duty as citizens of Argria. Blake laughs off that modesty and makes it clear that risking their lives for the king and country deserves real recognition. When Blake asks Claude directly what he wants, Claude chooses ambition over courtesy and asks for a position in the royal army after graduation. Claude explains that the army is the best place to sharpen his strength, rise with more authority, and reach the level where he can contribute more to Argria. Blake likes the answer immediately, reading Claude as a young man with real ambition instead of empty flattery. Asked if he wants something different, Wilfred glances at Claude and simply says he is satisfied with the same arrangement. Satisfied, King Blake promises that both of their wishes will be granted, neatly closing the audience with rewards that tie them closer to his new rule. The story opens on a flashback. Gilbert Gottfried was born in Gelia, and when his shoemaker father's workshop burned down, the whole family fell straight into poverty. Gilbert's father broke under the loss, turned to alcohol, and the teenage Gilbert answered that misery by drifting into crime. On the streets, Gilbert built his name as a thug who robbed, fought, and killed often enough that other criminals started treating him with real respect. During those years, Gilbert met Perciv Pablo, a crippled exiled soldier from Sarana, and the old fighter became his martial arts teacher. Gilbert picked up Perciv's difficult Saranan techniques so quickly that even the veteran who taught him was stunned. He kept using those techniques in robberies and street fights too, turning crime itself into training and making his cultivation grow even faster. Perciv saw Gilbert's potential and tried to pull him away from that life, but Gilbert brushed off every warning. Still, Gilbert listened closely when Perciv told war stories, especially one about a lone survivor who believed God spared him for a greater purpose. That soldier later led armies, survived battle after battle, and finally defeated the same enemy who once wiped out his unit, and Gilbert became obsessed with the idea of being chosen by God. 2 years into his criminal life, Gilbert finally made a fatal mistake by attacking Azurtia, a violent underworld power he should never have touched. Azurtia's retaliation was brutal. Gilbert and Perciv were tied up inside a warehouse and left to burn alive. Gilbert used his thief's skills to break his own chains, but when the flames closed in, he could not free Perciv in time. He was forced to abandon his master to the fire, and that loss left him utterly alone. Soon after, a group of soldiers found the homeless survivor, and Gilbert convinced himself that this was the moment God had saved him. Taking that rescue as divine proof, Gilbert joined the army and decided his life now belonged to God's purpose. With street-hardened instincts and rare talent, he rose quickly through the ranks until he became royal commander under Emperor Augustine Makaradze and learned of the divine commandments. But in his second year near the throne, Gilbert discovered that Emperor Augustine was only a puppet of the board of advisors and not of royal blood. To Gilbert, that meant the ruler was no true messenger of God, so he secretly built a coup with discontented nobles and soldiers. He overthrew both the emperor and the board, crowned himself ruler of the Daisiran Empire, and accepted that power as God's will. The flashback ends, and Blake wakes from yet another dream about his mother, already irritated that the memory will not leave him alone. He curses the dream, blames the mounting stress, and heads to wash up before training. In the gymnasium, Blake tries to bury that mood in cultivation practice and summons a bright crimson sword into his hand. As he channels more power, wind spirals around him, the room heats up, and the pressure of his aura keeps climbing. He swings once, and a huge crimson blade wave slams into the floor in a roaring explosion. Blake judges that today's result is better than yesterday's, but before he can stay in that thought, a familiar woman calls to him from behind. He greets her as mother, and she says she only came to call him for breakfast but waited when she saw him training. Blake dismisses the sword, admits he overslept a little, and happily agrees to go eat with her. On the way out, she notices the sadness still hanging on him and gently asks what is really bothering him. After hesitating, Blake admits that he dreamed about his real mother again. His words hit hard, but she steadies herself and recalls how Brenda once arrived carrying newborn Blake after hiding her pregnancy so carefully that even she was shocked. Then her tone turns serious, and she warns Blake that his revenge against his father is pushing him toward dangerous allies who only care about how useful he is. Blake quietly says he understands, but she still steps in and hugs him tightly like a mother afraid for her son. She tells him she did not give birth to him, but he is still her son, and Blake answers softly that he knows. The scene shifts to winter at the Valley of the Dead, where a cold wind blows through an abandoned border town as Gilbert Gottfried surveys Argria's ghostly frontier. Fresh from the profitable slaughter at Capinia, Gilbert expected Argria to fall the same way and had already prepared his army for a clean invasion. But when he spots General Ivan waiting at the border with an almost relaxed smile, that calm immediately starts bothering him. Gilbert knows he already sent scouts and strategists to strip away Argria's terrain advantage, so Ivan's composure makes even less sense to him. He rides forward with only 5 trusted men, small enough for a meeting but strong enough to kill their way out if needed. Ivan welcomes him to Argria with a smile, and Gilbert answers with dry contempt, mocking the town as a place fit only for the dead. Ivan laughs the jab off, and Gilbert quickly drops the pleasantries and demands they get to the point because Argria is out of time. Ivan gestures to an old abandoned building for the discussion, and Gilbert reluctantly agrees to go inside. The first real clash comes at the door, when Ivan stops Gilbert's escorts and says he must speak to the Emperor alone. Gilbert's men explode at the insult, and Gilbert himself turns back furious, demanding whether Ivan wants negotiations or death. Ivan apologizes but holds firm, saying Gilbert will be safe because he too will enter alone. Gilbert answers with crushing killing intent, flooding the area with deadly pressure as he demands what gives Ivan the right to promise that safety. Even while choking under that pressure, Ivan calmly bets everything on one point: if they are both alone, Gilbert should be strong enough to beat him. After a long stare, Gilbert clicks his tongue, drops the killing aura, and agrees. When one of his own men still protests, Gilbert slams his foot down, shakes the ground, and reminds everyone that this is an order. With the matter settled, Gilbert tells his men to stay back and enters the building with Ivan alone. Inside, Ivan leads Gilbert into a cramped dirty room with a desk and 2 chairs, then calmly invites the Emperor to sit. Gilbert sits and asks what Ivan wanted to discuss, expecting strategy or surrender. Instead, Ivan bluntly says the whole reason for this meeting is simple. He wants Gilbert to leave Argria alone. Gilbert thinks the request is absurd, and when Ivan does not flinch, his disbelief turns instantly into rage. He slams the table and argues that his spies already confirmed Argria's royal family was about to lose the people's loyalty, making intervention his sacred duty under the divine commandments. Ivan lets him finish, then quietly drops the real bombshell. The king and queen were already replaced, and Gilbert's intelligence is out of date. Gilbert recalls at the claim and demands whether Ivan is trying to trick him. Ivan answers that there is no trick. Blake Bancroft overthrew his own father, has already ruled as king for weeks, and the people are now content under him. General Ivan drops a brutal correction on Gilbert Gottfried. Argria's king and queen are already gone, and Blake Bancroft has been ruling for weeks. Gilbert slams the table and accuses Ivan of mocking his intelligence network instead of bringing him the truth. Ivan keeps his voice smooth and keeps pushing, making Gilbert face the humiliating idea that his spies really are working with stale information. The jab works, and Gilbert finally goes quiet long enough to think instead of rage. After cooling off, Gilbert admits he needs to question his own intelligence team before he dares talk about war with Argria. Ivan answers with a polite smile, but inside he is fully aware that Gilbert was one bad moment away from trying to kill him. Gilbert makes his stance clear. Even if Ivan's story checks out, he still does not trust a would-be enemy over his own men. He pushes even further, wondering whether Blake Bancroft is just another puppet controlled by Argria's royal council. Ivan answers that Blake already expected this doubt and invited Gilbert to the royal palace so he can judge the new king for himself. That neat answer only makes Gilbert more suspicious, so he refuses to commit until his own people verify everything first. Before leaving, Gilbert steps close, grips Ivan's shoulder, and quietly promises to erase Ivan and everyone he loves if this turns out to be a lie. At the door, Gilbert adds one last control move and demands Ivan's messenger William as the only man he will accept for the next update. Gilbert leaves without waiting for consent, and Ivan can only sigh and order his subordinate to bring William for another mission. Back at the royal palace, Claude and Wilfred leave the audience with the new king, and Claude immediately starts heading off to train again. Wilfred stops him and asks the question Claude dodged in front of the throne. Why does he really want a place in the royal army? Claude finally answers honestly. He wants to stand at the very top, because living under stronger people always feels like a knife is waiting at his back. He says only overwhelming strength can get rid of that fear, and the royal army has the pressure and resources he needs to chase it. Wilfred accepts the answer, asks what Claude plans next, and gets the most predictable reply possible: more training. Wilfred groans that Claude is hopelessly work-obsessed, but Claude just laughs and says training is what counts as fun for him. Claude says he is still going back to the academy training sectors, even if they are no longer helping as much as he wants. That answer makes Wilfred stop short, think hard for a moment, and suddenly light up with a new idea. Wilfred excitedly recommends the Griffino Forest, which only leaves Claude puzzled and unimpressed at first. Claude points out the obvious problem. At his current level, the beasts in that forest are not enough to push his cultivation much further. Wilfred fires back that Claude is missing the point, because Griffino Forest has hidden secrets most people never learn about. When Claude presses him, Wilfred explains that the forest's deeper dangers are kept quiet to stop public interference and keep ordinary people safe. Wilfred tells Claude to think about the strange deep holes scattered in the forest, because those holes are the real clue. Those tunnels, he says, are dug by a creature called the Calorus, a worm-like beast that burrows deep underground and hibernates for thousands of years. During that long hibernation, the Calorus keeps building up massive spiritual energy inside its body even though it cannot fight properly with it. Wilfred adds one crucial detail. If the worm dies, that stored energy bursts into the air around the corpse, and anyone nearby can feel their cultivation rise. Claude immediately spots the catch and asks why nobody else is farming this secret if the reward is that good. Wilfred explains that the worm is a nightmare to catch because its tunnels run impossibly deep, and if someone does find it by chance, it escapes almost instantly. Claude cuts to the point and asks how he is supposed to force something like that out in the first place. Wilfred finally reveals the bait: mix erythrymum and diaceram, pour the compound into the hole, and the Calorus will come up angry, irritated, and weakened. He tells Claude to mind the dosage too, because the mixture works, but too much of it can damage the ground over time. Then Wilfred drops the final warning and goes completely serious. Once the worm appears, Claude needs to kill it fast. If the Calorus is kept from burrowing too long, Wilfred warns, it gets angry, and that is something Claude definitely does not want to deal with. Wilfred starts by telling Claude he will need to buy the drugs himself, and warns him to be careful with the dosage because the compound can damage the ground over time. Wilfred adds one more warning: the Calorus worm may look easy, but if Claude lets it rage instead of killing it fast, the fight will turn ugly. Claude takes the idea seriously, thanks Wilfred for the help, and starts turning the plan over in his head. Before they part, Claude asks the harder question of what happens now that their master and faction are gone. Wilfred says the third elder plans to fold them into his own faction, but that probably has to wait until the 3 academies are merged. The story then jumps to the Valley of the Dead, where Gilbert Gottfried returns to camp in such a foul mood that his soldiers know better than to get in his way. Commander Selvig greets the Emperor carefully and tries to keep everything smooth, right down to the food and drink waiting in the main tent. Gilbert cuts straight to business and orders Selvig to bring him the head of the intelligence agency immediately. Once the Emperor walks off, the soldiers finally breathe again and quietly pity whoever is about to face him next. On the way into the tent, Selvig asks what happened at the border, and Gilbert reveals the problem. Argria's file was wrong. Gilbert says Argria now claims to have a new king of royal blood, a claim that should have been impossible based on everything his empire knew. Selvig blurts out that the old king and queen were supposed to have no children, and Gilbert admits the whole thing still smells suspicious. Even so, Gilbert enjoys the wine for one brief moment before circling back to the real point. Someone in intelligence failed him, and he does not forgive mistakes. A commotion outside interrupts them, and Gilbert flatly notes that their guest for the evening has arrived. Roman Rodriguez is hurled through the entrance like cargo, instantly showing how little mercy this summons is going to involve. Roman scrambles up in panic, realizes he is standing before the Emperor, and nearly falls over himself trying to apologize. Selvig snaps at him for speaking without proper respect, and Roman hurriedly drops to his knees to beg for forgiveness. Gilbert lets Roman stand only so he can ask the real question. Did he know the Argria report was outdated? Roman can only stammer that he does not understand, which tells Gilbert everything he needs to know. Gilbert rises, steps up to Roman, and shuts down his excuses with a single chilling line. He has heard enough. Before Roman can finish another word, Gilbert grabs him by the throat and starts crushing his windpipe with one hand. Gilbert crushes Roman's head apart in front of Selvig and leaves blood all over the tent floor, proving exactly how he handles failure. Without missing a beat, Gilbert orders the intelligence team wiped out and rebuilt, then demands a full investigation into everyone tied to Argria's royal family. By the next morning, Claude leaves home before sunrise and heads into crowded Dawsbury to get the supplies Wilfred mentioned. After crossing the Proratory River, Claude arrives at Edward's medicines and goes straight inside. Edward greets Claude like a prized regular, and immediately starts his usual cheerful sales routine. Claude does not waste time and asks for 2 specific drugs, erythrimum and diaceram, even offering good money if Edward has to source them. Edward plays up how rare the drugs are and hints that Claude is lucky if he has them at all. Claude shuts the routine down and demands a straight answer, forcing Edward to admit that yes, he really does have both drugs in stock. Edward still tries to sound offended, but the moment Claude asks the price, the answer comes out instantly: 12 gold coins. Claude flings over the money on the spot, and coldly reminds Edward to bring the drugs instead of pretending they are friends. Elsewhere in Argria, Blake Bancroft is already discovering that being king means endless public speeches meant to keep the country calm after the old rulers' deaths. Blake complains that the public show in Jotunheim should have been enough, but Minister Byrne kneels and insists the speeches are necessary if Blake wants his rule to hold. General Ivan walks in with news from the Valley of the Dead, immediately dragging Blake's attention from boredom back to danger. Blake demands the full report, his mood sharpening fast now that Gilbert Gottfried is involved. Ivan says the plan worked well enough. Gilbert clearly took the bait that Argria now has a new ruler of royal blood. Still, Ivan admits Gilbert has to be suspicious because the old king and queen were believed to have no children. Ivan argues that the church-backed coronation still helped sell the lie, because a fake claimant should not have passed that test so cleanly. The good news is that Gilbert agreed to meet Blake, even if he is almost certainly investigating in the background already. Byrne insists that if Gilbert finds nothing solid, he will be forced to accept Blake as legitimate, and Ivan adds that their own informants will help them stay ahead. Blake finally accepts that he will have to perform for Gilbert too, and bitterly jokes that he only hopes the Emperor likes fake smiles. The scene shifts again to Griffino Forest, where a pack of tiger wolf beasts suddenly stops and growls at something hidden in the trees. One tiger wolf lunges into the darkness first, while the rest hold back, waiting to see what is really out there. Instead of their scout returning, the ground starts pounding in a heavy rhythm, as if something big is coming straight at them. Then the answer comes flying out of the trees, the corpse of the tiger wolf that charged first. A voice mocks the pack for how fast their scout died, and Sakuto Nadaka finally steps out of the forest with a katana in hand, ready for the rest. Claude pushes deep into the giant trees of Griffino Forest, hunting the hidden Caloris worm from the canopy so he does not lose his way on the ground. He suddenly spots a pack of tiger wolves below, and one of them is chewing a strip of pale worm skin, exactly the clue Wilfred told him to look for. Claude remembers Wilfred's explanation that Caloris worms shed skin often, and tiger wolves are strangely addicted to eating it. Wilfred also warned that the skin only gives an approximate trail, so Claude would need a tracking potion and a bit of luck to find the real burrow. Back in the present, the tiger wolves abruptly freeze and growl toward Claude's tree, proving they can sniff out even his carefully hidden presence. One tiger wolf lunges at his perch, and Claude drops to the ground with a calm, almost amused look, deciding to clear the pack first. Landing opposite the beast, Claude summons his large katana in a flash of white light and treats the attack like a warm-up. The tiger wolf opens its mouth into 4 fleshy sections and fires a red beam, but Claude cuts through it with a sword strike and blasts the creature back into a tree. Watching the beast survive the explosion better than expected, Claude realizes the tiger wolf's hide can absorb some spiritual energy, but not enough to save it. His next slash comes down too fast to block, cutting straight through the wounded tiger wolf and dropping it in front of the rest of the pack. Claude steps out of the shadows with open contempt, taunting the surviving tiger wolves for putting up such a weak fight. The whole pack roars and fires crimson beams together, but Claude has already vanished from their sight. He reappears behind them in a blur and sweeps his glowing blade through their throats in one clean pass. A beat later, the tiger wolves' heads drop and their bodies collapse, leaving Claude free to collect the worm skin from the corpse that had been carrying it. As he prepares the next step, Claude recalls where the tracking potion came from, Edward's basement storeroom, right after their awkward drug deal. Edward tries acting friendly because Claude was seen fighting beside the new king, but Claude corrects him sharply and makes it clear they are not close. When Edward asks Claude to use that royal connection to protect his illegal supplies from the guards, Claude refuses the idea and just demands the drugs he came for. Edward drops the fake warmth, rummages through the mess, and finally hands over the last bottles of erythrimum and diaceram. Then Edward tosses Claude a small purple vial of tracking potion for free, hoping Claude will at least mention his problem to the king. Claude gives him a half-hearted promise to ask, even though he is plainly just saying what Edward wants to hear. Back in the forest, Claude opens the tracking potion and pours its purple jelly onto the worm's skin. The skin instantly catches harmless purple fire, and Claude watches the strange smoke with focused patience instead of panic. When the smoke tip bends like a solid pointer and starts moving deeper into the wilderness, Claude knows the potion worked. Claude blasts after the moving smoke trail through the treetops, carrying the still-burning skin because Edward said the fire would keep retracing the worm's scent and spiritual energy. The smoke leads him north toward Kilaharo Mountain, growing straighter and thinner as he closes in on the burrow. Scanning the ground carefully, Claude finally spots a tiny hole hidden beneath a giant tree at the mountain's base. He lands beside it, and waits just long enough for the smoke to dive into the hole, confirming the caloris worm is really inside. With the location confirmed, Claude kneels down and pours in the compound he already mixed from erythrimum and diaceram. He immediately retreats to a tree branch to wait, staying calm and watchful for the drug to force the creature out. Only seconds later the earth starts shaking hard, and Claude snaps to full attention as the trap begins working. Then the ground splits open into a huge crevice, and the so-called worm erupts out roaring at a size that makes Wilfred's description sound ridiculous. In the forest, Claude pours Wilfred's mixture into a small hole and jumps up to a tree branch to wait for whatever is about to come out. The ground suddenly shakes, and Claude locks onto the hole as the trap starts working almost immediately. A huge crevice rips open, and a monstrous worm the size of 2 tiger wolves bursts out of the earth with a deafening roar. Staring at the monster's circular mouth packed with spikes, Claude can only mutter that Wilfred seriously undersold this so-called worm. Claude studies the beast and realizes it has no visible eyes, but he refuses to assume that means it cannot sense him. The worm suddenly turns straight toward Claude's tree, and that tiny shift is enough to tell him it probably found him. Claude jumps to another tree just in time, trying to test whether the worm was guessing or tracking him for real. That answer comes fast when the worm opens its mouth, builds up crimson fire, and blasts flames at the tree Claude just jumped onto. Claude narrowly escapes the flames and, instead of panicking, grins because now he knows this fight might actually be fun. When the worm charges again like Claude is easy prey, he takes that personally and summons his katana to correct it. He launches himself from the branch and brings a white-lit katana strike down toward the worm's head. The worm notices him midair and spits another burst of scorching fire straight at him. Claude's attack cuts through the flames anyway and slams into the worm's head, finally making the beast feel real pain. Without giving it room to breathe, Claude dives lower and manifests 2 swords, bringing out both invisible sword technique and bow parity at once. Just before those twin strikes land, the caloris worm seals itself inside thick ice layers and turns Claude's finishing blow into a brute force impact instead. Claude's strike digs a crater into the ground and cracks the ice, but the defense still holds, which only irritates him more. He instantly prepares a second attack, deciding the problem is not power but focus. Claude narrows the attack to 1 point, snaps his fingers, and forces the 2 sword strikes to merge into a single piercing line of light. That focused strike punches through the ice and into the worm's body, blowing the shell apart in glittering shards and blood. Badly hurt at last, the caloris worm suddenly abandons the fight and bolts through the forest at shocking speed. Claude refuses to let it escape and tears after it, racing from branch to branch in hot pursuit. To close the gap, he uses floating footsteps as a burst of speed and throws himself directly onto the worm's back. Clinging to its skin with one hand, Claude drives a sword straight into the worm's body and finally pins the monster from up close. Even as the worm thrashes wildly to throw him off, Claude twists the blade and stabs again, making sure the damage keeps piling up. Then the caloris worm abruptly explodes into chunks of flesh and blood, blasting Claude backward hard enough to smash him unconscious against a boulder. Elsewhere in the Daisiran camp, Elias slips away from the crowded canteens and heads alone toward a secret meeting point without letting anyone notice. Following the plan, he reaches a hidden rocky spot behind the tents, near a leafless Welfador tree, and waits for his partner under a strict deadline. A faint set of footsteps makes Elias snap into a fighting stance, showing just how keyed up he already is. When he recognizes Matthias coming in, the tension breaks for a moment, and Elias rushes to ask why his partner is late. Matthias shakes his hand but immediately delivers grim news. The Emperor's men took the intelligence team away after summoning them, and none of them came back. Matthias makes it plain that this is not the start of suspicion but proof that suspicion is already there. Elias tries to talk himself out of panic, insisting their side should not be traceable and maybe only the intelligence team got exposed. Matthias reveals the timing that worries him most. The Emperor met Argria's general first, and only afterward ordered the intelligence team brought in. That makes Elias wonder if the Argrian general sold them out, even if he can barely believe it himself. Matthias says the general probably did not name them outright, but he may have hinted enough to put everyone on thin ice. Elias still cannot make sense of why the general would betray them, and Matthias reminds him that men like them are disposable tools in a much bigger game. When Elias starts spiraling, Matthias cuts him off and explains why they cannot run, because abandoning their posts would get them hunted by Daisirin and abandoned by Argria alike. His conclusion is cold but practical: stay in place, act normal, and never give them a reason to identify the real informants. Matthias goes one step further and says these secret meetings have to stop, because meeting like this is now a risk by itself. Elias protests, but Matthias says they still have no choice except to keep feeding reports to Argria and hope they survive. Left alone at the meeting spot, Elias can only curse in frustration as the danger closes in from every side. Back in the forest, Claude jolts awake on the ground and comes up in a defensive stance before realizing the fight is over. When he sees the shattered boulder behind him, Claude is deeply offended that a rock of all things seems to have knocked him out. Then a bigger shock hits him. Somehow, while he was unconscious, he advanced to the second rank of the Sky Realm. Claude looks to the crater where the Calorous worm died and realizes the entire area is still saturated with leftover spiritual energy. He pieces it together that the worm's explosion flooded his body with so much energy that the breakthrough happened on the spot, and the overload knocked him cold. That same energy also explains why no beast attacked him while he was unconscious, because the forest would have read the area like a stronger predator's territory. Once he checks more carefully, Claude finds the breakthrough was even better than he thought, because he is already halfway to the next rank. Grinning at his ridiculous luck, Claude decides Wilfred deserves thanks for sending him after the worm in the first place. Claude looks around the dangerous Griffino forest and finally understands why no spiritual beast touched him while he was unconscious. The Calorous worm's leftover energy was masking his scent. When he checks his condition, Claude is stunned to find he did not just reach the second rank of the Sky Realm in his sleep, he is already halfway to the next one. Feeling absurdly lucky, Claude even jokes that he owes Senior Belden thanks before stepping forward to leave. That easy mood snaps in an instant when a violent jolt tears through his body and drops him to one knee, clutching his chest and gasping. Claude frantically inspects himself, confused because nothing seems injured even though his body feels like it is being overloaded from the inside. Then the ugly answer clicks into place. The Calorous worm's massive spiritual energy is still hanging in the air and still entering his body. Claude realizes his body has been cultivating automatically just to keep that excess energy from bursting his meridians apart. Once the shock passes, Claude's fear turns into greedy excitement, because if this insane situation is already happening, he may as well take control and push the cultivation faster. The moment Claude focuses, the remaining energy in the forest answers violently and starts rushing into him in a chaotic flood. As the current builds, sweat pours off Claude and he feels his meridians opening wider while flashes of insight about cultivation hit him mid-process. But the process is not a free gift at all, because converting outside energy burns through Claude's own reserves and starts draining him faster than he expected. Claude understands the trap clearly now. If he stops, his meridians will rupture from overload, and if he keeps going too long, he could still collapse and die before the surrounding energy runs out. Even with that death sentence hanging over him, Claude grits his teeth and refuses to give up, deciding he will force a breakthrough before his body fails first. Time drags on. Claude edges closer to the third rank, and the strain gets uglier as blood starts running from his nose. When his legs go numb and his consciousness starts slipping, Claude panics and pushes his dantian to absorb even faster for one last desperate shove. Claude hangs on for 8 brutal hours until the last of the surrounding energy finally runs dry, and that final instant triggers his breakthrough. A blinding pillar of light erupts from Claude's body, tears through the clouds like a sky beam, and marks his leap into the third rank of the Sky Realm. As the light fades and a thin mist peels off his skin, Claude crashes onto the ground exhausted but grinning because he survived and made it. Elsewhere, Emperor Gilbert Gottfried prepares to leave for the meeting with Argria's new ruler, while his commander warns that the whole invitation still feels dangerously suspicious. The commander presses his case, warning that if Argria learns so much this fast, they may have been spying even on Daisirin's secrets, and could become dangerous partners to trust. Gilbert stays calm and says that if Argria is telling the truth, he will not betray his own ideals by crushing possible future rivals without proof. Gilbert makes the threat beneath that restraint plain, telling his commander to keep digging until there is real proof of hostile intent. Gilbert pushes it even further, declaring that anyone who tries to wage war against a nation ruled by a messenger of God is committing a crime against God itself. Then Gilbert casually calls over the Argrian messenger William, who has clearly been broken by his stay in Dazier in custody. Gilbert mockingly asks whether William enjoyed meeting the interrogation officer, and William can only stammer out terrified gratitude while trying not to fall apart. After the messenger is hauled away, Gilbert heads for the journey while his commander lingers off-panel, privately doubting whether the Emperor's ideals are conviction or self-serving excuse. The Dazieran convoy reaches the Valley of the Dead, where General Ivan greets them and directs the Emperor's party toward Argrian carriages for the next leg of the meeting. When the Dazierans bristle at giving up their own transport, Ivan explains that Argria's public is still on edge after a recent terrorist attack, so the Emperor's visit must stay discreet. The Dazierans finally agree, and the shaken messenger is uncuffed and handed back to Argrian soldiers as the two sides exchange control of the journey. Inside the Argrian carriage, the Dazieran soldiers find a rolling luxury chamber filled with drinks, desserts, and attendants ready to spoil them. After the drinks are checked, most of the soldiers loosen up, but Gilbert stays cool and untouched by the hospitality. More than 3 hours later, the carriage stops in Trevant, where the private discussion has been arranged inside the newly built Destiny Church. When Gilbert steps out, even his hardened men are briefly caught by the church's beauty before the real reason for the visit steps in. A calm voice interrupts Gilbert's inspection, and Blake Bancroft steps forward to introduce himself as the newly crowned king of Argria. Gilbert returns the courtesy, formally naming himself and welcoming a civil discussion, but the two rulers still do not offer each other a handshake. Blake turns toward the Destiny Church and invites Gilbert inside alone, setting up a private conversation while both sides' soldiers remain outside. After 8 straight hours of cultivation in Griffino Forest, Claude finally drained the surrounding spiritual energy dry. The breakthrough hit like an explosion, and a blinding beam of light blasted out of Claude and punched straight through the clouds. When the light finally faded, Claude could barely breathe, but he was grinning because he had reached 3rd rank of the Sky Realm. The victory lasted 1 heartbeat before the backlash slammed him down and made him cough up blood. Realizing the breakthrough had wrecked his body, Claude stayed hidden in the forest all day to recover instead of pushing on. By nightfall he had mostly recovered, so he got up to head back to Golden Avarice Academy. Then a loud, arrogant voice cut through the forest, and Claude stopped when he heard someone cornering a woman named Elizabeth. Now that he was in the Sky Realm, Claude could hear far farther than before, and curiosity pulled him toward the voices. From a hidden perch in a tall tree, Claude found a dozen men surrounding an injured young woman clutching her bleeding chest. The well-dressed leader, Endra, offered Elizabeth a fake choice: hand over the white dragon's tooth and live, or keep resisting and die. Hearing that name jolted Claude, because the white dragon's tooth was supposed to be a half-forgotten myth from old forest legends. Claude flashed back to the old legend. A white dragon came from the floating island, and a mad Arakan tribesman tore out one of its teeth and became monstrously powerful. Even with that possibility in front of him, Claude stayed hidden because he still did not know whether this fight was worth stepping into. Elizabeth answered Endra with open contempt and made it clear she would never trust him with the tooth. Endra tried to dress the betrayal up as reason, reminding her they were both from the Azure Lion clan and telling her to act sensibly. Elizabeth tore the mask off his act and accused him of betraying their group, murdering her friends, and planning to silence her too. Instead of denying it, Endra calmly escalated and had an unconscious girl named Gina brought in as a hostage. With Gina under his hand, Endra made the threat plain: reveal the white dragon's tooth and maybe the girl lives, stays silent, and both die. Forced into a corner, Elizabeth finally gave up the hiding place, 6 miles north, on Ravenhawk Mountain, inside a hollow greywood tree. Claude instantly changed plans, marked the mountain in his head, and bolted away before Endra's men could get there first. On the way to Ravenhawk Mountain, Claude pushed himself harder by activating floating footsteps to maximize his lead. 5 minutes later, he reached Ravenhawk Mountain, a towering mist-wrapped peak rising out of the northwest forest. Instead of wasting time searching on foot, Claude climbed to a branch and used his new Sky Realm senses to sweep the whole mountain base. After a tense scan, he locked onto the hidden greywood tree and dashed straight for it. At the tree, Claude pressed spiritual energy into the trunk and confirmed the core was hollow. Certain he had the right tree, Claude summoned his katana and cut the greywood clean in half. When the massive trunk crashed open, the old legend became real right in front of him. Claude stared at the white dragon's tooth in disbelief, half thrilled that the myths he had dismissed were actually true. He grabbed the tooth expecting some mystical reaction, but nothing happened except the immediate shock of how insanely heavy it was. Even without obvious spiritual energy, Claude felt the tooth was hiding deeper secrets, which made it even more valuable to him. Knowing Endra's people would be on the way, Claude stopped inspecting it and fled toward the academy with the tooth in hand. Only minutes after Claude left, 2 of Endra's men dropped from the sky so hard they blasted a crater into the ground. Gaston immediately started scolding the giant Barris for landing like a brute, and Barris meekly took it. That bickering ended the moment Gaston saw the greywood tree already cut open. After checking the clean cut and the scent on the trunk, Gaston realized someone had stolen the white dragon's tooth only a few minutes earlier. He briefly considered chasing the thief, but 15 minutes was already enough time for a cultivator to vanish. So Gaston took the lazier route and told Barris to report that the tooth was stolen while claiming he would pursue the thief himself. Barris shot back into the sky, and once he was alone, Gaston let out a quiet sigh because he had no intention of wasting his own energy on a hopeless chase. Back in his room, Claude locks the door and drops the massive white dragon tooth onto his table so he can inspect it in private. As Claude studies the tooth, he spots a softer discolored section near the top and realizes it looks like the root, which should be almost impossible to find naturally. That pushes Claude to a bigger possibility. Maybe someone actually extracted the white dragon's tooth by force, and the old folklore about a lone tribesman killing it might not be nonsense after all. Even after more careful inspection, Claude can only tell that the tooth is similar to modern spiritual beast teeth, except far heavier and harder, and that leaves him frustrated by how little he truly knows. He knows he is not qualified to solve this alone, but he also cannot show a mythical relic like this to any expert without inviting dangerous questions. So Claude's thoughts shift back to the strange encounter in Griffino Forest, especially the names Elizabeth and Endra from the Azure Lion clan. He briefly regrets not helping Elizabeth escape, but he reminds himself why he stayed out of it. Endra was strong, and most of the men around him were even Skyrealm cultivators Claude could not possibly fight alone. Replaying what he heard, Claude becomes sure Endra planned the betrayal from the start, and was not shocked at all by the existence of the white dragon tooth. That leads Claude to a sharp conclusion. The white dragon tooth was probably the real reason behind Endra's betrayal. If that is true, then both Elizabeth and Endra already knew the tooth existed before entering the forest, which means the information had to come from somewhere connected to them. Claude starts to suspect the Azure Lion clan itself may hold records about the white dragon, or at least that Elizabeth and Endra's rooms or contacts could hide the truth. By the end of the night, Claude makes up his mind to investigate, and if needed, infiltrate the Azure Lion clan himself. There is one immediate problem, though. Claude has never even heard of the Azure Lion clan's location. So Claude decides to rest for the night and ask Wilfred Belden for help in the morning. The story cuts to Trevant, where Emperor Gilbert Gottfried and the newly crowned King Blake Bancroft enter the Destiny Church alone, leaving their soldiers waiting outside in tense silence. Inside, Gilbert is struck by how lavish the church is before Blake quietly leads him to a hidden mechanism in the wall. A secret door opens, and the two rulers descend into a hidden chamber beneath the church. At the bottom, Gilbert and Blake find a blind white-robed watcher already waiting beside a table, making the hidden meeting feel planned long in advance. The blind watcher seats them, sets a stack of sacred documents on the table, and starts the ceremony with grave formality. When both rulers raise their right hands, the blind watcher slices their palms with a hidden dagger to seal the ritual in blood. Then Gilbert spends hours reading every sacred text the watcher gives him, making sure Blake's claim is backed by the church itself. At last Gilbert accepts what the papers show and acknowledges that the Pope recognized Blake as a legitimate heir to Argria's throne. Blake leans into that verdict and declares himself a messenger of God, pushing Gilbert to make the recognition official. Gilbert formally recognizes Blake as king and God's messenger, then immediately asks for Argria's help in his conquest. Blake accepts without hesitation and promises that Argria will give the Daisiran army whatever support it needs. Outside the church, the meeting ends quickly, but Gilbert stops at the carriage to leave Blake with a pointed warning about divine wrath and the price of deception. Blake answers smoothly, matching the holy language and pretending calm even while the threat clearly lands. Once the Dazirans finally leave, Blake heads to his own carriage, carrying that discomfort with him. Inside, General Ivan jokes about the Emperor's final threat, and Minister Byrne is just as surprised by Blake's nerve in answering it. Blake shrugs it off and says Gilbert practically forced him to lie under pressure. Byrne takes the danger more seriously and warns that Gilbert's lingering suspicion alone is enough to make Argria a target, even without proof. Blake still believes they have time, arguing that Gilbert will be too busy preparing his larger invasion and cannot easily challenge papers carrying the Pope's authority. That opens the real confession. Ivan admits he still cannot believe their scheme actually worked. Byrne agrees and says the biggest victory was getting rid of the old royal couple before they could strip the monarchy and council of their power. Ivan bluntly adds that Blake only became possible because the old kings slept around so much, leaving behind a son they could use to replace him. Blake answers with cold amusement, saying he once thought fate brought them to him, but now he knows his father's own filth caused his downfall. Ivan laughs at the irony, but Blake takes it even further and reveals he visits his imprisoned father in the dungeon just to make sure the man suffers every day. Blake openly admits that watching his father regret everything is what gets him out of bed each morning. The scene shifts again to Soderbergh City, where Claude arrives at the gates and takes in the unfamiliar city with curious eyes. At the gate, Claude remembers asking Senior Belden about the Azure Lion clan and being startled when Wilfred immediately recognized the name. Wilfred told him the clan should be in Soderbergh, around 80 miles southeast, which immediately gave Claude the lead he needed. When Claude pressed for more, Wilfred could only add one useful rumor. The Azure Lion clan was said to be extremely secretive. Claude still decided it was enough and set out anyway, determined to uncover the truth about the white dragon tooth through this clan. Before Claude left, Wilfred gave him one last warning: blend in, because Soderberg's cultivators were rumored to be fiercely competitive. Claude enters Soderberg and immediately sees what kind of city it is: flashy, crowded, and rich on the surface, but really ruled by criminal clans. Remembering Wilfred's warning, Claude stays sharp because newcomers in these streets get watched right away. Sure enough, Claude senses around a dozen suspicious men tailing him, and he is almost impressed by how cleanly they coordinate. He realizes they are not keeping up with speed at all, they are using perfect knowledge of the city's hidden routes to stay on him. Claude decides he cannot leave this loose end alive, especially when he came here to investigate the Azure Lion clan and Elizabeth. He makes sure the scarf still hides his face, then suddenly bolts around a corner with explosive speed. The men panic when they realize he spotted them, and they rush after him before they lose him for good. Claude answers with even more confidence, saying that against absolute speed, their city tricks mean nothing. When he kicks in floating footsteps, his speed jumps again so hard that the pursuers can barely believe what they are seeing. The men start wondering how a supposed newcomer can run through this city so smoothly without slowing down once. But Claude is not reading the city at all, he is reading possibilities, making decisions so fast that his body never has to hesitate. That instinct comes from his old life, where quick thinking mattered as much as a quick sword, and cultivation has only made that sharper. After several minutes, the pressure behind him finally disappears, so Claude slips into a dark alley and waits to see if he really shook them off. When no one appears, Claude steps out of hiding, but the calm lasts only a second. A man crashes down from above right in front of him, and more enemies reveal themselves by clinging to both alley walls like hunters closing a trap. Claude realizes they actually kept up with him after all, and he quietly admits he underestimated them. The first attacker lunges in with a reinforced kick and a blunt order to come here. Claude slips past the kick, plants himself at the man's blind side, and drives a strengthened fist clean through his stomach. With one corpse already dropping, Claude looks up at the rest and mocks how quickly they decided to make an enemy out of him. Their leader refuses to back down and orders the whole group to take Claude together. The entire alley erupts as the men kick off the walls at once and dive on him from both sides. Claude does not flinch, and before they can surround him, he vanishes and reappears in front of the nearest man. The shocked man barely gets out a single word before Claude manifests his katana and slices through his throat. Claude pivots instantly and fires astral wing blades into the next target's head, blowing it apart before the man can raise his knife. The leader shouts for everyone to stop giving Claude one-on-one openings, but the warning comes too late. Claude catches two more men in that split-second distraction and kills them almost simultaneously, one through the forehead and one through the neck. Now rattled, the leader changes tactics and orders a retreat so they can attack Claude from long range instead. Blade lights rain through the alley, but Claude drags one of the fresh corpses in front of him and charges straight through the barrage behind that grisly shield. The retreating leader barely has time to react before Claude bursts through the barrage and appears right in front of him. Claude hurls the corpse at the leader and uses that tiny opening to close the kill. The leader only sees a flash before Claude's blade cuts him down and his body drops out of the sky. The last survivors finally understand they are completely outmatched and turn to run. Claude coldly asks if they really thought they could attack him and still leave alive, then he erases the rest in one final burst. When the fight is over, Claude lands among the bodies and admits the whole cleanup took longer than he wanted. He checks one corpse and decides these men's clan would never let this go once they realize how many of their people he killed. Their uniforms catch his eye: expensive black civilian clothes with a blue armband, meant to blend in while still marking the group. When Claude finds the name Fury Clan stitched inside the outfit, he learns exactly which clan controlled this part of Soderberg. Then the idea clicks, and Claude grins because the dead men's clothes might be useful after all. A little later, Claude is back on the main street wearing the Fury Clan disguise as he searches for the Azure Lion Clan. He eventually finds the Azure Lion Clan mansion, set away from the crowds near the Sherrick River with its own heavy stretch of forest around it. From a restaurant with a good view, Claude studies the estate and immediately sees the first problem. The main gate is locked down and ringed by guards spaced far enough apart to catch any intruder. That is only the outside, so after eating, Claude slips onto a nearby rooftop to check the grounds beyond the walls. What he sees inside is worse. Dozens more cultivators patrol the estate, and Claude starts thinking this mansion may be too hard to infiltrate head-on. Claude climbs down, frustrated, and is ready to leave and rethink everything. Just as he is about to leave, Claude overhears young men in the restaurant gossiping that Margaret, the clan head's daughter, still slips out to the public houses at night. Their gossip turns ugly fast. Margaret is the clan head's daughter, and the men say her father has given up trying to control her. According to the rumors, she hunts for attractive strong men at night, brings them into the clan mansion, pays them off, and may even kill them in the end. They even joke that any man hoping to sleep with her would first have to defeat his rivals and prove he is strong enough. Claude tunes out the laughter, turns to the window glass, and locks onto the one useful part of the rumor: the clan head's daughter could be his way inside. He straightens his face and borrowed clothes, checks how he looks in the glass, and smiles because he has already chosen his next move. Outside a shop in Soderbergh, Claude overhears men laughing that Margaret only sleeps with strong men and makes suitors prove it by fighting. Claude studies his reflection, straightens his clothes, and realizes Margaret's reputation gives him the perfect opening. At the Red Lion public house, Margaret sits with a table of beautiful women while half the tavern stares at them. One of Margaret's friends spots the famous wanderer Killian Grant at the bar and excitedly calls him the monster slayer. The women gush over Killian's body and reputation, while another woman points out the local strongman Jonas Asher as a better catch. The table finally asks Margaret who she wants, and the beautiful clan head's daughter coolly judges Killian at a glance. Margaret rejects Killian outright, saying he looks desperate and too eager for her to come to him first. Her friends assume that means she wants Jonas instead, but Margaret shuts that down too. Instead, Margaret points across the room to Claude and says he is the man she wants tonight. When the others question her choice, Margaret says her instincts tell her Claude is stronger than both Killian and Jonas. To prove it, Margaret rises from the table and walks through the tavern under a storm of male attention. She passes both rejected men and sits beside Claude, introducing herself with an easy smile. Claude answers with easy charm, and Margaret immediately sees he knows how to play along with her bold approach. After a few minutes of flirtation, Claude asks if she wants to leave with him. Margaret says she would love to, but two obsessive ex-boyfriends have been stalking her all day and will try to stop her. When Claude asks who they are, Margaret points straight at Killian and Jonas, exposing both men as the problem. Across the room, Killian burns with humiliation because the woman he came for ignored his fame, his body, and his usual easy success with women. He convinces himself Margaret only picked Claude because Claude looks younger, but the excuse does nothing to calm him down. As Claude and Margaret keep laughing and touching hands, Killian's frustration spikes until he crushes his glass in his bare hand. Unable to stomach the rejection, Killian turns his embarrassment into a drunken tantrum and starts abusing the bartender instead. The bartender tries to calm him by offering another drink, but Killian takes that as an insult and escalates even more. Killian grabs the bartender by the collar, and the whole room finally has a clear excuse to look his way. Claude walks over, casually interrupts the scene, and tells Killian this is going to hurt a lot. Before Killian can understand what Claude means, Claude drives a body-strengthened punch into his chest and blasts him backward. Killian crashes to the floor, and now every eye in the Red Lion is on Claude. Jonas sees his opening, steps in with loud fake outrage, and tries to posture as the next obstacle. Claude does not waste a second on talk and rushes Jonas before he can finish his complaint. Claude leaps and drives a savage knee into Jonas's guard, forcing Jonas backward even though he barely blocks it. Jonas panics and swings wildly, but Claude slips the counter with clean footwork. Claude answers with a palm strike to the face that sends Jonas flying into the corner unconscious. Killian staggers back up furious, screaming that Claude is going to die for hitting him while he was distracted. This time Killian uses real cultivation, gathering a giant lotus of spiritual energy in his palms and showing he has already reached the sky realm. Claude answers with floating footsteps, slipping backward just enough to avoid the lotus strike. The moment Killian's attack leaves an opening, Claude plants his foot, bursts back in, and beats him to the recovery. Claude's palm slams into Killian's head, smashing his lower jaw and dropping the famous monster slayer face first to the floor. With both men down and the whole tavern stunned, Claude simply returns to Margaret, takes her hand, and asks where she wants to go. Claude takes Margaret by the hand and leaves the public house with her, coolly abandoning the unconscious Killian and Jonas behind. Outside, a respectful carriage driver greets Margaret, and Claude realizes she is much wealthier and better connected than she first looked. Margaret teases him about not knowing who she is, and Claude plays along as they follow the driver to her carriage. Inside the lavish carriage, Claude quietly notes just how much money the Flair family is throwing around. Margaret presses for Claude's background, but he smoothly turns the moment intimate instead of answering much. Claude takes control of the flirtation, and the two fall into a hungry kiss before they even reach the mansion. When Margaret starts getting carried away, Claude abruptly slows her down and leaves her dazed and even more eager. The carriage rolls through Soderbergh and enters the heavily guarded Azure Lion clan mansion that overlooks the city. Claude steps out beside Margaret and starts studying the mansion layout the second he arrives. Because he has heard rumors that Margaret kills her lovers afterward, Claude quietly maps possible escape routes before he gets trapped inside. At the door, a young butler greets Margaret, and his polite smile turns watchful the moment he notices Claude. Claude offers a handshake to test the butler, but the man dodges it with a humble excuse and keeps the distance intact. The butler leads them into a lavish suite prepared for Margaret, then leaves them alone in a room built for indulgence. Once the door closes, Margaret invites Claude in with no more games, and he answers by taking control again. Claude deliberately pushes Margaret deeper into desire, praising and handling her in a way that leaves her completely under his rhythm. He carries her to the bed, tears through her dress with brute strength, and the encounter turns rough and overwhelming fast. Margaret gets completely swept away, while Claude keeps a hard, almost sinister calm underneath the passion. At the peak of it, Margaret blacks out from the experience, and Claude immediately drops the lover act. Claude calmly gets dressed, heads for the door, and finally moves on to the real reason he came here. Outside the room, Claude checks both sides of the corridor and slips toward the stairs without making a sound. He reminds himself that Azure Lion members live by rank, so Margaret's luxurious VIP sector is the wrong place to find an ordinary Elizabeth. Since no important Azure Lion figure is known by that name, Claude concludes the Elizabeth he wants must live somewhere in the regular residential blocks. As he moves downstairs, Claude recalls spending the whole day in Soderbergh digging for information about the wounded girl from Gryffindor Forest. That investigation told him there are 3 different Azure Lion women named Elizabeth, and none of them have been publicly reported missing. Claude figures that makes sense, because any secret expedition for the White Dragon's teeth would never be public knowledge in the first place. Even so, he knows he has to find Elizabeth's room before the clan decides whether she is dead, missing, or still expected to return. Then Claude suddenly senses another person's spiritual energy nearby and stops cold. He identifies the energy as the same young butler from earlier, still stationed outside the building and effectively covering the main exit. With the front watched and the rear exit exposed to other guards, Claude decides he needs a quieter way out. He suppresses his aura, creeps to a first-floor window, and prepares to slip out without alerting the butler. The move works, and Claude slides through the window into the night without drawing any attention. Once outside, he keeps to the trees and shadows, using the route he memorized during the carriage ride to aim for the residential sector. Claude realizes sneaking this slowly will waste too much time, so he picks a tired patrol guard as his shortcut. Using floating footsteps, Claude explodes out of the dark and closes the distance before the guard can react. One brutal upward palm strike to the jaw knocks the guard unconscious on the spot. Claude catches the falling body, drags it behind the tree, and strips the man for his uniform. A few minutes later, Claude walks back out disguised as an Azure Lion guard, still careful but now able to move much more freely. He reaches the residential sector in 15 minutes, deliberately avoiding suspicious bursts of speed that might alarm veteran guards. Seeing more than 30 residential buildings, Claude is relieved he already narrowed the search to the 3 addresses tied to women named Elizabeth. He starts with Building 15, where Elizabeth Kirby lives, and slips in through a side window to keep the search quiet. Inside, the building is cramped compared to its polished exterior, and Claude heads straight for the caretaker's office on the first floor. After confirming nobody is nearby, he enters the office and searches the records for Elizabeth Kirby's room number. The notebook points him to Elizabeth Kirby on the 4th floor, so Claude puts everything back exactly where it was and moves out. On the upper floor near Elizabeth Kirby's room, Claude catches a faint spiritual presence from inside and immediately slows to a cautious halt. For a moment he wonders if this is the wrong Elizabeth, or someone else also hunting the White Dragon clue. But the weak aura tells him the person inside is just an inexperienced resident, not a skilled infiltrator, so this cannot be the Elizabeth from the forest. With Elizabeth Kirby ruled out, Claude turns away from the room and heads back toward the stairs, knowing he still has 2 more buildings to search. Claude senses the person inside the room is only a weak, inexperienced cultivator, so he immediately realizes this is the wrong Elizabeth. A little annoyed but still methodical, Claude heads back down and decides to keep searching the next residential building. Outside, Claude spots Building 23 and slips in through the side window instead of risking the main entrance. He checks the caretaker's office again and finds the exact room he needs. Elizabeth Carter, 3rd floor, 5th door on the left. On the 3rd floor, Claude checks the room with his senses first and confirms that nobody is inside. The room is locked, but Claude decides that picking it cleanly is safer than leaving broken evidence behind. He quietly laughs at how crude the martial world's locks are and shapes a tiny astral wing blade into a perfect silent lockpick. In under half a minute, Claude opens the lock without a sound and slips into the room ready for a fight just in case. The room itself is a mess of books, papers, and notes, which tells Claude Elizabeth has been working on something serious. A portrait on the cupboard stops him cold, because the painted girl is the exact Elizabeth he met in Gryffindor Forest. Now sure he found the right room, Claude starts tearing through the visible books and documents for anything tied to White Dragon. But the obvious papers lead nowhere, which makes Claude suspect Elizabeth hid the real material somewhere else. In the kitchen, he finds a bottle of Mazicin and checks the spiritual residue clinging to it. Because he can now read layered spiritual residue on objects, Claude works out that Elizabeth has been taking the medicine almost every 3 hours. The instructions say 1 tablet a day, so that insane dosage instantly tells him something is very wrong with Elizabeth. He pockets the bottle as evidence, and goes back to hunting for the White Dragon clue he came for. When another careful search still fails, Claude decides to spend more energy and scan the entire room down to its faintest spiritual traces. The deep scan wears him down fast, but right before he gives up, Claude catches a faint trace leaking from behind a small desk. He moves the desk aside and realizes the wall itself is hollow, which means Elizabeth built or found a hidden compartment inside clan property. Feeling along the wall, Claude finally finds the trigger point and grins when he knows he has it. He slips a tiny astral wing blade into the hidden seam, pops open a false panel, and reveals a second keyhole buried inside the wall. The inner lock is trickier, but still nowhere near enough to stop him. With a final click, the concealed cabinet opens, and Claude sees it stuffed with documents. One quick look is enough for Claude to realize he finally hit the jackpot: Elizabeth's own research notes on the White Dragon. He stuffs the documents inside his clothes, locks the compartment again, and carefully puts the desk back in place. Before leaving, Claude restores every paper and object in the room so no one can tell it was searched. Once the room looks untouched, he slips back into the hallway and exits the building in his stolen guard uniform. Near the clan gate, Claude hides behind a tree and watches the night shift change to figure out the cleanest way out. By reading their lips and routines, he learns that guards finishing their shifts hand over name tags and get waved through. Claude waits until only one last departing guard is left, choosing the moment when no one else is watching closely. He steps out casually and calls the lone guard Jerry, baiting the man into blurting out his real name. The guard says his name is Joseph, and Claude kills him instantly the moment he has what he needs. He drags the body aside, takes the name tag, and repeats Joseph's name until he can mimic the dead man's voice. With a scarf wrapped over part of his face, Claude walks to the gate carrying Joseph's identity like it belongs to him. The gate guard barely looks up, checks the tag, and lets Claude out without realizing anything is wrong. Claude answers in Joseph's voice, and even though the gate guard briefly notices the odd tone, he still shrugs it off and lets the impersonation stand. Far away in an unknown place, a giant figure slams down outside a lonely wooden cottage hard enough to shake the ground. Gaston, a short man with a twirled mustache, snaps at Barris for never learning how to land properly. Barris meekly says he passed along Gaston's message, and Gaston immediately asks how angry the boss was. Barris says the boss gave them just 2 weeks to find it or lose payment, and Gaston reluctantly accepts the deadline. Then Barris delivers the real message. They have 2 weeks to find what the boss wants, or they get no payment at all. Gaston hates the deadline, but he knows he cannot argue with their boss, so he grimly accepts the 2-week hunt. At sunrise, King Blake wakes in a lavish palace room and starts another polished royal morning he already hates. He snaps for service, and 2 maids enter at once, showing how smoothly this false life runs around him. After bathing, Blake sits for grooming while 2 male attendants shave and dress him like a king he never truly wanted to become. While the blade passes under his jaw, Blake grimly wonders how long he can keep acting out this royal farce. His thoughts drag him back to the truth he hides. He was born to Brenda Bamsworth, a poor woman King Hannibal forced himself on. That night, Hannibal has Brenda abducted to the castle, uses her, and throws her back out like she means nothing. Brenda survives the humiliation, but the assault leaves her pregnant with the king's child. Rumors spread through the neighborhood, and even as people judge her, Brenda keeps pushing forward for the baby's sake. Then one of Hannibal's guards spots her leaving a medicine shop, gets suspicious, and reports her possible pregnancy to the king. Hannibal panics because a hidden child could wreck both his marriage to Queen Isabel and Argria's alliance with Agustina. To erase the problem before anyone learns the truth, Hannibal decides Brenda has to be dealt with immediately. Sensing danger closing in, Brenda runs to her only friend Frida and tells her everything. Brenda begs Frida's war veteran father to cut the baby out early before the royal guards can reach her. He refuses at first, but after endless begging and screaming, he finally gives in to the impossible request. That night, inside Frida's tiny workshop, the brutal operation somehow saves both mother and child. Even after surviving childbirth, Brenda insists on going back home and leaves her newborn in Frida's care. That choice becomes their last goodbye, because Brenda is cornered by royal guards soon after. Rather than let them take her, Brenda sets herself on fire and leaps from a cliff, dying before the guards can get the child. Back in the present, the attendant finishes shaving, and Blake snaps out of the memory to approve the work. He lets the servant dress him in full royal clothing and steps back into the role again. When he returns to his bedroom, the maids have laid out a rich breakfast and leave him alone with it. The meal should feel luxurious, but Blake can barely stomach it because becoming Hannibal and Isabel's public son has numbed everything. He asks himself if torturing Hannibal under his rule counts as revenge, and the answer already feels weak. Blake realizes the rot was bigger than one king, because guards, ministers, and councils all let his mother be destroyed when stopping it would have cost them comfort. What stings most is that he helped those same ministers overthrow the crown, only to learn they were complicit all along. He even sees how their silence helped doom Agustina too, because preserving the alliance served their power better than justice ever did. So when Blake asks again whether he has really taken revenge, he drives his knife into breakfast and mutters that it is not even close. A knock cuts through the silence, pulling Blake back from his anger. The visitor is Calvin Santoro, a blonde trainee in butler clothes assigned to help the king through the morning. Colonel Harris steps in right after and confirms Calvin was the trainee he sent. Harris casually praises Calvin as a shy but reliable hard case, then smacks him so hard on the back that the poor trainee coughs. At Harris's order, Calvin snaps into soldier mode and runs ahead to prepare the carriage. Watching Calvin go, Blake dryly wonders whether that enthusiasm will survive a full day at his side. Harris answers that Calvin has already survived plenty and insists he is both a good kid and someone he trusts. The talk turns serious when Blake asks about Emperor Gilbert Gottfried and the intelligence coming back from the Daisiran Empire. Harris says their informants have only scraps and gossips so far, and the agents hidden in the enemy army have gone silent too. Blake immediately wonders if their people were exposed, but Harris thinks the more likely answer is that the enemy has simply grown cautious. That leaves them facing the ugly conclusion that war with Daisiran may be unavoidable. Harris admits that grimly enough, Waiting for that clash may be the best outcome Argria can hope for now. Blake sighs over the irony that all the blood and plotting to replace the old royal pair only bought the country a temporary peace. Harris says most people will panic for a while and then drift back into routine until the peace actually breaks. By the time they reach the front, Calvin is already waiting beside the royal carriage, perfectly on task. Blake ends the exchange politely and says he is leaving for an important meeting. Harris salutes the king off and orders Calvin to watch him carefully like a soldier on assignment, not just a servant. As the carriage rolls away, the story cuts to a very different man in Daisyrin, Hugo Brewster, who still looks boyishly young years after puberty. Hugo hardly cares about that strange youthful face anyway, because all he wants is to prove himself worthy of Emperor Gilbert's notice. Believing devotion means strength and sacrifice, Hugo joined the Daisyrin army at 14 to chase that impossible ideal. But reality crushes him, because no matter how hard he works, he cannot keep up with the gifted soldiers around him. He graduates stuck in the middle of the class, which is respectable for most people but devastating for someone this desperate to stand out. That ordinary result drives him into depression, convinced he will never reach the man he worships. Then a secret invitation changes everything by recruiting him into an obscure covert branch called the Trojan Forces. Curious and hungry for purpose, Hugo follows the summons to an old hidden building deep in an Orangery alley. The floor he is sent to feels almost abandoned, with no one around except a faint light leaking from one small room. Suspicious but unable to turn back, Hugo opens that door and steps into the only occupied room. Inside, he finds a single overweight man with light stubble waiting behind a heavy desk as if Hugo was expected all along. The recruiter skips small talk and asks Hugo how he feels about working directly for the Emperor. Flustered but completely sincere, Hugo blurts out that serving Gilbert's holy mission would be a dream come true for him. The man laughs softly and tells him he is exactly where he wants to be, locking Hugo into something far bigger than he expected. In an old memory, a heavy-set recruiter bluntly asks Hugo if he wants to work for the Emperor. Caught off guard but eager, Hugo says serving the Emperor would be his dream. The recruiter laughs and points out that Hugo still doesn't trust this suspicious little operation. Hugo tries to deny it, but he gets so embarrassed he can barely get a sentence out. Instead of getting offended, the recruiter admits the abandoned hideout looks terrible, but says that is exactly why nobody would suspect a secret imperial project there. He shrugs off the ugly location, says he is happy as long as the paperwork job pays well, and then changes the subject. Then he pulls out a large brown envelope and places it in front of Hugo like a final test. The recruiter says the envelope holds the mission details and the Emperor's signed verification, but Hugo only gets it if he accepts the assignment. Hugo asks what kind of mission it is, and the answer is just one tense word, undercover. Hugo pushes further and asks why they picked an ordinary soldier like him for something this important. The recruiter's answer is almost absurd. They chose Hugo because he looks like a kid. Hugo repeats the logic back in disbelief, and the recruiter calmly confirms that a childlike face makes infiltration easier and more believable over time. When Hugo asks if that means posing as a teenager, the recruiter explains the fake life may last years, so Hugo can naturally age into adulthood inside the role. Seeing Hugo hesitate, the recruiter stands beside him, puts a hand on his shoulder, and urges him to prove his worth to the Emperor by saying yes. Hugo asks about his new identity, and the recruiter finally gives him one real hint. The cover will be built from the Argria terrorist attack, using the chaos and dead families there to create Hugo's fake life. He slides the envelope fully to Hugo and forces the choice into the open: give up the dream, or start a fake life for the country. Before the memory can show Hugo's answer, King Blake pulls Calvin back to the present and asks if he is alright. Calvin quickly smiles, says he is fine, and admits he was just remembering his past. Elsewhere, Edward reflects on how he left a stable job under the famous medicine master David Harrison because he wanted a life that was truly his own. Even though his own shop pays less, Edward usually feels happier here than he ever did in his old safe life. That confidence wavers for a moment, until the shop door suddenly swings open. Claude Rayforth steps in, and Edward's doubts vanish on the spot. Edward immediately reminds himself that staying close to Claude could be very good for business, especially with Claude's ties to the king. Edward asks what brings Claude in, but his eyes are already fixed on the small vial in Claude's hand. Before answering, Claude notices Edward was about to close early, and Edward awkwardly admits it. Edward rushes to clarify that Claude is not a nuisance, but Claude cuts that off and puts the vial on the counter. Claude says he is not here to shop and only wants Edward to identify the medicine quickly so he can leave. Edward reads the label and immediately recognizes the name Mazakin. He explains that Mazakin is a rare and expensive medicine used when someone's energy life burns out too quickly. But Edward wants to test the sample itself, and Claude gives him permission to go ahead. Edward opens the vial, gives it a quick smell, and heads downstairs to his hidden lab, with Claude following right behind him. In the basement, Edward brings Claude into a secret workspace where he keeps illegal medicines and starts a proper test. He takes out a bottle of strange green goo, adds a drop from the Mazakin vial, and waits for the reaction. The green substance hisses and turns blue, and Edward instantly knows the medicine is not pure. Edward reveals the vial is a mixture of Mazakin and delahernum, a rare toxic chemical. That wakes Claude up completely, and he demands to know what Delihurnum actually does. Edward explains that the toxin slowly thickens key meridian channels until they collapse and block spiritual energy flow. Claude realizes the obvious result and asks if the medicine is meant to turn the victim into a cripple. Edward says the poison is more dangerous than that, because it cripples someone slowly enough to fool almost any doctor until the damage is done. Annoyed by Edward's casual handling, Claude snatches the vial back and presses for the full explanation. Edward explains that collapsed meridians are not technically severed, so surface checks would wrongly suggest the patient can still cultivate. By the time the hidden damage fully gives way, the meridians can burst so violently that it just looks like the victim was ruined by a fierce attack. Now fully focused, Claude connects the poison to Elizabeth's treatment and realizes someone has been drugging her on purpose. Edward adds that this would be an effective murder method, but the mixture is so rare that ordinary criminals would never have access to it. Claude asks if any decent alchemist could simply recreate it, hoping the trail might still be broad. Edward laughs that identifying a medicine and making one are completely different things, and says he only recognized Delihurnum because he happened to encounter it years ago. He says the toxin's peculiar smell gave it away, but actually reproducing a mixture like this is beyond almost everyone. So when Claude narrows the question, Edward gives him the key lead. Only a handful of elite alchemists could have made this poison. At Edward's shop, Claude asks the obvious question and wonders why an alchemist can't simply remake the strange drug. Edward laughs off the idea and explains that spotting Delihurnum by its odd smell is one thing, but rebuilding a medicine this complex is far beyond most alchemists. When Claude presses him, Edward turns firm and says only a handful of elite alchemists could have produced a mixture like this. That answer hits Claude hard, because this stops looking like a petty attack and starts looking like one piece of a much bigger plan. Claude quietly links the mystery back to the white dragon's teeth, but even that feels too small for whatever is happening behind the scenes. He thanks Edward and heads out, still mulling over the implications. Even on the way out, Claude bluntly tells Edward to stop acting like he has royal backing, because he still hates being treated like a king's insider. Edward shouts that he is being sincere, then slumps back down and admits to himself that his attempt to curry favor totally failed. Back at his residence, Claude drops the stack of documents he took from Elizabeth's room onto his desk and gets to work immediately without even changing clothes. As he reads carefully through every page, Claude finds that the papers belong to an Azure Lion clan research operation codenamed Demon Teeth. The files show this was no casual expedition, because the scouting work around the White Dragon's teeth was massive enough to prove powerful backing. Claude still can't tell whether Azure Lion itself is behind it, or whether Elizabeth deliberately hid the real sponsor's name. Then the documents raise the stakes again by revealing the goal was not just a tooth, but the White Dragon's entire buried skeleton in northern Griffino Forest. What really catches Claude's attention is how obsessively the papers describe the dragon's fire gland, far more than the folklore ever does. He also learns the White Dragon's teeth are made of a material so strong that even Claude is startled by how nearly indestructible they are. In the middle of the paperwork, Claude spots a hidden yellow envelope tucked between the research pages. He slices the envelope open with precise control using his Astral Wing blade technique so he won't damage whatever is inside. The return address points to Salvador City in Shirington Prefecture, a place Claude doesn't even recognize. The letter is from Elijah Ray, a struggling cultivation assistant who writes with raw gratitude about his little daughter's miraculous recovery. In Elijah's letter, Claude learns that when doctors gave up on the girl's worsening illness, Elizabeth came in the Azure Lion clan's name and offered a cure if the family joined them. According to the letter, Azure Lion took the girl away and later returned her cured, leaving Elijah overwhelmed with thanks. But because that heartfelt thank you was hidden inside White Dragon research files, Claude's suspicion spikes instead of easing. By the time he looks back over the desk, Claude is convinced the Azure Lion clan is hiding something huge, and he is fully hooked on finding the truth. Later that night at Kerrison's Inn, a drunk Azure Lion mansion guard loudly vents that some rich family's scandal has dumped extra work on the guards. He blurts out that a man slept with the clan head's daughter and escaped before the guards arrived, so now they are all being forced to search the mansion. His friend tries to shut him up before that gossip gets them all in trouble, but the drunk guard snaps back even louder. That is when a short-mustached stranger steps in behind them, amused to hear that someone apparently escaped Margaret's grasp. Still smiling, the stranger casually asks for more details, turning random bar gossip into something more dangerous. Elsewhere in the inner disciple division, Claude throws himself back into training and starts practicing his sunrise sword technique again. He shuts down his aura, steadies his breathing, and gathers himself into a calm so complete it looks like still water before the strike. Then his aura erupts forward sharper than before, and Claude draws in one decisive flash. The blade lights smash through the rock so violently that the impact shatters stone, ripples through the ground, and sends the surrounding trees swaying. As the dust settles, a familiar voice praises the sunrise sword technique but notes that Claude has changed something important inside it. The speaker is the third elder, now the new headmaster, calmly walking into Claude's courtyard in white robes. Claude bows at once, and the headmaster explains he is personally walking the inner disciple grounds while he still has time to observe his people before the academy merger is complete. After glancing at Claude's katana, The headmaster cleanly identifies the trick and asks if Claude merged Sunrise Sword with the invisible sword technique. Claude admits it and explains that the invisible sword's basics are quicker and more complex, so he rebuilt Sunrise Sword on that sturdier foundation. The headmaster is genuinely startled, because trying that kind of unsupervised fusion could have gone disastrously wrong. Claude does not back down and says he knew the risk, but he trusted his understanding enough to try it carefully, and now feels the success justified his boldness. Instead of rebuking him, the headmaster laughs and says that a cultivator needs pride and arrogance if they want the power to reshape the martial world. He goes even further and tells Claude that between this, the previous headmaster incident, and the battle against the revolutionaries, Claude has impressed him a great deal. Claude answers with careful humility, saying he still has a long way to go before he deserves praise like that. The headmaster smiles at Claude's sudden humility, but he still insists Claude's future will grow into the promise he already sees. Then the mood changes when the headmaster steps closer and says he came to ask Claude something important. What he asks is startling. He wants Claude to lead the Grand Astral faction in the coming Golden Crown tournament. Claude is immediately uneasy, because as a junior he knows the senior disciples would see that position as rightfully theirs. The headmaster admits the seniors probably would be angry, but says that is exactly why he wants to push Claude into wider responsibility early. He says he believes Claude is a true cultivation genius and wants to broaden his talent beyond raw fighting by giving him experience as early as possible. To make the appointment stick, the headmaster says there is only one real solution left. Claude guesses the answer at once and bluntly asks if he will have to fight them for it. The headmaster confirms it, but says Claude's junior status means the seniors would face him under a handicap. He broadens the plan further, saying the leadership fight will be open to all of his disciples, so even juniors can compete for the title. Claude still doesn't look convinced, and his hesitation makes it clear this offer feels more like pressure than honor. Without waiting for a real answer, the headmaster says he will present the idea to the other disciples and leaves Claude standing there to think it over. Inside the inn, one sober Azure Lion guard panicked because his drunk friend had just told a stranger about the man who escaped from Margaret's room. The drunk guard brushed it off and mocked Margaret as just a town scandal, insisting nobody would ever trace the leak back to them. His friend reluctantly gave in, and the drunk idiot immediately suggested picking up girls so they could forget the whole thing. Outside, Gaston left the inn with that rumor stuck in his head and went straight to Barris, who had been waiting behind a nearby building. Gaston told Barris he finally had a possible lead, and thin as it was, they had no choice but to chase it. As Gaston thought it through, the suspicious part was not that someone escaped the Azure Lion clan, but that escaping a secure mansion would have taken planning long before one night with Margaret. That logic pushed Gaston toward a more dangerous answer. The man may have slept with Margaret to infiltrate the clan itself. He admitted it could still just be some reckless lunatic chasing excitement, but he was not willing to ignore the better theory. So Gaston made the call. If the answer was inside the Azure Lion clan, then he and Barris were going in. Later at the academy, Claude finished cultivating and headed out to meet the headmaster about this unwanted Grand Astral leadership role. He still hated the idea of being pushed into faction politics, especially when senior disciples could easily turn that kind of position into a knife in the back. To reach the headmaster's current residence in the Third Elder's old quarters, Claude had to pass through the Grand Astral section of the inner disciple division. The nearby disciples first stared in confusion, feeling they had seen him before but not placing him yet. Then someone recognized him as Claude Rayforth, the junior who had stood beside their master against the revolutionaries, and the whole area buzzed at once. Not everyone was impressed though, because one hostile group watched him with cold faces and obvious resentment. The onlookers quietly identified Ian as the kind of senior who would never accept flying sword leftovers joining their faction, and they started expecting a scene. Claude sized them up at a glance and decided none of them were dangerous enough to worry him unless they struck first. Ian finally stepped in front of him and mocked the idea that one appearance beside their master was enough for Claude to jump from a weak faction into theirs. Claude sighed at the childish posturing, already filing the whole group under trash he would have to deal with himself. Then he answered flatly that yes, he had assumed it would be fine to join, and asked Ian if he had a problem with that. One lackey exploded at Claude's disrespect, but Claude coolly twisted the exchange back on him and suggested maybe the senior's ears were the real problem. Ian cut in with a fake laugh and tried to put Claude in his place, sneering that a pest like him would learn what real cultivators look like. Claude answered with a sharper insult, saying at least his arrogance did not come from hiding behind lackeys and bullying juniors to feel strong. That hit home hard enough to make Ian's eyes go bloodshot, but he swallowed his rage and answered with a polished threat instead. He warned Claude to watch his jokes around brighter men in the Grand Astral faction, because people who reached too high could burn for it. Ian actually meant to leave it there, because starting a fight in his own faction's section against someone close to the Third Elder was not worth the risk. Claude did not let the threat slide, and a flash of light whipped past Ian's face before he even understood what happened. When Ian touched his cheek and saw blood on his fingers, the insult turned into pure outrage. Claude faced him with drawn katana and coldly made his point clear. If someone threatened him, he would strike back on the spot. Ian snapped and ordered his men to jump Claude first. Claude stayed relaxed and read the whole charge in an instant, spotting each angle of attack before the first blow landed. He slipped under the first palm strike, seized that attacker by the wrist, and dragged him sideways like a human shield. The second senior's kick smashed straight into his own teammate, and Claude immediately followed with a brutal palm strike to the kicker's face. That explosion sent the man flying back into the two backups and broke their formation before they could properly support each other. Claude crashed into the backup line, slashing one senior across the chest hard enough to blast him backward. He bent back under the warhammer, stepped right inside the swing, and buried the last man into the ground with another close-range palm strike. In a few violent exchanges, all four higher-ranked seniors were down, and the watching disciples could barely believe what they had just seen. Ian was hit even harder than the crowd, because he had fully expected his stronger followers to crush Claude without trouble. Claude turned that shock into pressure, taunting Ian for hanging back after all his talk about true strength. Even with 2 ranks on Claude, Ian suddenly felt that fighting him now was a very bad idea. Claude gave him no room to recover, promising he would not kill Ian, only hurt him badly. And before Ian could answer, Claude vanished from sight and came down on him with a descending katana strike that forced Ian to block. After dropping Ian's 4 lackeys, Claude fixes Ian with a nasty grin and asks why the senior suddenly wants to stay back now. Ian is 2 ranks above him, but Claude's pressure already makes him feel like staying in this fight is a terrible idea. Claude promises he will not kill Ian, just maim him badly, and vanishes before Ian can answer. A heartbeat later, Claude is above Ian, bringing his katana down hard enough to shake the whole field. Ian gets blasted backward, and his trembling sword arm tells him he may not survive another strike like that. Claude strolls out of the dust and mocks him again, asking if a senior disciple really just got scared of his junior. Humiliated, Ian drops the pretense and lets killing intent pour off him. Ian answers with a storm of saber chi, sending countless blade lights tearing across the air toward Claude. Claude laughs instead of dodging and answers Ian's attack with his own field of astral blade lights. The 2 waves collide in a violent blast, filling the arena with wind, noise, and choking dust. From inside the dust, Claude keeps talking, saying big words only matter if you can actually back them up. Then Claude bursts through the clouds so fast that Ian freezes for one fatal instant. Claude exploits that hesitation and drives a body-strengthened fist straight into Ian's chest. Ian coughs blood and drops to his knees, barely able to breathe. Claude does not stop there and plants a palm on Ian's face to smash him into the ground. The palm strike hits so hard that Ian bounces off the ground like a rag doll and crashes back down unconscious. The watching disciples go dead silent, stunned by how completely Claude just crushed a stronger senior. Claude casually steps over Ian, tells the crowd he is still alive, and says they should get a medicinal doctor. With the fight finished, Claude heads straight for the headmaster's residence, as if none of it was a big deal. On the balcony, the new headmaster watches the uproar with tea in hand and studies Claude's approach with quiet interest. Beside him, Elder Kenneth admits he always thought Ian was a bully and wonders what excuse the spoiled senior will make after this loss. The headmaster says Claude was ruthless, but maybe Ian needed a harsh lesson that the real problem is himself. Once Claude gets close, Kenneth quietly asks if the headmaster wants privacy. The headmaster nods, and Kenneth vanishes at once, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. Before Claude can knock, the headmaster sends his voice through the air and calmly tells him to come up to the balcony. Claude enters without wasting time and joins the headmaster on the balcony. The headmaster gets straight to it and asks if Claude has finally decided whether to take on the role of leader. Claude says yes, but only if the so-called leadership is not treated like a real official post. When the headmaster asks what that means, Claude proposes a tournament that names the strongest cultivator, not an official leader everyone must obey. He argues that strength alone does not make people accept a leader, so influence should grow naturally instead of being forced by a title. Claude also admits the real advantage for him is freedom, because an unofficial role is much easier to walk away from later. The headmaster chuckles and says that sounds a lot more like Claude's real reason. Claude does not deny it, and plainly says he refuses to be dragged around by a position when he wants control over his own actions. The headmaster accepts the condition, but warns Claude that if he takes this on, he has to go all in. Claude agrees to do his best, and the meeting ends as neatly as it began. As soon as Claude is gone, the headmaster quietly calls Elder Kenneth back out of hiding. Kenneth answers with a flashy return, dropping back onto the balcony in a gust of wind strong enough to make the headmaster shield his tea. Asked why he took so long, Kenneth says he was busy carrying the unconscious Ian and his friends to a medicinal doctor. The headmaster is surprised, because Kenneth clearly never liked Ian. Kenneth says nothing changed about Ian being a spoiled brat, but he is still one of their disciples and still young enough to correct himself. Satisfied, the headmaster changes the subject and asks what Kenneth thinks of Claude Rayforth. Kenneth first praises Claude as a monstrous late-blooming genius whose growth rate is frightening even if he started too late. But the headmaster cuts him off and says that is not the real question. He wants Kenneth's read on Claude as a person. Kenneth immediately understands and asks if the headmaster means whether Claude can really be trusted. The headmaster confirms it and asks for an honest answer. Kenneth says Claude is rational, calm, and fights like a veteran, but he also betrayed his own master without hesitation just to save himself. His conclusion is blunt: Claude is not the kind of man who sacrifices for others, so he is not someone Kenneth would ever trust. The headmaster says that answer is perfect, because he does not trust Claude either. He even sighs that Claude could become one of the greatest cultivators alive, which makes this distrust even more dangerous and complicated. When Kenneth asks what to do, the headmaster orders him to treat Claude as one of their own but watch him at all times. Left with his tea and his thoughts, the headmaster mutters one last judgment on Claude: once a rat, always a rat. Far away in Soderbergh City, the story cuts to the sewers beneath the Azure Lion clan mansion, where Gaston and Barris are stuck arguing beside a large hole. Gaston snaps when Barris admits he cannot crawl inside because he is too fat. He almost hits Barris for it, then gives up and rages at the miserable idea that he now has to crawl into this filthy hole himself. Gaston kicks the sewer wall in frustration, and even Barris has to warn him not to make so much noise down here. That only earns Barris another insult, and Gaston finally starts moving toward the hole while pinching his nose in disgust. As he forces himself onward, Gaston bitterly thinks that if he were better looking, he could have seduced the target instead of crawling through sewage. The scene jumps again to Savannah City, where Ender sits alone in a nearly empty restaurant and anxiously waits for someone he clearly fears. The man Ender feared finally appears at the restaurant entrance, and his mocking first words make it clear he already suspects Ender failed. The intimidating stranger sits across from Ender and coldly demands to know what happened to the material Ender promised to bring. Terrified, Ender admits there has been a complication and says an outsider interfered with their plan. He begs for 2 more weeks and insists he can still fix everything if they will just trust him. When that silence terrifies him even more, Ender hurriedly throws his backup value onto the table: files on the Azure Lion clan's experiments. He insists losing White Dragon's teeth was only a mistake and says his men are already hunting the thief. Instead of bargaining, the enforcer gives Ender a disappointed look and says he had hoped Ender would be different from the rest. Then Ender suddenly locks up in terror, realizing too late that his sentence has already been decided. In one clean slash, the man cuts Ender's head from his body and ends the meeting on the spot. Looking at the corpse without sympathy, he sums Ender up with one cold rule: you do not trust trash to do your job. Inside a restaurant, Ender desperately tries to excuse the failed White Dragon's tooth mission and promises he can still recover it. Darius is not interested in excuses, and one flash of steel cuts Ender's head clean off. As Ender's severed head thuds to the floor, Darius coldly complains that every time he trusts trash with a mission, it ends like this. He calmly wipes the blood off his cheek with a white handkerchief, already treating Ender as disposable waste. After a quiet pause, Darius calls for Leaf, and a gust of wind announces his loyal subordinate's arrival. Darius asks what Ender's contractors were doing, and Leaf reports that Ender had hired 2 former Azure Lion contractors to recover the White Dragon's tooth. Leaf still cannot locate the pair, but he did uncover their planned rendezvous, Griffino Forest, 1 week from now. That is enough for Darius, who orders an ambush at the meeting point and tells Leaf to strike only after confirming the object is there. And if the contractors show up empty-handed, Darius wants them interrogated first and executed right after. Leaf accepts the order and vanishes at once, leaving Darius alone with his anger. Walking out, Darius realizes the Azure Lion clan elders were hiding their true plans all along, and he smiles at the chance to exploit their secret. At the Azure Lion clan mansion in Soderbergh, Gaston finally crawls out of a filthy hole into a garderobe and gasps in relief. One look back at the hole is enough to rattle him, but he forces himself to focus on whether the thief also entered the clan grounds. Remembering Elizabeth's location, Gaston slips out and starts searching the mansion grounds for Building 23. He spots the right building at last and quietly moves in, weaving past guards without being seen. After slipping through a window, Gaston climbs to the 3rd floor and heads straight for Elizabeth's room. He unlocks Elizabeth's door with a prepared key, showing he came with inside information. Inside the room, Gaston stops and lets his nose work, reading the air instead of the furniture. A sudden scent catches him, and his attention snaps to a portrait of Elizabeth on the cupboard. When he smells the portrait up close, Gaston separates the familiar scent of Elizabeth from a fresher stranger's trail and knows the thief was here recently. The discovery only sharpens his mood, and he starts checking the rest of the room for what the intruder touched. He shoves the desk aside, presses a hidden trigger in the wall, and exposes a secret keyhole. Using another key, Gaston opens the hidden cabinet and immediately tests it by scent too. That smell confirms it for him. Someone already took documents from this cabinet and left only part of the stash behind. After restoring the room as neatly as he found it, Gaston slips back out without leaving a trace. Down in the sewers beneath the mansion, Barris waits by the hole, growing restless and lonely without Gaston. The moment he hears movement above, Barris brightens, realizing Gaston is finally coming back. Gaston drops straight out of the hole into the sewage, and Barris happily calls to him anyway. Already having the worst day of his life, Gaston snarls at Barris and fumes as he tries to scrape sewage off himself. He quickly realizes cleaning is pointless, swallows down the urge to vomit, and decides they need to get out of the sewer now. Before they go, Gaston tells Barris the key result. He caught the target's scent leading toward Clawfairy Prefecture, probably Dawsbury City. Barris excitedly realizes Gaston found the man, and Gaston, still irritated, orders him to keep up and follow. The two contractors leave the sewers together and head into the dark with a real trail at last. Back in Elizabeth's room, the door suddenly explodes inward as a black-robed intruder storms inside. He sweeps glowing strands of light through the room and floods the space with white radiance to examine what happened here. When the spell settles, the intruder confirms his fear. Information has leaked from this room. Later, at the training grounds, Wilfred reacts with open disbelief as Claude tells him Ian actually tried to bully him. Claude even says Ian saw the fight in Jotunheim and still acted like Claude had done nothing there. Wilfred can only call Ian delusional, but Claude points out the bigger issue. Plenty of people in the Grand Astral faction look down on them for coming from the other side. Wilfred agrees that the old elder rivalry never really died, and says the only answer now is to prove their strength until the others are forced to accept them. Claude takes that in and goes back to training, swinging his katana hard enough to blast the ground. About half an hour later, Claude finally pauses to cool off, and Wilfred teases him for taking a break so soon. Claude says he is deliberately avoiding total burnout today, because emptying himself can help break a bottleneck, but his current techniques already chew through too much spiritual energy. That leads Claude to the real problem bothering him now. His summoned weapons eat too much spiritual energy just by staying active. When Wilfred asks how he plans to fix that, Claude smiles and lands on a simple answer at the very end of the scene. He will start using a real sword. During training, Claude stops early on purpose and tells Wilfred he is not trying to empty himself dry today, because his strongest techniques burn through too much spiritual energy. Claude points at the bigger problem. Just keeping his summoned katana active keeps draining him, so he needs a more efficient way to fight. His answer surprises Wilfred. Claude wants to stop summoning a blade and start using a real sword instead. Claude explains that shaping and maintaining a spiritual weapon wastes energy, while a physical sword enhanced with spiritual energy should cost him far less. Wilfred agrees with the logic but reminds him why cultivators abandoned real weapons in the first place. Normal blades could not survive stronger and stronger techniques. Claude understands the history, but inside he is already thinking that this limit does not apply to him. He remembers the white dragon's tooth and realizes it might be the perfect material, because it feels far tougher than anything ordinary cultivators ever had. But the same idea hits a wall immediately. If the tooth is nearly indestructible, forging it into a sword could be almost impossible. So Claude asks Wilfred the next obvious question. Are there any blacksmiths left who still specialize in making weapons? Wilfred bluntly tells him that blacksmithing died out long ago, and there may not be any living weaponsmiths left at all. Claude does not drop it and asks about famous blacksmith families instead, reasoning that proud craftsmen were more likely to pass their knowledge to their children. Wilfred thinks it over for several minutes before finally remembering one old name, the Richardson family, who once had a small smithy in Coderton City. Claude waves off the pressure and stores the lead for later, since he still has no way to actually shape the white dragon tooth yet. Then Claude remembers Elizabeth's hidden letter and urgently asks Wilfred whether he knows anything about Salvador City. Wilfred does not know the city itself, but once Claude mentions Shirington Prefecture, he places it south of Claw Ferry and says the trip should take about 3 to 4 days. That is enough for Claude, and he quietly files away the location as a useful lead. The calm breaks when 2 elder uniformed messengers announce across the inner disciple division that the headmaster wants his disciples at his residence immediately. Claude and Wilfred exchange a look, understand the summons is serious, and head straight for the headmaster's residence. When they arrive, the waiting disciples greet them with mixed looks of curiosity, suspicion, and outright anger. Claude quickly finds the angriest stare in the crowd. Ian Jefferson is still glaring at him from the back. Claude just thinks Ian is a slow learner, and coldly decides there is still time to deal with him later. Instead of speaking, Claude grins at Ian on purpose, and the look alone sends a chill through him. Ian snaps out of the fear and grits his teeth, but before he can react, Elder Kenneth appears above the crowd and seizes control of the gathering. Elder Kenneth announces the headmaster's arrival with spiritual force in his voice, and the disciples fall silent under the pressure of his aura. Even Claude is surprised by how strong Kenneth feels, which tells him just how powerful the Academy's upper ranks really are. Satisfied with the crowd's obedience, Kenneth formally presents the new headmaster of the Royal Academy of Agria. The headmaster appears beside Kenneth in an instant, and every disciple drops to one knee to greet him. The headmaster accepts their respect with a faint smile and tells his disciples to rise. He starts with the big political news. Under royal backing, Golden Avarice is merging with Silver Moon and Trinity into a broader Royal Academy. The crowd immediately starts murmuring, while Claude stands out as one of the few who already understands where this is going. Kenneth cuts the noise at once, letting the headmaster keep complete control of the room. The headmaster warns that even inside the merged academy, not everyone will think as one group, so his disciples need to stay together as a faction and watch for hidden motives. Claude immediately hears the real message underneath it. The headmaster is using fear and faction loyalty to stop his disciples from drifting toward other elders and academies. Even so, Claude admits the warning is not completely wrong, because these academies already betrayed each other once, and nobody would be wise to trust too easily now. He also knows the headmaster does not truly trust him either, and that their current relationship survives only because Claude is still useful and has nowhere better to stand. While the headmaster keeps preaching trust and unity, Claude can see the speech working on most of the disciples around him. After letting the mood build, the headmaster abruptly shifts to the next matter that really lights everyone up, becoming Golden Crown Tournament. He explains that even after the merger, the factions will still compete, so his side needs strength built through actual combat experience. The headmaster hammers the lesson home: rank alone is not enough, because only repeated fights expose weaknesses and teach a cultivator how to adapt. But because there is not enough time before the tournament to risk real deadly battles, he settles on a safer answer for his faction. His decision is clear: before the Golden Crown Tournament, the disciples will fight each other in an internal sparring contest. At the faction meeting, the headmaster tells the disciples that rank alone is not enough and that only repeated sparring can expose their weaknesses before the tournament. He admits real battles would teach them more, but with the Golden Crown Tournament so close, he cannot risk his strongest disciples getting crippled or killed. Then he drops the real announcement: in 1 week, the faction will hold its own sparring contest. The room immediately shifts from confusion to ambition as the disciples start wondering if this is also a chance to prove who deserves the headmaster's attention. The headmaster makes it clear that everyone can enter, even newcomers, and his brief glance at Claude shows that warning was aimed at him too. When Catherine Warner asks about a prize, the headmaster happily confirms that first place will be rewarded. Elder Kenneth hands over a scroll, and the headmaster reveals the reward: the White Blossom Palm Techniques, a secret art created by legendary General Gareth Fraser. That prize ignites the room, and the headmaster pushes them harder, saying they must improve through fighting if they want this faction to win the Golden Crown Tournament. He immediately reins that excitement back in with a hard rule: this contest is for training, and anyone who tries to seriously injure an opponent will be disqualified on the spot. The disciples answer in unison, and with that the meeting is dismissed. As he turns away, the headmaster throws Claude one last meaningful look, and Claude understands he is still being watched even if he has no choice but to stay for now. Once outside, Claude heads off intending to train, but Wilfred Belden calls after him before he can leave. Wilfred teases him for rushing straight back to practice, and Claude dryly admits that was exactly the plan. When Wilfred asks about the contest, Claude answers without hesitation that he plans to win it. Wilfred presses him about possible opponents, but Claude says scouting them can wait because training comes first. Then Wilfred glances behind them and quietly warns Claude that someone looks very angry at him. Claude turns and finds Ian Jefferson coming their way with a whole group of glaring followers, which tells him this problem is not over. Wilfred enjoys the sight and jokes that Claude probably should have beaten Ian even harder the first time. Ian finally reaches them and loudly swears that Claude only won before because he caught him off guard, promising revenge in the sparring contest. Claude shuts that down with a blunt insult, telling Ian he is average at best and not even worth treating as a real threat. Before Ian can answer, another voice cuts in, and Claude realizes Ian did not come alone with mere lackeys this time. Russell Davies steps forward in a dark blue robe, lets his aura roll out, and instantly marks himself as a much more dangerous senior than Ian. Russell introduces himself as Ian's senior, and coldly asks Claude why he beat Ian up in the first place. Claude refuses to play along and says the question is pointless because Russell already came here planning to take revenge anyway. Russell takes Claude's attitude as defiance and promises he will make him regret it in the contest, but Claude flatly says he will not. That answer makes Russell drop the polite act, and he starts talking down to Claude as an insolent junior from the Flying Sword faction. Russell's aura crashes down hard enough to make Claude clench his fists under the pressure. Even while being pinned, Claude fires back with icy mockery, laughing that Russell sounds just like Ian and is doing a terrible job of making himself seem impressive. Claude twists the knife further by reminding Russell that Ian already used the same threats and still failed to block even one of Claude's attacks. Now genuinely furious, Russell shouts and increases the pressure again until Claude is on the edge of being overwhelmed. Before Russell can crush him any further, Wilfred steps in and blasts Russell's aura back with one of his own, giving Claude room to breathe. Wilfred does not stop at helping Claude, and openly ridicules Russell for threatening a junior just because Claude humiliated Ian and bruised his ego. Russell snaps back, but Wilfred only steps closer and calls him a joke to his face. The pressure between the two seniors spikes fast enough that Claude and the others instinctively back away from the blast zone. Wilfred plants himself as Claude's shield and tells Russell plainly that if he wants to touch his junior, he has to get through him first. To prove he means it, Wilfred summons a giant hammer and the whole atmosphere thickens into a real pre-fight silence. Russell answers by summoning twin axes wrapped in lightning, accepting the challenge instead of backing down. Claude watches the two seniors size each other up and realizes this is no normal argument anymore. Then Elder Kenneth suddenly appears behind them, catching both seniors before the first strike can fly. Kenneth dryly asks what is going on, and the sudden shift from violence to discipline makes Russell stumble into an awkward excuse. Russell claims they were only discussing combat techniques, and Wilfred smoothly backs the lie as if the near duel meant nothing. Kenneth clearly does not buy it, but he lets the lie pass and reminds them that they all belong to the same faction now. He warns them not to seriously injure each other, and risk the faction's chances at the Golden Crown tournament just to settle personal grudges. Instead of banning their grudge outright, Kenneth pointedly suggests they use the sparring contest to settle it, since they will be forced to hold back there. Both seniors agree at once, and Kenneth dismisses the group before turning back toward the headmaster's residence. As soon as Kenneth is out of sight, Wilfred and Russell turn right back to each other with the same open hatred. Russell vows they will finish this in the sparring contest, and Wilfred answers with the same promise and even more confidence. Russell ends the stare down by calling Ian over, making it obvious who follows whom in that group. Claude seizes the moment to mock Ian like a pet being summoned by its owner, which makes Ian whirl around in fury. But one glare from Russell shuts Ian up, so he can only retreat with his group and spit out one last threat on the way out. Claude just waves him off with a smile, and the clash ends here without a fight, only with grudges pushed forward into the coming contest. The standoff finally breaks when Russell cuts in and says he'll settle everything with Claude in the sparring contest. Claude fires back that Russell will regret ever meeting him, turning the threat into a personal challenge. Russell answers with pure sarcasm, then whistles for Ian and the others to stop posturing and leave. Claude twists the knife by whispering that Ian's owner is calling, and Ian nearly explodes on the spot. Ian wants to lash out, but one hard glare from Russell forces him to swallow it and walk away. Even while retreating, Ian throws Claude one last warning, and Claude just waves him off with an easy smile. Once the trouble is gone, Claude asks Wilfred why he stepped into a fight that was really Claude's problem. Wilfred shrugs it off and says he simply felt like joining in because Claude shouldn't have all the fun alone. Then Wilfred turns serious and reminds Claude that the sparring contest rules are unknown, so Claude could be matched against Russell or someone just as dangerous right away. Claude admits he is not confident he can beat Russell, but he is confident he can survive a hit or two even from fighters at that level. Wilfred stares at him, baffled, because staying alive through punches is not the same thing as winning a match. Claude explains his real point: if he can endure their attack range, that also gives him a real chance to slip in one of his own. Wilfred still does not fully get it, and Claude only tells him to wait and see when the real fight comes. At Claude's residence gate, Wilfred suddenly remembers the city name Claude asked about earlier, Salvador City. Claude immediately presses him, because Wilfred had claimed he knew nothing before, so this sudden memory matters. Wilfred says the name kept bothering him, and after thinking it over back at the headmaster's residence, he finally remembered an old rumor tied to that city. The rumor is grim from the start. Wilfred says it was a story about a girl who was supposedly brought back from the dead. That jars Claude, because the version he knows only spoke about a girl with a strange illness, not a death and resurrection. When Wilfred asks where he heard it, Claude hides the truth and claims he overheard a drunken old man rambling in a restaurant. Wilfred accepts that cover story and says his own version came from a traveling bard who collected strange local tales. He starts the rumor properly. The girl in Salvador City was already close to death when people first heard about the unknown disease. Then the family announced that she had died, and because people feared the illness, only a few townsfolk attended the funeral. Those few witnesses said the girl was buried right next to her family's house, which makes the whole tale feel even stranger. Claude realizes fast that Wilfred's version is much darker than his own, even if the two stories still feel connected. Wilfred says the town tried to move on, until rumors spread that a young girl was crying from that house late at night. As the nights passed, more people claimed they heard the cries, and some even swore they saw the dead girl wandering near the house. Soon after that, the family vanished from Salvador City entirely, and nobody ever heard from them again. When Wilfred asks what he thinks, Claude can only admit that he needs real answers now. Wilfred agrees the rumor is too incomplete to solve, and says that in the end it may have turned into nothing more than local folklore. Claude offers to tell his own version since it has more details, even if it is not necessarily better. Wilfred refuses on purpose, saying he would rather keep the stronger story than hear a flatter one that only leaves him unsatisfied. Claude jokes that Wilfred might appreciate the other version after all, but Wilfred says that kind of unfinished hunger suits Claude more than him. With that, Wilfred waves goodbye and leaves Claude alone in front of his residence. Left by himself, Claude compares both stories and becomes convinced that something is deeply wrong in Salvador City, and somehow tied to the Azure Lion clan. That suspicion hardens into a plan when Claude decides he needs to make a trip to Salvador City soon. But before that, another clue rises to the surface when Claude remembers Wilfred's earlier mention of the Richardson blacksmith family. As Claude goes further inside, his servant Randall welcomes him back and Claude immediately senses there is something to report. Randall blurts out that Claude has an unexpected guest waiting for him. Claude was not expecting anyone, so he carefully asks what Randall knows before making assumptions. Randall explains that the man claimed to work for the headmaster and proved it by showing the headmaster's token. He still cannot provide a name, because servant rules forbid asking once a cleared guest enters without hostile intent. Claude lets it pass, but inwardly he hates being surrounded by servants assigned by the academy instead of people truly loyal to him. After confirming the guest is waiting in the guest room, Claude heads there at once. The moment Claude opens the door, a tall blonde young man greets him by name and says he works under the third elder, now the new headmaster. Claude shakes David's hand and dryly notes that David probably already knows more than enough about him. They sit across from each other by the fireplace, and Claude immediately asks what kind of work David actually does for the headmaster. David keeps it vague and says he simply takes care of things for the headmaster, which only makes him sound more dangerous. When Claude asks why he came, David suddenly reaches into his sleeve, making Claude flinch before he sees it is only a scroll. David tosses the scroll over and says it is a gift from the headmaster, meant to help Claude reach his goal. Claude opens the scroll and finds detailed intelligence on the Grand Astral Faction disciples, from their daily habits to the secret techniques they have recently mastered. David makes the message plain. The new headmaster expects Claude to win the sparring contest, and this was sent to push him closer to that result. In the guest room, David suddenly tosses Claude a sealed scroll and calls it a gift from the headmaster. When Claude opens it, he finds detailed intelligence on the Grand Astral disciples, and David makes it clear the headmaster expects him to win the sparring contest. Claude jokes that the headmaster seems very invested in the result, but David answers that the contest will still be hard even with this advantage. David says Claude can make up for weaker rank and techniques with his brain and raw skill, but Claude catches the tone and asks why it still sounds like doubt. David finally says the problem is not Claude's ability but his loyalty, and the room turns cold. David bluntly reminds Claude that he already betrayed one master, so of course people would wonder if he could do it again. Claude answers that he chose his country over his former master, so his loyalty should only be doubted if the country's safety is on the line. David says that explanation sounds possible, but Claude's past still keeps him from trusting words alone. Behind his calm face, Claude burns with irritation because he cannot admit the truth that he only betrayed his master to save himself. Claude switches to cold logic and argues that betraying the headmaster would only hurt him, so the facts themselves should be reassuring. David immediately pushes back and asks what Claude would do if that disadvantage ever disappeared. Claude dodges the trap by saying the headmaster surely has plans ready for that too. After a long stare, David shifts the mood and says Claude is unusually calm for someone only 19, almost suspiciously calm. Claude shrugs that this is the martial world, so he simply learned to understand danger and adapt earlier than most. That answer makes David laugh out loud, and the heavy interrogation suddenly turns into genuine interest. David admits that on paper he did not think Claude was worth investing in, even if the reports said he was talented. He says the headmaster described Claude as someone who could topple the martial world, and David never believed that until meeting him in person. David says Claude has something hard to define, but enough to make him believe Claude could really change the world for better or worse. When Claude asks if that means he passed, David confirms he is satisfied and expects they will meet again. David stands, offers a handshake, and says he hopes Claude takes complete victory in the contest while staying on good terms with the headmaster. Claude returns the handshake politely, and David leaves with an easy grin that still feels a little ominous. Once he is alone, Claude bitterly admits the headmaster was always going to be wary of him, just not this openly. Claude decides he has no better side to rely on, so for now he will stay on his best behavior and focus on the sparring contest. He starts studying in earnest, memorizing every line so he can build counters before the tournament begins. As he reads, Claude is stunned by how huge the Grand Astral Faction is, with far more disciples than he expected. He figures the headmaster prefers building a large force from every promising inner disciple instead of carefully hunting for one rare genius. After counting the names, Claude realizes there are 32 members including him, which means 5 straight wins to take the title. The first major obstacle he marks is Russell Davies, a 6th-rank Sky Realm senior already close to the next breakthrough. Claude knows a 3-rank gap is dangerous, but he also knows higher-level fighters have more tools to work around pure rank difference. Remembering that even he could not beat Victor Hannibal, Claude still tells himself Russell is difficult, not impossible. His next threat is Leroy Wayne, another 6th-rank senior famous for body strengthening and knockout power at close range. Claude immediately builds the counter in his head: keep moving, keep distance, and never let Leroy trap him in a corner. Then he studies the Walker twins, Ray and Eva, both 6th rank and fast enough to be especially annoying opponents for someone like him. But the name that really stops him is Javier Banderas, a 7th-rank senior strong enough to make every earlier threat feel smaller. Reading further, Claude realizes Javier is not just powerful but complete, balanced in speed, strength, reflexes, and technique with no obvious weakness to exploit. Instead of feeling discouraged, Claude ends the night grinning at the scroll, excited now that the contest finally looks worthy of him. Alone with the tournament information, Claude admits he badly underestimated the level of opposition and realizes Javier is far more dangerous than Dalton ever was. What excites Claude most is that Javier feels like a complete cultivator, balanced in speed, power, and reflexes instead of relying on one trick. The contest stops looking like a joke to Claude, and that only makes him more eager to jump in. Acting on that excitement immediately, Claude opens the door and asks his servant Randall how quickly a closed seclusion chamber can be prepared. Randall is so startled by the request that he blurts out his confusion before catching himself. When Randall realizes Claude really means to use the chamber, his shock turns into worried disbelief. Claude shuts him down at once, making it clear that questioning his cultivation choices is not a servant's place. Randall kneels and explains he was not challenging Claude, only warning that closed seclusion has driven many young cultivators physically and mentally over the edge. Claude answers with icy distance, reminding Randall that his job is to obey, not to advise. Only after putting Randall in his place does Claude confirm that yes, he is absolutely entering the chamber. Randall tries one last careful warning, and this time Claude says he knows the risks, and has already decided the gains are worth it. With no room left to argue, Randall accepts the order and asks how long Claude plans to stay inside. Claude answers with a smug grin that he only needs 1 week, because there is no way he is missing the contest. Randall bows again, promises to secure the chamber quickly, and leaves Claude alone to prepare. Elsewhere in the Grand Astrofaction room, Ian is still boiling over his humiliation and swears he will get Claude back for it. His lackeys rush to protect his ego, insisting he only lost because he underestimated a younger student once. Ian grabs onto that excuse immediately, eager to believe Claude's win was just a fluke. That fantasy ends when Russell appears at the doorway and cuts in with a blunt no. Ian tries to keep smiling, but Russell tells him he knows exactly what he means and warns him not to keep living in a lie. Russell twists the knife by saying Claude is his opponent anyway, so Ian can leave the boy to him. Russell walks out, and Ian is left sitting there with his pride in pieces. A lackey tries to smooth it over, but Ian explodes and silences him on the spot. Once the room falls quiet, Russell's words keep echoing in Ian's head until the insult starts eating at him for real. He tries to block the voices out, but the more he resists, the louder the humiliation gets. Ian finally snaps, manifesting his saber and bringing it down on the table in front of him. Still screaming that Russell is wrong, he hacks the shattered table again and again until sparks and debris fly everywhere. By the time his final blow cracks the floor itself, the entire room has gone dead silent around him. Breathing hard as he calms down, Ian turns that rage into a new obsession with Claude Rayforth. He orders his lackeys to tail Claude, learn where he goes, what he does, and who he spends time with. When one frightened lackey asks if he plans to kill Claude, Ian mocks the idea and says murder would only get him expelled. But Ian leans in and makes the real threat clear. If he cannot kill Claude, he can still hurt him in other ways. The lackeys obey at once and rush out to start spying, leaving Ian alone with his bruised pride. Once the room is empty, Ian mutters an apology to Russell and vows he will prove him wrong by defeating Claude. Near the training grounds, Claude arrives before a huge strange building that serves as the closed seclusion chamber. Randall catches up proudly and tells Claude he secured the chamber just as promised. Claude immediately asks whether the chamber already has everything needed for the training inside. Randall confirms the materials are prepared and says Claude only needs to go in and begin. When Claude asks about the payment, a new voice answers before Randall can. The newcomer introduces himself as Elder Sanchez and says the chamber fee has already been handled under Claude's name. Claude shakes his hand and asks what Sanchez means by being in charge of the chamber. Sanchez clarifies that he is not a guard, only the official witness in case something goes wrong once Claude enters. He hands Claude a document, and Claude carefully reads it first instead of signing blindly. Satisfied there is nothing hidden in it, Claude signs the paper and hands it back, fully committing to the training. With the formalities finished, Claude faces the chamber, exhales once, and braces himself to begin. At the chamber entrance, Claude asks what Elder Sanchez means by being in charge, and Sanchez quickly clears up that he is only there as a witness if anything goes wrong. Sanchez hands over a formal paper, and Claude reads it carefully before signing, making sure there is nothing suspicious before he locks himself inside. Once Sanchez leaves, Claude takes a breath, faces the chamber alone, and commits himself to the risky training. Inside, the chamber is larger than expected but almost empty, with only a few medicine bottles tucked into one corner of the bare room. Claude inspects the medicines and finds agari root tonic for spiritual expansion, concentrated protein pills, and the far more dangerous Caesarean mixture. The protein pills are so concentrated that one pill can replace a week of food even for a Sky Realm cultivator, which tells Claude this training is built for extreme isolation. What matters most is the Caesarean mixture, the chamber-only medicine that drags a cultivator into the mystical realm to face a mind demon for a brutal shortcut in rank. Claude knows the price too. If he loses to that mind demon, he could be driven insane, but he still decides the risk is worth it. Before sealing himself in, Claude tells Randall he plans to stay for 1 week and wants the residents watched until he comes out right before the sparring contest. Randall kneels to wish his young master luck, and Claude sees him off before shutting the chamber once the servant is gone. Now completely alone, Claude sits cross-legged in the middle of the chamber, steadies his breathing, and starts the closed seclusion in earnest. He takes the medicines one by one, puts the bottles back, and immediately feels heat and violent energy rising through his body. The force inside him turns savage, rattling through his meridians so hard that Claude has to grit his teeth and endure the pain without breaking focus. Even Claude, who expected harsh training, realizes he underestimated this method when his sight starts fading and the chamber begins to distort. As the walls wobble and pulse like living things, Claude understands that the Caesarean mixture is attacking his sense of reality. Claude forces himself not to stare at the hallucinations, because this is the point where weaker cultivators lose their minds. He realizes the transfer has worked and that his mind is now inside the mystical realm, where the real battle will be against whatever mind demon comes for him. The first trap comes with a familiar voice asking, "Are you sure about that, Sakuto?" And Claude whips around in shock. In an instant, the realm reshapes into a Japanese room, and a beautiful woman named Haruka appears in the doorway, smiling at him like nothing is wrong. When Claude whispers Haruka's name, he hears a different voice and suddenly realizes he is no longer in his own body. Claude realizes the illusion has put him inside Sakuto's older body, and Haruka steps in close, gently pressing his hand to her cheek as she says she missed him. Claude refuses to be fooled, yanks his hand back, manifests a katana, and slashes Haruka across the neck in one merciless motion. When the dying woman asks why, Claude answers coldly that she is already dead, exposing that he recognized the fake from the start. That answer makes the illusion crack, and Haruka's face twists into a hideous grin before her whole body melts into a black blob and evaporates. The real predator finally speaks, laughing from nowhere and sounding delighted that Claude is more entertaining than its usual prey. The room answers that laughter by squeezing inward, but Claude dismisses it as a cheap trick and cuts straight through the moving wall with a burst of spiritual energy. Claude rushes through the twisting hallway beyond, trying to keep his balance while the demon keeps praising how unusual he is. The demon escalates fast when a giant monstrous hand smashes through the side and slams into Claude, forcing him to block with his katana. Claude pushes back with blue spiritual flames along the blade, cracking the hand open until thick black goo starts leaking from it. The voice suddenly whispers right into Claude's ear, and when he spins around, both the speaker and the giant hand are already gone. Then the floor starts shaking under him, splits apart, and leaves Claude clinging low as the illusion rebuilds itself again. Out of the darkness rises the mind demon's true attack shape, a gigantic cat-headed monster, while the broken floor itself becomes two huge hands under Claude. The demon revels in Claude's supposed fear and leans into promise that all he has left is terror, despair, and being devoured. Claude cuts off the speech the same way he cut off the trap before it, by striking first and slashing straight through the demon's giant eye. The mind demon shrieks in agony, and Claude instantly uses that opening to launch himself upward for a finishing blow. But when Claude brings the blade down, the demon turns unreal again, and the sword passes through its face as if it were only water and paint. The demon vanishes into a black void while promising revenge, leaving Claude alone again and searching for where the next attack will come from. Instead of another direct strike, the void reshapes into a small neighborhood, and Claude immediately fixes on the house in front of him like he already dreads what it means. Then the house erupts into flames in seconds, and a scream from inside turns the illusion into a personal nightmare instead of a random battlefield. Claude sees another version of himself nearby, sobbing and trying to run into the burning house while bystanders hold him back from following whoever is trapped inside. The flames themselves twist into the shape of the cat demon overhead, mocking Claude and making it clear this memory is the revenge it promised. Outside in the real world, Randall walks away from the training grounds knowing Claude will be sealed inside for a full week and that the residents should be easy enough to manage meanwhile. That calm breaks when Randall senses someone shadowing him, turns sharply, and warns the hidden follower to come out before he forces the issue. The person stalking him steps into view as Ian Jefferson, the senior Claude defeated, and Ian smugly compliments Randall's instincts. Randall instantly assumes Ian is after Claude and bluntly tells him he will not let anyone touch his master. Ian calmly denies any plan to attack Claude, saying his own master forbade the seniors from risking each other's lives. Then Ian reveals the real target with a nasty twist, because as he talks, 8 hidden figures step out and surround Randall instead. At the closed seclusion chamber, Claude sends Randall away and says he will stay inside for a full week, right up until the eve of the sparring contest. High above Bloodstone Mountain, Brendan spies on Claude through binoculars and immediately realizes this reckless move could turn into a golden chance. Brendan rushes back to the Grand Astral discussion room, where Ian is lounging with a small blade and instantly notices his lackey has news. Brendan proudly explains that he tailed Randall too, and that extra caution led him to the real discovery. He says Randall's errands looked ordinary until the servants started asking around for an available closed seclusion chamber. The moment Brendan confirms Claude is really entering closed seclusion, Ian is stunned because even he sees that training as near suicidal. Ian quickly sees the trap in front of him. If Claude dies in seclusion, revenge will feel empty. But if he survives it, Claude may become too strong to touch. Brendan offers a nastier answer and says they should make sure Claude fails because of them. He reveals the key weakness of the chamber. The cultivator is trapped in the mystical realm, but spiritually charged voices can still leak through the walls. Since servants are usually close to their masters, Brendan hints that hurting Randall could shake Claude at the worst possible moment, and Ian loves the idea immediately. Left alone with his rage, Ian swears Claude will regret ever crossing him. Back in the present, Randall catches Ian tailing him, and the confrontation turns hostile at once. Ian acts polite for a second and says he would never attack Claude directly, because the headmaster warned the disciples not to endanger each other. Then Ian drops the act as 8 lackeys emerge from the shadows around Randall, making it clear the servant is the real target. Randall spits his contempt right back at Ian and calls him pathetic for going after a servant because he cannot beat Claude himself. That single word snaps Ian's composure, and he orders his men to beat Randall until he begs. Randall braces himself and meets the first wave head-on, blocking a punch and kicking one attacker away. Before he can reset, another lackey blasts spiritual energy into Randall's back and sends him stumbling forward in pain. Even under pressure, Randall grabs a charging attacker by the leg and slams him into the ground hard enough to shake the area. A second hit lands on Randall's chest and blood comes up, but he still answers with a palm strike that hurls another attacker backward. Ian finally enters the fight himself, appears beside the wounded Randall, and slices off Randall's left arm before he can react. Ian walks up smiling through Randall's scream and calmly reminds him that the regret is only beginning. Randall refuses to break and fires a desperate palm strike at Ian with his remaining hand. Ian slips back, shapes lightning into a huge saber, and swings it straight into Randall's attack. The collision explodes between them, but Ian recovers almost instantly while the injured Randall is shoved much farther back. Ian stomps down, blasts a crater underfoot, and launches himself forward again with his lightning saber shaking in his hands. Randall tries to summon his spear in time, but one of the lackeys grabs his arm and stops him from setting his defense. Furious at the shameless teamwork, Randall yanks the lackey along and throws him directly into Ian's path to buy a heartbeat. Ian adjusts in mid-charge, slips past the thrown body by inches, and uses the new posture to come in even faster. Face to face with death, Randall finally gets his spear out and meets Ian's killing blow with one last golden strike. The impact hits like a mountain, blasting Randall's spear from his grip and launching him backward through the air. Randall crashes down unconscious, and when Ian reaches the impact spot he finds the servant's remaining hand burned black by the lightning strike. Standing over the unconscious servant, Ian sneers that the one who called him pathetic is the truly pathetic one now. But Ian is not finished, and he orders his team to raid Claude's residence, hurt or kill the servants there, and leave no one able to escape. When one lackey hesitates and says beating Randall should be enough, Ian steps in close and threatens to ruin anyone who backs out now. The lackeys give in, leap away toward Claude's home, and Ian watches them go with a vicious promise that Claude will pay. Inside the mystical realm, the story shifts to Claude standing alone on a deserted snowy road, katana in hand, with no clue how long he has been there. He tries to force himself to remember what happened before this, but the realm has twisted his sense of time so badly that even the last few minutes are gone. Then footsteps begin echoing through the snow, and Claude snaps into full alert because he can hear them closing in without finding their direction. Every time Claude turns toward the sound, the footsteps seem to jump to another side, leaving him more frustrated and more certain something is toying with his mind. When the steps seem finally close enough, Claude commits and swings first, convinced he has caught the hidden target. The blade really cuts flesh, but the victim whispers Sakuto, why? And Claude freezes as the voice turns this strike into a nightmare. The body drops into the snow, and Claude stares in horror when he sees the face in front of him is his mother. Inside the mystical realm, Claude hears footsteps closing in through the snow and braces himself to strike before whoever is stalking him can move first. He swings the instant he hears the step, only to hear a soft wounded voice ask, Sakuto, why? And his confidence shatters. When the body falls, Claude sees his mother lying in the snow and drops to his knees in horror. The sight rips open the worst memory of Claude's former life, the day his real mother died and his view of the world turned cold for good. Then the illusion twists even deeper, because his mother suddenly appears alive behind him and asks why he is crying. Back in the real world, Ian and his lackeys stand outside Claude's residence after burning it down, with servants' bodies left in front and Randall beaten, tied, and forced to watch. Randall warns that Claude will make them pay when he comes out of seclusion, but Ian snaps back that he only lost once because he underestimated him. That only makes Randall laugh harder, because he thinks Ian still cannot admit Claude beat him fair and square. Ian yanks Randall up by the hair and presses a small blade to his eye, warning that one more word will cost him his sight. Randall answers by spitting in his face, refusing to give Ian the fear he wants. Enraged, Ian drives the blade into Randall's left eye and twists it while Randall screams in agony. Once he has broken Randall down, Ian orders his men to drag him to the training grounds because he wants to use him against Claude. When Randall weakly asks what he plans to do, Ian admits he is going to make Claude lose control during cultivation. A few minutes later, they arrive outside the closed seclusion chamber where Claude is still trapped in the mystical realm. Ian shouts at the chamber, making sure Claude can hear him, and announces that Randall is about to die right outside his door. To make the torment unmistakable, Ian stabs Randall's ruined eye again and lets his scream echo into the chamber. Then Ian drives the blade into Randall's neck and keeps him screaming until his body finally goes limp. With Randall dead at his feet, Ian leans close to the chamber and cruelly tells Claude he was helpless to save his own servant. He leaves with one last threat, saying he will be waiting at the contest if Claude even makes it out alive. Those same words bleed into Claude's dream space, and he snaps awake inside the illusion with his head in his mother's lap. Claude jerks upright at once, realizing the voice is real-world interference, and forcing himself to remember that this whole scene is only inside his mind. The mother figure keeps acting gentle and concerned, stroking Claude's face and asking what is wrong to pull him back into the illusion. Claude hugs her tightly anyway, because the feeling is real to him even after he knows she is fake. Then he pulls back and tells her the truth. No illusion can erase that he already watched his mother die. With that, Claude drives his katana through her chest and says this will be the last time he sees her like this. He holds her as she dies and quietly thanks his mother, because the trap finally showed him how he needs to escape this place. The story briefly rewinds to before seclusion, when Wilfred sits with Claude over tea and confirms Claude is truly set on entering the chamber. Claude says he needs the chamber because normal training will not be enough if he wants first place in the sparring contest. Wilfred warns that the chamber is dangerous not just because of strength, but because the mystical realm attacks the mind itself. Claude stays confident, insisting he is not weak-minded and can overcome whatever the mystical realm throws at him. Seeing Claude will not back down, Wilfred gives one last piece of advice and tells him to keep track of time inside the realm. He explains that even if the mystical realm twists time around Claude's own counting and sense of real-world rules can still anchor him. Wilfred compares it to a dream and warns that the longer Claude stays immersed, the easier it will be to forget what is real. Claude understands the point and promises to remember it before he heads for seclusion. Before he leaves, Wilfred asks what Claude plans to do about Ian and the others who picked a fight with him. Claude says the political shift around their master and the new headmaster makes keeping a low profile the smarter move for now. When Wilfred dryly points out that beating up seniors in public is not exactly subtle, Claude just smiles and says he can mirror whatever path Ian finds first. Back in the present dream space, the mother illusion drops to the floor, and Claude wipes blood from his face as he admits he let himself get distracted. Remembering Wilfred's warning, Claude realizes he may have wasted far more time than he thought and steels himself not to get lost again. Then the dead mother illusion starts laughing, and Claude snaps back into a guard stance as the corpse begins moving on its own. Bones click and flesh twists as the body rises like a puppet, and the mind demon finally speaks openly through it. It praises Claude for breaking free but mocks him too, boasting that everyone eventually falls to its illusions. Claude agrees on one point: everyone can be trapped, and that is exactly why he moves to end the fight immediately. He flashes forward and slices through the creature's raised hands and neck in one clean strike. Even with its head cut off, the mind demon keeps laughing, proving brute damage alone will not stop it here. Claude calmly walks over, picks up the severed head, and brings it close as the creature smugly asks what he thinks he can do. Claude answers that this may be the demon's world, but it still exists inside his mind, and that changes everything. As the surroundings begin to warp under Claude's will, he declares that he has finally figured out where the mind demon is really hiding. Inside the sealed chamber, Claude finishes another book on closed seclusion and bluntly asks Wilfred if nobody actually knows how to beat a mind demon. Wilfred tells him the problem is maddeningly personal, because every cultivator faces a different mind demon and wins in a different way. Claude pushes back, annoyed that all the records and advice still feel uselessly vague when he needs a real method. As they reshelve the books with Randall, Wilfred and Randall can only offer one direction: the demon is inside Claude's own mind, so its weakness should be tied to his most vulnerable place. Wilfred finally gives one practical clue, saying a few victors manage to reshape the mystical realm itself, especially while directly engaging the demon. Back inside the mystical realm, Claude decapitates the mind demon again, but he is already irritated because Wilfred's advice about changing the surroundings has done nothing so far. The demon's severed head opens its eyes and mocks him, proving this nightmare still is not over. Then Claude notices the demon's eyes glowing green and remembers that the realm always shifts when the creature is hurt or cornered. That clue makes Claude rethink everything, and he starts testing whether the real key is not imagination alone but the right intent at the right moment. Because the mind demon only keeps dragging him through memories of his old life, Claude realizes the creature must be feeding on something deeper than grief. He rejects the easy answer that he is still trapped by his wife's death or his mother's death, because he knows he already accepted both losses long ago. Then Claude finally sees the pattern and grabs the demon's head harder, realizing he has been searching for the wrong thing all along. He understands now that the realm changes when he locks onto what the demon truly represents, not when he just pictures a different location. So Claude smugly tells the demon he has figured out where it is really hiding, and for the first time the creature looks rattled. The world around them turns into a blank white void, and the demon rapidly rebuilds itself into an illusion of Claude's mother standing alive before him. The false mother suddenly screams as her belly swells grotesquely, using Claude's deepest personal memory as the demon's next weapon. When the woman asks if the child inside her is Sakuto, Claude kneels beside the demon's false mother form and calmly admits that it is. Claude finally says the truth out loud. Even after reincarnating, he has still been living as Sakuto first and treating this world like a second life instead of his real one. He decides this is the chain the demon has been hiding inside, and he chooses to cut off Sakuto so Claude can truly move forward. With a merciless swing, Claude drives the katana into the demon's pregnant mother form and says goodbye to Sakuto and his old life. The entire white void begins collapsing in violent waves, proving Claude's choice struck the demon's real core. As the false body decays, the mind demon screams through his mother's mouth and curses Claude for doing this. Claude does not let up, and only when the ruined demon body finally collapses unconscious does the violent shaking stop. Instead of relaxing, Claude kneels beside the unconscious demon's shell and rips open its stomach with his bare hands, still searching for what is hidden inside. Then his hands find it, and he pulls out the demon's true body, a small blood-smeared fetus. Claude confirms he was right, because the real demon was never the giant nightmare but this helpless little core hiding inside his old identity. Even dying, the fetus form demon spits out curses, but Claude coldly reminds it that now it is the one trapped and powerless in his hand. Claude ends it without hesitation and crushes the demon into a spray of blood and flesh. Claude waits for the realm's reward, knowing the stories said defeating the mind demon should trigger something almost immediately. A burst of blood-colored divine energy erupts from the remains and slams into Claude, lifting him off the ground as his pupils turn white. The power tears through him like fire, remaking his meridians and body so violently that it feels like he is being destroyed and reborn at once. The process stretches on so long inside the realm that Claude loses any sense of time and can only endure it. When the burning finally eases, Claude thinks it may be over, but the next instant darkness swallows his mind and he blacks out. Back in the Royal Academy training grounds, Brendan complains about the miserable job Ian forced on him, standing guard outside Claude's closed seclusion chamber instead of training. A quick memory flashes up of Ian dressing the task up as trust, while Brendan swallows his pride because he wants Ian's money. Back in the present, Brendan inwardly curses himself for being spineless, because this guard duty has already dragged on for 5 days. Link snaps back that Brendan always whines like this and still crawls to Ian for more money anyway. Their bickering flares for a moment, but both back off because they know fighting now would only make this miserable assignment even worse. Link tries to look on the bright side and says they can leave tomorrow for the contest anyway, and he is pretty sure Claude already died inside the mystical realm. The 5 lackeys all stare at the chamber and quietly hope that is true, because Claude is the reason they are stuck here in the first place. Then a sudden explosion booms from inside the chamber, and every one of them jerks into a combat stance. As the heavy chamber doors swing open through the dust, Brendan and Link freeze when Claude steps into view alive. Outside Claude's sealed chamber, Brendan tries to comfort the others by saying the contest is tomorrow and Claude probably died in the mystical realm anyway. Then a violent explosion booms from inside the chamber, and the 5 lackeys instantly snap into panic. The doors slowly open, and Claude steps out alive, smiling with glowing fiery eyes that make the men realize their worst guess was wrong. Brendan remembers Claude already crushed Ian's old crew once, so Claude returning from seclusion only makes him feel even more doomed. Claude mocks the ambush like Ian prepared a welcome ceremony for him, stepping down from the chamber with open, fearless body language. When Claude keeps advancing without fear, the armed lackeys actually retreat, and he openly laughs at them for being scared of their junior. Unable to stand the humiliation, Brendan forces a smile and tries to hide behind the headmaster's rule against faction members seriously injuring each other. Claude instantly switches to an innocent tone and claims he would never disobey their master or start trouble before the Golden Crown tournament. That answer briefly lets the lackeys breathe again, because they realize Claude is not about to kill them on the spot after all. Claude laughs along with Brendan's awkward apology, and even rests a hand on his shoulder, making the moment feel safe for exactly 1 second. Then Claude crushes them with an invisible force, pinning every lackey in place while a massive crimson aura floods out of him. Standing right in front of them, Claude lets them feel that his pressure now surpasses Ian's, and the seniors finally understand their junior is a monster. Claude warns them with a smile that the tournament will end eventually, so Ian will not be able to hide behind it forever. Once he is satisfied, Claude releases the pressure and casually orders them to tell their owner he has returned and is ready for the next fight. After Claude leaves, Link asks what they do now, and Brendan can only say the same thing they are all thinking: they have to report this to Ian. When Link quietly wonders whether Ian can still beat Claude, the silence between them says no one really believes it anymore. At Ian's residence, Ian explodes in rage, smashing a wooden table to pieces when he hears Claude told him to stop making excuses. Brendan and Link realize Ian is acting delusional, because they warned him Claude came back stronger and he still refuses to face it. Far above the inner disciple division, Russell watches Claude and Wilfred from a rooftop and smiles, suddenly interested in what is unfolding. Near the wreckage of his home, Claude dryly admits he is in a difficult situation when he sees what is left of his residence. Wilfred tells him the faction will replace the residence, but Claude immediately asks what happened to the people who did this. When Wilfred says the saboteurs only paid a disciplinary fine because they technically avoided breaking the headmaster's promise, Claude's mood turns colder. Claude's next question says everything, because instead of asking about Ian alone, he asks Wilfred for information on Ian Jefferson's family. Wilfred dryly calls him the kind of man who would take a dozen eyes for one, and Claude just shrugs like that is perfectly reasonable. Claude explains his rule bluntly: if someone makes an enemy of him, they put everything they love on the table too, because enemies do not fight by fair rules. Wilfred shifts the mood by congratulating Claude on breaking through, admitting that even he was not sure Claude could survive the mystical realm. Wilfred says Claude seemed confident, but the mystical realm was too unpredictable for him to make a real prediction, so in the end he was mostly guessing. That leads Wilfred to the real question: if the realm is so deadly and unknown, why was Claude never cautious about entering it? Claude answers that part of the reason is simple: he has already come face to face with death before. He adds an even stranger feeling, saying the mystical realm felt familiar to him, almost like he had already been in different realms before. Instead of dismissing it, Wilfred takes the idea seriously, which leaves Claude unexpectedly thoughtful. As they move on, Claude turns inward and starts connecting the mystical realm to his own reincarnation, wondering whether cultivation might really open paths to other worlds. That thought quickly sharpens into something personal and dangerous, because Claude wonders if getting stronger could one day let him return to Earth. By the end of the walk, Claude is almost amused by how much bigger the world keeps becoming, and he accepts the obvious answer. If he wants those truths, he has to grow much stronger. As he walks with Wilfred, Claude quietly admits to himself that this world keeps getting more fascinating, but if he ever wants to cross realms and return to Earth, he needs far more strength. At Wilfred's residence, Wilfred shows Claude a temporary guest room and tells him to stay there until the faction gives him a new home. When Claude asks how long the replacement will take, Wilfred shrugs and bluntly says important people get handled fast, which means Claude should be moved soon. Wilfred half-jokes that nobody burns down a normal disciple's house, reminding Claude that the attack on his residence has already made him someone worth noticing. Claude remembers he also lost his servants, and Wilfred says replacing capable ones will take longer, though he expects a new batch within a few days. Wilfred quickly shifts Claude's attention back to what really matters now, tomorrow's sparring contest. Claude answers with real confidence, saying his closed seclusion training worked so well that he now expects to take first place. Wilfred ruins the cool moment by pinching his nose and telling Claude to bathe immediately, because the breakthrough impurities have left him absolutely reeking. After Wilfred leaves, Claude closes the door, sits cross-legged on the floor, and starts inspecting his body with spiritual energy. The inspection leaves Claude thrilled, because his meridians feel far more refined after only a few days of closed seclusion. Claude realizes his training left him at the 5th rank of the Sky Realm, which puts him only 2 ranks below Javier Banderas. Even so, he knows the higher Sky Realm ranks are brutal bottlenecks, so this leap does not mean he can keep skipping forward that easily. That caution does nothing to cool him down, and Claude smirks at the thought of tomorrow's fight. Then he finally sniffs himself, freezes, and realizes Wilfred was not exaggerating at all. By the next morning, Grand Astral's disciples have already packed the training arena, buzzing with excitement for the sparring contest. Most of them care less about winning than about putting on a good show for the headmaster and getting noticed. Off to one side, Javier Banderas stands against the wall with folded arms, silently studying every disciple like prey. Russell strolls over with a grin and needles Javier for staring so hard that even the girls avoid him. Javier shuts him down flat, and Russell keeps pushing, saying Javier would make more friends if he ever learned to smile. Javier makes his priorities brutally clear. He does not need friends, only strength. The banter dies the moment Javier spots Claude entering the arena, because his indifferent face finally shifts into real interest. Russell immediately names Claude and points out the real shocker. In just a few days, the new junior jumped from the 3rd rank to the 5th rank of the Sky Realm. Russell warns that Claude is his target first, and Javier answers coldly that it does not matter if Claude cannot even get past Russell. Near the arena floor, Claude suddenly feels a powerful gaze on him and turns to track it, but the watcher hides before he can find them. Wilfred tells him it is probably one of the older disciples, still bitter that Claude and the others jumped into their faction. Claude's attention shifts at once when he spots Ian marching over with his lackeys, all of them looking miserable and angry. Ian opens with a hostile greeting, but Claude cuts straight to the real accusation, saying Ian burned his residence and murdered his servants. Claude unleashes his aura on the spot, and the pressure crashes down so hard that Ian and his men can barely breathe. As Claude steps closer, he coldly says he can tolerate mind games, but not someone making trouble for him by burning down his house. Ian finally collapses to his knees in front of everyone, turning Claude's warning into a public humiliation. Even on his knees, Ian spits back a threat, and Claude almost sounds impressed that he is still willing to snarl after being crushed like that. Claude withdraws the pressure, walks away with Wilfred, and warns Ian not to dodge their fight because he hates quitters. Left behind in front of the crowd, Ian spirals into angry muttering, and even his own lackeys start worrying that he is losing control. One lackey tries to suggest backing off Claude, but Ian snaps in his face and explodes at the idea of taking a break after being humiliated. The lackey hurriedly changes his wording, and Ian latches onto the excuse, deciding he just needs to calm down until the fight starts. The whole arena is still buzzing over the confrontation when Elder Kenneth arrives and silences everyone with a shouted order. Kenneth moves aside and formally announces the arrival of the headmaster of the new Royal Academy. The headmaster enters, and every disciple immediately drops to their knees in respect. After confirming they are ready, the headmaster gives the signal, and the sparring contest officially begins. Once the lots are drawn, the early rounds go just as expected, with most seniors crushing junior opponents almost without effort. A few juniors do survive by drawing classmates instead of seniors, but even they look uneasy when they see how many older disciples advanced. Javier makes the gap obvious in his own match, driving a golden glowing punch straight through his opponent's shield and blasting him unconscious. Kenneth raises Javier's hand as the crowd cheers, but Javier's face stays as cold and unreadable as ever. As soon as he steps down, Russell blocks his path again and jokes that Javier could at least pretend to look happy after winning. Javier shuts Russell down flat, saying he hates faking emotions and does not care how his expression looks to anyone else. Russell glances toward the arena and tells him he may want to show some emotion now, because Claude is finally walking up for his first fight. With Javier and Russell watching from the sidelines, Claude steps forward in complete calm, and his first match is about to begin. Before Claude's match, Russell needles Javier again, saying he should fake more excitement if he wants to stand out. Javier shuts that down cold and says he refuses to fake emotions just for show. Russell glances toward the arena and points out that Javier is finally looking interested now that Claude is walking up for the next fight. Claude steps into his first official match as a Grand Astral member and looks up, feeling the headmaster's attention from the top gallery. When Claude turns to face his opponent, Eric Norton is already grinning at him like this fight is personal. Elder Kenneth calls both fighters forward and has them bow before the match begins. While bowing, Eric accuses Claude of treating seniors like stepping stones and makes it clear that is what he came to punish. Claude first assumes Eric must be Ian's friend, but Eric surprises him by saying he actually can't stand Ian. Eric says that is not the point anyway, because no matter how useless Ian is, he was still Claude's senior, and Claude publicly humiliated him. Claude fires back that Ian abused his status first, and he only stopped people who were disgracing the faction. Eric refuses that logic and says faction rank is built on time, not merit, so Claude had no right to decide which seniors deserved respect. Elder Kenneth orders battle stances, and the argument turns into action. Claude summons his katana, and Eric answers by calling a giant axe into his hand. Claude says he never cared whether others approved of what he did, because he was never going to sit there and let stronger seniors bully him. Eric vows to make Claude regret it, and Elder Kenneth gives the signal to start. Claude explodes off the ground so hard that the arena floor craters under his first step. He reaches Eric in an instant, and brings his katana down at Eric's head, forcing a desperate block. The collision sends a shockwave through the arena and blasts Eric backward into the air. Claude does not let him breathe and instantly chases him into the air from behind. Claude's next slash crashes into Eric's rushed guard and slams both forearms back into his chest. With Eric still stunned in midair, Claude gathers bright energy into his free palm and grins like he already knows the fight is over. Claude slams the glowing palm downward and drives both of them into the arena floor in a crushing finish. When the dust clears, Claude is the only one standing, and he raises a hand as the crowd erupts. Up in the gallery, Russell loves the flashy finish and immediately uses it to tease Javier again. Javier repeats that he is not a showman and pointedly tells Russell to stop calling him Javi. Not everyone is cheering, because Ian watches Claude's triumph with clenched teeth and pure humiliation. Elder Kenneth checks Eric's condition, confirms he is not in real danger, and walks over to formalize the result. Claude accepts Elder Kenneth's hand, and the Elder announces his win to the whole arena. The spectators break into excited chatter, now fully convinced Claude's reputation was not exaggerated. As Claude walks off, he deliberately locks eyes with Ian and gives him a mocking wave that says his turn could be next. Ian snaps in fury again, but all he can do is seethe while Claude keeps moving. Back near the gallery, Wilfred quietly tells Claude he does not need to keep baiting Ian. Wilfred warns that weak pests can still be dangerous, because they make life miserable even if they cannot beat you head-on. His advice is brutal and simple. If Claude cannot kill Ian, he should crush him so completely that Ian stops trying to crawl back. When Claude jokes about beating Ian half to death instead, Wilfred reminds him that Ian already burned down his residence and murdered his servants, so the next move could be worse. Before that conversation can go further, Elder Kenneth announces the next match and calls Wilfred against Javier. Claude immediately jokes that Wilfred now has bigger problems than Ian, and Wilfred can only agree with a bitter smile. Claude tries to cheer him up, but Wilfred dryly says the only version where he wins is in a dream before Javier knocks him out in 3 moves. Claude keeps the joke going and says at least dream Wilfred would still get the win, which finally makes Wilfred laugh. Wilfred heads toward the arena still joking about being more positive, leaving Claude alone in the gallery. Then a new voice calls out to Claude from behind, and he turns to find Ian's followers standing there with lowered heads. Claude's first assumption is that these idiots came to start trouble again, and he greets them with open sarcasm. Brendan swallows the insult, and says they know they bullied Claude before, and they have come to admit they were wrong. Claude cuts in with a sharp joke about how lightly Brendan is phrasing things, but Brendan keeps going anyway. Brendan says they are not just apologizing, they want to make amends and swear they will not repeat what they did. Claude is not buying any of it, and openly calls them untrustworthy after what they did to his home and servants. He also points out Ian's murderous glare from moments ago, and says only complete idiots would expect trust after that. Brendan insists this move is not Ian's plan at all, and says Ian does not even know they came here. That makes Claude pause, because it suddenly looks like Ian's own dogs may have decided to abandon their master. Claude still wonders if this could be a trap, but he talks himself out of it because Ian is too dumb, too proud, and too impatient for a plan this subtle. So Claude challenges them directly and asks why he should believe a single word from men who could just be lying to lower his guard. Brendan does not argue the trust issue and instead says a man like Claude should recognize the value of free labor he does not need to trust completely. Claude mocks the idea that they have any value at all, and Brendan admits they are weak alone but still useful for jobs Claude cannot or does not want to handle himself. Link backs him up by pointing out that a group can split tasks and get more done at once, even if none of them are individually impressive. Brendan makes the offer plain. Because Claude does not trust them, He can use them for exactly the kind of work that does not require full trust. Claude still has no intention of forgiving men who burned his residence and killed his servants, but he realizes he can use them until the day he can punish them properly. A wide grin spreads across Claude's face as he decides this ugly little offer could become very useful. Brendan pitches the deal hard, telling Claude that even if the seniors are untrustworthy, their group can still handle dirty or divided work that Claude cannot do alone. Claude decides he can use them for now, and his grin makes it clear he sees this less as forgiveness and more as leverage. He agrees to work with them, but immediately reminds them that he still does not trust them and only sees them as useful tools. Some of the seniors nearly snap at the insult, but Brendan silently reins them in before they can ruin the deal. Claude gives his first order. They are to keep following Ian Jefferson like nothing changed, so Ian never realizes his own lackeys have switched sides. The group obediently answers him as junior brother, but Claude stops them on the spot because that relationship is over. Claude steps closer and coldly lays down the hierarchy. From now on they work under him, and they will address him as master. That demand shocks the whole group, and one senior finally bursts out that Claude has gone too far by humiliating men who are still technically his seniors. Claude does not raise his voice at all. He walks right up to the protester and asks if the tantrum is finally over. When the man tries to frame it as basic respect, Claude cuts through the excuse with one brutal question. Do you think I need you? He answers for them himself, making it plain that none of them are essential to him, and that their value begins and ends with convenience. Then Claude twists the knife, reminding Brendan and the others that they were the ones who crawled to him out of fear of his future revenge. The seniors can only bow their heads, because Claude is right. They are not loyal, just terrified of becoming enemies of someone with terrifying talent. Claude reminds them exactly what they did to him, from bullying him to burning his house and trying to kill his servants, so a quick apology was never going to wipe the slate clean. With that, Claude gives them their real choice at last: serve under him or stay his enemies. But there is no middle ground anymore. He walks toward the arena to watch the next fight, leaving the seniors behind with his warning to choose wisely still hanging over them. The tournament moves on as Javier Banderas steps up to face Wilfred Belden, and Elder Kenneth calls both warriors into position. As they bow, Javier recognizes Wilfred as the man often seen beside Claude and quietly sizes him up. Wilfred breaks the tension with a friendly "let's do our best," and Javier gives him a brief nod before the match begins. When Elder Kenneth calls for battle stances, Wilfred summons a giant hammer while Javier raises his bare fists, showing two completely different fighting styles. The instant the match starts, Wilfred fires a burst of energy from his hammer, forcing Javier to cross his arms and block head-on. Javier holds his ground, but the scratches on his arms prove Wilfred's opening hit was no joke, and both men immediately recognize the other as a real challenge. Wilfred suddenly vanishes from sight, and Javier's eyes snap upward fast enough to track him in the air. Above the arena, Wilfred forms a huge glowing golden circle beneath the hammer, swelling until it covers half the battleground. Instead of dodging, Javier smiles and decides Wilfred has earned a look at his true power. A flood of spiritual energy pours from Javier's hand and shapes itself into a blinding giant sword, instantly changing the feel of the fight. Watching from the stands, Claude stares in awe as Javier raises the giant sword and prepares to meet the golden circle head-on. Javier fires a beam from the sword into the center of Wilfred's attack, and the collision explodes so violently that the whole arena shakes. Claude realizes from the pressure alone that this is the terrifying level of a 7th-rank Sky Realm cultivator. Hidden inside the dust storm, Javier's surviving beam punches through the golden circle and clips Wilfred's left hand as he twists desperately to dodge. Javier spots the injury through the chaos and praises Wilfred for dodging enough to avoid something worse, which only confirms how seriously he is taking him now. Then Javier declares the fight is ending and vanishes from sight, forcing Wilfred to search the air around him in alarm. Javier reappears behind Wilfred in midair, sword raised high, and the space around the blade warps as if the air itself has turned soft. Wilfred answers instantly by summoning his hammer again and charging it with blue power instead of backing down. Their finishing moves crash together. Javier's blade lights against Wilfred's giant blue fireball, and the explosion finally blasts the dust from the sky. When the spectators can finally see again, Wilfred is already falling from the sky toward the arena floor. Wilfred crashes down hard and loses consciousness, ending the match before he can rise again. Elder Kenneth confirms Wilfred is alive, calls in attendance, and Javier descends as the officials move to carry the unconscious fighter to the infirmary. With his hand raised, Elder Kenneth names Javier the winner, and the arena erupts for him. Javier meets Russell's gaze for a moment, then plays to the audience by lifting his hand higher and claiming the noise like a showman. Russell chuckles at Javier's theatrics, amused that the usually cold fighter is actually trying to work the crowd. As Javier leaves the arena, he catches Claude staring at him with a hard, measuring look. Claude admits to himself that Javier is every bit as strong as rumored, but that only hardens his resolve to beat him anyway. Javier gives Claude a small acknowledging nod before walking off, as if he also understands the challenge between them. The next announcement hits immediately: Claude Rayforth versus Ian Jefferson, and Claude's surprise turns into a delighted grin. Claude is openly thrilled, because he has been waiting to teach Ian a lesson and plans to enjoy every second of it. Across the grounds, hearing his own name paired with Claude sends a chill through Ian before he can stop himself. Ian is furious at his own fear, because this is the fight he wanted from the start, and he hates that Claude is already getting inside his head. He slaps himself back into focus, grips the medicine bottle in his pocket, and convinces himself that he is definitely going to win. When the elder announces Claude Rayforth versus Ian Jefferson, Claude lights up like he has been waiting for this exact beating. Across the venue, Ian feels a sudden chill, forces himself to stay calm, and clutches a hidden medicine bottle like a last desperate advantage. Back in the crowd, Brendan asks Link where they stand after Claude's offer, because the choice no longer feels simple. Link admits the group is wavering, and one glance around confirms that most of Ian's boys are not eager to gamble on Claude's demands. One of Ian's underlings blurts out that the choice should be easy. Ian exploits them for pay, but Claude would just humiliate them for free. Brendan snaps back that this stopped being about dignity or pay the moment they offended Claude and started worrying about survival. Link backs Brendan and warns that refusing Claude now could turn a rising genius into a lifelong enemy, and that thought scares him more than humiliation does. The arguing underling fires back that joining Claude could still mean a life of humiliation, exploitation, and maybe death, so survival alone is not enough. Brendan insists they already crossed Claude and have to pay for it, but the other side keeps arguing Claude still needs the headmaster and probably will not hunt nobodies forever. When the argument almost explodes again, Brendan physically stops it and points everyone back to the arena as the match begins. In the arena, Claude walks in calm and smiling while Ian glares at him with open fury, and Claude's casual wave only makes that anger worse. As Elder Kenneth orders the formal bow, Ian quietly spits out a threat, and Claude answers with an innocent smile that says he plans to enjoy this. Claude heads back to his starting mark thinking this should be easy, because he already crushed Ian once when he was weaker than he is now. At Elder Kenneth's command, Claude summons his katana and Ian draws a saber that trembles strangely enough to catch the headmaster's eye. The headmaster senses something off about Ian's weapon or state, but he keeps silent because he wants to see whether Claude can overcome it himself. The instant the fight starts, Ian explodes forwards so fast that even Claude is caught off guard. Just before the blades meet, Claude realizes something is very wrong with Ian's strength and braces as hard as he can. The clash detonates with absurd force and throws Claude high into the air, proving Ian's power spike is real. Claude curses midair, trying to steady himself, while Ian roars that this is the power he wanted Claude to see. Ian vanishes from the ground and reappears above Claude, swinging for his head with all his bottled-up humiliation. Claude barely catches the overhead strike in time, and the second collision booms through the arena again. Ian keeps pressing from the smoke, but Claude glides aside with floating footsteps and snaps back with a fast sunrise sword counter. Ian meets Claude's counter with his own blade light, and the clash blooms into a white flash so fierce the front rows have to shield their eyes. Ian flinches at the glare, and Claude instantly appears behind him to drive him out of the sky. Ian smashes into the arena floor, and before he can recover, Claude drives a giant blue palm strike into the crater. As dust swallows the arena, Brendan and the others can only stare because none of them understand how Ian suddenly became this strong. Link quickly turns the chaos into a calculation, saying that if Ian somehow wins, they can stay under him and Claude's threats lose most of their weight. For the first time, the group admits Ian winning might actually save them, so they decide to wait for the result before choosing sides. Ian bursts out of the crater badly winded, and Claude lands in front of him almost amused that he is still standing. Claude taunts him for lasting this long, then drops the real accusation. Ian's sudden power reeks of an illegal physical enhancer drug. Ian panics and argues that any normal enhancer would have changed his aura enough for Elder Kenneth to notice, but the defense only makes him sound more desperate. Claude uses the argument as bait, disappears in a burst of speed, and catches Ian flat-footed for trying to talk his way out. Appearing at close range, Claude says he never meant a spiritual enhancer at all and drives a blue blade light straight into Ian's chest. The blast sends Ian skidding helplessly across the arena floor while Claude watches from behind with his katana lowered. Claude finally spells the trick out. Physical enhancers boost the body instead of the aura, which is why the elders missed it, and Ian's excuse collapses. He adds that he only recognized the rare drug because he once knew someone deeply skilled in strange medicines and hidden substances. Claude rises above the fallen Ian and reveals why he still has not called the elder over. He wants Ian to feel the gap for himself first. With that, Claude summons a massive translucent katana wrapped in crackling lightning and aims it straight down at Ian. Ian breaks into pure panic, because he took the drug to win this match and still cannot understand how Claude is crushing him anyway. In one last desperate move, Ian fires upward to meet the falling giant katana, and the entire arena is swallowed by another blinding explosion. Claude stops speculating and decides to crush Ian outright, telling him he kept quiet because he wanted to prove how hopeless resisting him really is. Ian panics because even after taking the drug, Claude is still beating him, and he desperately swings his saber at the falling katana. The two attacks collide in a blinding explosion that swallows the arena in white light, dust, and debris. When the dust clears, Claude is still standing with his sword raised over the unconscious loser at his feet, and the whole arena hangs in stunned silence for a beat before the cheers hit. Elder Kenneth moves in to check Ian, but the headmaster suddenly cuts in and stops the match from ending normally. The headmaster floats down into the arena, and his calm smile makes Kenneth bow, while Claude immediately suspects he may already know more about Ian's cheating than he should. As their eyes meet for a split second, Claude is hit with the uneasy feeling that the headmaster either allowed this or arranged it, but he forces himself to stop guessing for now. Claude holds back his suspicions and watches as the headmaster stops over the unconscious fighter, clearly about to prove something in front of everyone. The headmaster flicks out bright red threads from his fingers and places them against Ian's face, turning the whole arena tense. The unconscious fighter suddenly convulses, his meridians glow through his skin, and strange orange pill-like residue races through him toward the headmaster's red threads. When the threads retract, the headmaster pulls out a small black ball and reveals it as leftover physical enhancer still lodged in Ian's meridians. The headmaster tosses the evidence to Kenneth, and Kenneth realizes in horror that Ian cheated under his watch. Kenneth immediately apologizes, and the headmaster quietly warns him never to miss something like this again. Then the headmaster faces the crowd, sends out a pulse of spiritual pressure to silence them, and publicly condemns enhancer drugs as an insult to cultivation itself. He drives the punishment home by declaring Ian Jefferson expelled from the Royal Academy on the spot. Claude is surprised by how far the headmaster goes, but he quickly decides the motive does not matter because Ian's downfall is working perfectly in his favor. Watching Ian get carried off, Claude realizes his revenge can finally begin in earnest now that Ian has lost his protection. Far from the arena center, Brendan and Link watch bitterly while another lackey nearby can barely believe Ian really lost this badly. Brendan admits this was the answer they feared, while Link stays silent and the third lackey looks crushed as his last hope disappears. Back in the arena, Elder Kenneth lifts Claude's hand and officially sends him into the next round, and the stands erupt again. Claude plays to the crowd with an easy smile and a wave, and the audience only cheers louder. From his seat, the headmaster watches with a satisfied smile, looking pleased with how the whole scene played out. In the stands, Russell loudly praises Claude's chances in the contest, still acting like the noisiest spectator in the place. Javier finally snaps and asks why Russell is still glued to his side after bothering him all morning. Russell immediately latches onto that tiny crack in Javier's calm and celebrates the fact that he finally managed to annoy him. When Russell keeps pushing, Javier coldly promises he will settle this in the arena instead of brawling in the stands. Russell backs off outwardly, but inside he decides this is useful because if he can keep irritating Javier, he might throw that monster off his game. After leaving the arena, Claude is met by Ian's shaken followers, and he already knows they no longer have any real choice left. Claude asks if they made their decision, and the question alone is enough to make the entire group feel humiliated. Brendan formally says they have decided, but Claude keeps pressing because he wants them to say it the exact way he demanded. When one of Ian's followers speaks up, Claude drops the smile and cuts him off with a chill reminder that if they truly understood their decision, they would be addressing him properly. That one line crushes their last bit of hope, because Claude was never joking about making them submit to him. Brendan tries one last plea for negotiation, but Claude's cold stare makes it obvious the answer is already no. Claude finally says the quiet part out loud, listing their bullying, the attack on his home, and the murder of his servants as the reason they deserve no mercy at all. Then Claude unleashes his aura, and the pressure is so brutal that Ian's followers are forced to their knees on the spot. Standing among them like a judge, Claude tells the kneeling disciples they should be grateful he is not killing them. He stares straight at Brendan and demands the title he wants, making the whole submission hinge on that one word. Brendan finally chokes out Master, and the pressure vanishes at once, proving Claude got exactly what he wanted. Claude smiles sweetly again, but to the men in front of him it only makes him look even more like a devil. From a distance, Leroy watches Claude's little takeover with a smirk and admits the guy is more interesting than expected. Eva Walker walks up behind Leroy with a handsome young man beside her and cheerfully tells Leroy he will not even get the chance to fight Claude. Leroy immediately pushes back, but Eva just points toward the arena announcement that changes the whole expectation. Elder Kenneth announces the next fight as Leroy Wayne versus Ray Walker, and Eva finishes the reveal by telling Leroy he will be facing her brother instead of Claude. From a distance, Leroy watches Claude with a smug grin and decides the newcomer is the only one here worth his attention. Eva Walker suddenly steps in with her brother Ray and cheerfully ruins Lyra's fantasy, telling him he will not be fighting Claude at all. The reason lands immediately when Elder Kenneth calls the next match, Leroy Wayne versus Ray Walker. Eva needles Leroy about his last narrow win over Ray, but Leroy proudly doubles down that a close victory is still a victory. Leroy keeps pushing until Eva snaps and openly says she wants to punch him. Ray pulls Eva back and coolly shuts her down, refusing to let his sister start a scene in front of the arena. Seeing Ray stay calm, Leroy turns nastier, mocking Eva like a pet and baiting Ray to lose his composure. Leroy crosses the line by insulting Eva's mother and her tribal blood, but Ray only promises they will settle it in the arena. After they leave, Leroy looks satisfied instead of annoyed, because getting under Ray's skin was exactly what he wanted. Leroy glances back toward Claude and decides that even a strong fighter like Ray is not worthy to be his true rival. Inside the infirmary, Claude finds Wilfred Belden still sore and groaning on a bed after his earlier fight. Claude teases him for acting like a crybaby, and Wilfred snaps back in the rough, familiar way of an older senior who knows Claude is joking. Claude tosses Wilfred a bottle of revitalization medicine to help his recovery along. Once he drinks it, Wilfred immediately asks what happened in Claude's later matches while he was passed out. Claude answers with a dry jab that he is clearly the one who came out better, since he is standing and Wilfred is still in bed. The banter turns serious when Wilfred asks about Ian, and Claude reveals Ian was expelled for using a physical enhancer. Wilfred is shocked Ian even got his hands on something so rare, and Claude can only guess that Ian's family supplied it in secret. What really bothers Wilfred is how Ian got caught, because physical enhancers are notoriously hard to detect. Claude says the headmaster exposed Ian, but what feels wrong is that the headmaster seemed to know about the cheating before the fight even ended. Wilfred wonders if the headmaster supplied the enhancer, but Claude rejects that theory because the headmaster had nothing to gain from simply having him lose. That leaves the ugly answer. The headmaster let the cheating continue because this whole tournament is really a test for Claude. Claude quietly realizes that a headmaster who would watch him fight a cheater for information is not someone he can ever truly trust. He takes the thought one step further and decides he will play along for now, but only until he can escape the headmaster's control. The next arena announcement cuts through the room, calling Leroy and Ray to the field. Wilfred urges Claude to watch closely, since the winner could become Claude's next opponent. Claude agrees, partly because he would rather trust his own eyes than rely completely on information from the headmaster. The two leave the infirmary and head toward the spectator stands to study the match in person. On the way, Russell Davies stops them with that familiar devilish smile, and Javier Banderas is standing beside him in silence. Claude politely greets Russell and says he came to take notes on the fighters who might be waiting for him next. Russell answers with the same excuse, and the two share a very polite exchange that sounds civil but feels like a quiet standoff. Wilfred ignores that duel of smiles and bluntly tells Javier he will beat him next time they meet. Javier gives him a flat little nod instead of a speech, which somehow makes the exchange even funnier. Russell immediately twists the knife by reminding everyone that Wilfred already lost to Javier in the second round. Before the bickering can go any further, Javier notices the fighters are in place and quietly points everyone back to the arena. In the arena, Ray and Leroy meet at center field and bow under Elder Kenneth's command. While bowed, Ray warns that this fight will not end like last time, and Leroy laughs off the threat as another fantasy. They step back to their starting positions and lock eyes one last time before the real fight begins. At the order to assume their stances, Ray summons his long spear while Leroy raises his fists and reveals a new trump card. Those thin silver threads bind over Leroy's hands into shining glove-like coatings, and the crowd instantly recognizes the silver glove technique. The spectators immediately swing toward Leroy's side, convinced Ray is in trouble now that Leroy has mastered such a difficult technique. Standing near the field, Eva can only watch with fear and force herself to believe her brother can still pull this off. Leroy mocks Ray for still believing the result can change, but Ray stays calm and insists no fight has a predetermined winner. Leroy promises to crush that confidence himself, and Elder Kenneth finally gives the signal to start. The instant the match begins, Leroy explodes forward with a stomp so violent the arena floor shakes. He throws a full-power opening punch at Ray, aiming to end the exchange before it even starts. But Ray slips out of the line of attack by spinning his spear and vanishing from sight at the last possible moment. Leroy's punch hits nothing but air, yet the force alone sends a brutal blast across the stands and shocks the crowd. Then someone spots Ray above them, hanging upside down in the air with his spear aimed straight down at Leroy. Ray whispers one strike and turns himself and his spear into a streak of light diving straight for Leroy. Leroy looks up just in time and twists sideways in midair, narrowly letting the light attack graze past his face instead of skewering him. In the same instant, Leroy lashes out with his hand and catches the attack from the side, forcing Ray back into visible form. When the light breaks, Leroy already has Ray by the neck and uses the hold to prove his point with a smug, brutal calm. Leroy follows with a crushing punch to Ray's face, ending the fight in one savage counter. Ray crashes to the ground unconscious, and Leroy raises his hand to the roaring crowd like the result was always inevitable. In the arena, Leroy Wayne catches Ray Walker's last desperate light attack with one hand and blows straight through it. Eva Walker watches in panic from the stands, so focused on her brother that she bites her lip until it bleeds. Leroy reveals he already has Ray by the throat, mocks him, and slams a brutal punch into his face. Ray crashes down unconscious, and Leroy throws up his hand like the result was never in doubt. The spectators roar about Leroy's knockout power, his body strengthening, and the silver glove technique that made this match feel hopeless for Ray. Elder Kenneth checks that Ray is not critically hurt and formally declares Leroy the winner, advancing to the next round. While basking in the cheers, Leroy spots Eva's murderous glare, spits on the floor, and sneers at her like she is beneath him. Eva's fear shifts into rage as she worries Ray will spiral after another loss to Leroy just like he did before. She turns that pain into a plan and swears she will win her own next match so she can face Leroy and take revenge for her brother. Nearby, Russell praises the match while Javier, Claude, and Wilfred watch the aftermath from the sidelines. Wilfred wonders why Ray rushed in close, and Russell immediately explains that long-range attacks probably were not strong enough to break Lyra's body training. Claude jokes that Ray's risky plan clearly did not pay off, and Russell fires back that Claude could easily end up the same way. Claude brushes the warning off, but his eyes stay on the servants carrying Ray away, already treating the tournament more seriously. Once the field is cleared, Elder Kenneth announces the next match, Claude Rayforth versus Eva Walker. Russell grins at Claude's bad luck, while Claude studies Eva and measures her against what he knows of her brother. Claude thinks Eva should be manageable if she really fights like Ray, but he warns himself not to trust second-hand reports too much. Across the field, Eva also sizes Claude up and decides the famous genius is still just a younger fighter one rank beneath her. She tells herself Claude only beat Ian Jefferson, then vows to crush this so-called genius before taking revenge on Leroy next. Elsewhere in Dawsbury City, Gaston and Barris finally follow their scent trail into the crowded streets after wasting time searching the wrong region. Gaston is openly delighted, and Barris only cares that Gaston is happy too. Their excitement sharpens into intent when Gaston spots the distant Royal Academy and realizes their little thief is a student there. Gaston decides the Academy makes things trickier, but he is sure they will soon get a chance to reclaim the White Dragon's tooth. Back at the tournament, Claude feels a murderous gaze lock onto him the moment his match with Eva is announced. Because someone glared at him earlier and hit it, Claude has already memorized where everyone in the training grounds is standing. He quickly pins the new hostility on Eva and is almost impressed by how openly she is making herself his enemy. Claude quietly decides that if Eva wants a real enemy, he will give her exactly that in the arena. Russell tosses out one more joke about being disappointed if Claude loses, and Claude answers by walking straight past him toward the field. Claude enters from one side and Eva from the other, each bringing their grudge to center stage under Elder Kenneth's eye. At the Elder's order, both fighters bow, and Eva puts on a polite smile as she greets Claude and mentions how famous he has become. Claude answers with flat indifference, immediately seeing through Eva's attempt to make him lower his guard. Before they separate, Eva warns Claude not to underestimate her just because he beat Ian Jefferson. They take their marks, and the friendly mask drops completely as the real match atmosphere settles over the arena. At the command to assume battle stance, Claude summons his katana and locks into a disciplined guard. Eva answers by bringing out a long spear like her brother's, and her promise to avenge Ray hardens into battle focus. Elder Kenneth gives the start, and Eva explodes forward so fast she vanishes from sight. In the next instant, Eva appears behind Claude and drives her spear straight into what looks like his back. Eva starts to declare victory, only for Claude's body to shake and dissolve into smoke right in front of her. Realizing she hit an afterimage, Eva whips around in shock to find the real Claude before he hits back. Claude answers from above, dropping down on her with his katana already cutting toward her head. Eva barely gets her spear up in time, and the collision detonates hard enough to shake the whole arena. The impact throws Eva backward through the air while Claude lands cleanly and keeps control of the exchange. Claude does not let her breathe and immediately surges after her, turning one counter into relentless pressure. Humiliated that a junior is already overwhelming her, Eva forces herself to twist in the air because she refuses to lose before avenging Ray. She lands awkwardly on hands and feet, looks up, and finds Claude already right in front of her with a devious smile. Claude's katana slams into Eva's spear so hard that the arena shakes, and she gets blasted backward before she can steady herself. Even while reeling, Eva burns with humiliation because she came here planning to avenge her brother, not lose to a junior. Eva twists into a rough landing, only to look up and find Claude already in her face with a dangerous grin. She panics and fires blade lights from her palms, but Claude bats them aside without slowing down. Eva springs back just in time, and Claude's missed strike detonates the ground behind her in a shower of dust and debris. Claude bursts straight out of the dust cloud and chases her again before she can fully reset. Eva lashes out with a flood of spear lights, but Claude slices through every one and mocks her for not hitting hard enough. He appears in front of her again, ducks under her desperate stab, and drives a crushing punch into her stomach. Eva tumbles across the arena, coughing blood into her hand, and finally realizes she may never even get the chance to face Leroy. Before she can come up with a new plan, Claude is already back on her, refusing to let her breathe. Eva braces for the punch and stabs into it, only for Claude to reveal the real threat with a close-range slash from his offhand. The slash explodes against Eva and blasts her into the air again, but Claude calmly notes the hit still lacked full power from his weaker side. Claude vanishes from sight once more and appears above Eva, raising his katana for the next blow while she curses her own helplessness. Cornered, Eva pours everything into her ultimate spear move and turns herself into a blazing streak of light aimed straight at Claude. Claude recognizes the move as the same style her brother used, and he meets it head-on with a grin instead of backing away. He redirects the light strike off course and grabs Eva out of it with his bare hand, repeating the same brutal answer Leroy used before. Still holding her, Claude hammers a fist into Eva's chest and sends her plummeting like a meteor. Claude flashes beside the falling Eva and admits he is not as strong as Leroy, but promises the ending will be the same. Then he punches her in the face and drives her straight into the arena in one final explosive crash. The crowd erupts because Claude's power is no longer a rumor, and some even start talking like he could win the whole contest. Up in the stands, Russell grins at the thought of fighting Claude, but Wilfred coolly reminds him he might have to get through Javier first. Russell and Javier lock eyes and silently accept that they may have to settle each other before either reaches Claude. Back in the arena, Claude steps out of the dust with his katana raised, soaking in the cheers like he owns the place. Elder Kenneth checks Eva's condition, confirms the knockout, and declares Claude the winner. As the cheers swell, even the faction members who resented Claude have to swallow their attitude now that his strength is out in the open. Other disciples are openly thrilled, because a monster like Claude gives their academy a real shot in the Golden Crown tournament. Claude happily waves back at the stands while servants rush in to carry Eva off the field. Elder Kenneth announces that the contest has reached the semifinals and calls a midday break before the next round. He punctuates the warning with a burst of spiritual pressure, making the whole audience flinch and fall into line. Claude actually enjoys the old man's strict style, so he leaves the arena in a good mood instead of feeling intimidated. On his way out, Claude is called over by Wilfred, who arrives with both Russell and Javier. Russell steps up with a smug grin and promises Claude they will meet in the arena soon. Claude immediately needles him by pointing out that Javier might be his semi-final problem first. Russell refuses to believe an old loss means anything now, and he doubles down on telling Claude to be ready. The tension cools when Russell abruptly decides food matters more right now and drags the group toward lunch. Away from the academy in Dawsbury City's Barnacle Inn, Barris pesters Gaston for a plan to recover the White Dragon's tooth. Gaston snaps at him to shut up, making it painfully clear he already knows what is at stake, and does not need Barris helping. Then Gaston suddenly catches the scent he has been waiting for and realizes the thief is finally inside the city. That discovery flips his mood instantly, because now he can finally get a proper look at whoever stole the White Dragon's tooth. Gaston orders Barris to move and tosses him an aura reduction medicine so they can stalk the target without being noticed. At the Riverside restaurant, Russell confidently leads Claude, Wilfred, and Javier to what he claims is one of the best lunch spots in Dawsbury. They sit down and order, but the mood turns cold the moment Javier senses someone watching them. Claude confirms it too and judges the hidden aura to be monstrously strong, around the 7th rank of the Sky Realm. Wilfred asks if they should face the threat together, but Javier already knows exactly who the visitor came for. Javier spots a huge bald man in a black trench coat with a giant sword and says the man is here for him, not the rest of them. With that, Javier tells the others to stay back and heads over alone to settle it himself. Not far away, Gaston watches the whole scene through a spyglass from a rooftop and realizes his suspected thief may be a lion cub in student clothes. Instead of backing off, Gaston gets excited, because the hunt just became far more interesting than he expected. Just as the group starts to relax in the restaurant, Javier abruptly warns that someone powerful is watching them, and Claude feels the same crushing aura. Claude quietly judges the hidden observer to be around the 7th rank of the Sky Realm because the person is not even bothering to hide his strength. When Wilfred asks if they should fight together, Javier scans the room, spots a bald giant in a black trench coat, and says the man came for him alone. David casually waves at him with a smile, but Javier answers with a hard expression and walks straight over to settle it. Back at the table, Claude asks Russell who the stranger is, and Russell identifies him as David Moriarty, a ruthless wanderer from the southwestern continent of Galerna. Russell adds that men like David stay dangerous because anyone easy to beat would have been stopped long ago. When Claude asks what grudge David has with Javier, Russell can only shrug and guess they may have crossed paths during Javier's travels last year. Claude watches both men and starts to suspect Russell may have brought them here on purpose to make Javier fight before the tournament. The more Claude thinks about Russell's timing and his knowledge of David, the more he decides he needs to be careful around him. At the center of the restaurant, David greets Javier like a child again, openly trying to provoke him. Javier answers by unleashing a tremendous aura that makes the whole restaurant flinch, but David stands inside it like nothing happened. Javier coldly says he is far stronger than before, and David mocks him for daring to believe that means he can win now. When Javier tells him to stop calling him boy, Claude notices Javier's fists tighten and realizes the fight is about to explode. David leans in close, repeats the insult to his face, and dares Javier to do something about it. Javier throws the first punch with frightening speed, and David catches it with both hands in a blast strong enough to throw weaker cultivators from their seats. Seeing David take that hit head-on, Claude realizes Javier may be forced to reveal his real fighting style and techniques right here. David grins and admits Javier really has grown stronger, but he answers the praise by smashing Javier in the chest and sending him flying. Javier lands cleanly, slips the next incoming fist, and answers with a hard body shot that finally pushes David back. Claude is struck by one odd detail. Both men are still fighting barehanded even though David has a giant sword and Javier likely has one too. At the same time, Claude catches Russell wearing a carefully controlled look that feels less calm than disappointed. That expression only deepens Claude's suspicion that Russell wanted this fight to force Javier into showing his full strength. The brawl turns savage fast, and in just 2 minutes Javier and David have already traded more than 500 attacks. A heavy punch finally makes David stagger, and when he touches his face he finds blood dripping from his nose. Instead of getting rattled, David bursts into manic laughter and openly invites Javier to finish this. Javier surges in, slips David's punch by a hair, and blasts him upward with a brutal uppercut under the chin. As David crashes off the ceiling, Javier declares this is for the innocent lives David took and instantly appears in front of him again. Javier unleashes 1,000 fists, filling the restaurant with a blinding storm of fist apparitions aimed straight at David's chest. At the last instant, David draws his giant sword so fast it seems to teleport into his hands and blocks the attack in a violent blast. The collision drives both men apart, and Javier looks down to see that even his tough hand was cut and left bleeding by that impact. David laughs that Javier actually forced him to use his sword, then mockingly invites him to draw his own blade too. Javier refuses without hesitation and says David is not worthy of dying by his sword. That insult snaps something in David, and he drives the giant sword into the floor hard enough to split the restaurant and send onlookers fleeing. With his eyes glowing bright red, David glares at Javier in raw hatred and accuses him of thinking he is clever. Javier answers that he just enjoys giving arrogant people a taste of their own medicine, and Claude notices he almost grins while saying it. Claude grows even more curious about their history, while beside him Russell still looks like this fight is not unfolding the way he wanted. David laughs again, says stubborn opponents are more fun, and warns Javier not to regret those words. Javier waves him in and calmly promises he will not regret a thing. David vanishes from sight and reappears behind Javier, swinging his giant sword straight for Javier's head. Javier twists aside just in time and counters with a fist, but David meets it with the broad face of his sword. This time David recovers first, chases immediately, and sweeps the sword low toward Javier's abdomen. Javier jumps over the low slash, lands smoothly, and whips a kick into David hard enough to launch him into the wall. Javier follows with dragon fist attack, appearing in front of David and punching for his head. David barely tilts away, and Javier's fist tears straight through the wall behind him instead. Before Javier can recover, David drives his sword into Javier's stomach and blasts him backward through the room. David presses the advantage, but Javier rolls aside from the next sword swing and uses the wall to spring back with a kick to David's face. David crashes to the floor, but from below he sweeps Javier's leg and then kicks the fresh wound in his stomach to drive him into the wall. Grinning again, David calls Javier a little boy and says he will never defeat him. Javier wipes the sweat from his forehead, stares him down, and says he will just have to prove him wrong. He charges again, slips past another sword swing with a twisting run, and punches David clean in the face. Without giving him space, Javier grabs David by the collar and smashes his forehead into him for a second brutal hit. David tries to cut him down again, but Javier bends backward under the blade and snaps back up with another punch under the chin that makes David spit blood. Javier coolly tells him to stop talking and actually land a hit, which only makes David angrier. In a burst of rage, David points the sword at him and fires hundreds of blade lights across the shattered restaurant. Javier plants his foot, steadies his breathing, and gathers a faint golden glow around his body instead of dodging. He twists his palm and sends out a blazing golden ring that crashes straight into the blade lights and fills the room with dust and debris. Using that dust cloud as cover, Javier slips through the chaos and suddenly appears right in front of David. Javier presses a glowing palm onto David's chest, repeats that David is not worthy of his sword, and a giant palm apparition forms as David's senses begin to fade. Inside the restaurant, Javier met David Moriarty's incoming blade lights head-on by launching a blazing golden ring from his hand. The collision filled the building with dust, and Javier used that split second to vanish from sight and reappear right in front of David. At point-blank range, Javier pressed his palm into David's chest and coldly told him he was not worthy of dying by the sword. David's vision blurred around a giant glowing palm, and as his senses dulled he understood too late that Javier's strike had already killed him. Then David Moriarty disintegrated in the middle of the restaurant, ending the fight in just a few brutal seconds. The whole restaurant fell silent, because everyone watching understood that Javier had just erased a powerful cultivator like it was nothing. Javier just let out a relieved breath, walked back to Claude's table, and sat down as if the interruption had barely mattered. When Javier asked if they should continue eating, Claude gave in, snapped for the hiding waiter, and decided they might as well finish the meal. From a distant rooftop, Gaston watched the whole thing through a spyglass and admitted that Royal Academy student was monstrously strong. That made Gaston's problem worse, because the thief he was tracking was not only in the Royal Academy but also surrounded by dangerous allies. When Barris asked if he had failed, Gaston snapped back that he had not and promised he would still find a way to take the White Dragon's tooth. After the meal, Claude's group left the restaurant to return to the training grounds, but Russell was already brooding over how his setup had failed. Russell had deliberately arranged for Javier and David to cross paths, hoping that a revenge match would finally force Javier to reveal all of his hidden techniques. Instead, Javier killed David using only body strengthening and his fists, because he said David had once refused to use a sword against him too. Russell was furious that such a perfect chance had slipped away, but then he started thinking the fight might still pay off. He had noticed David's earlier hit to Javier's stomach, and now he was watching that wound closely because Javier kept guarding the area afterward. Russell guessed the spiritual damage might heal slowly enough to weaken Javier by the final round, and that thought finally cheered him up. Claude caught those sideways glances and quietly started monitoring Russell the whole way back. After the short break, the students returned to the training ground sectors, where Elder Kenneth was already waiting in the middle of the arena. One clap from Elder Kenneth snapped the noisy spectators into silence, and he smoothly called the contest back into session. In the crowd, Claude studied Russell and Javier, knowing one of them could easily become his next opponent. He knew Leroy Wayne would be the lucky draw, but even that would only delay the harder fight waiting in the final. Then Elder Kenneth opened the envelope and announced the semi-final pairings, Claude against Leroy, and Javier against Russell. The arena erupted at once, and Claude and Leroy locked eyes across the distance as their coming fight became real. At the same time, Javier and Russell exchanged a simple nod, because both of them had expected this collision sooner or later anyway. Russell would have preferred to meet Javier in the final, so he forced a bitter smile and accepted the bracket he got. Claude, on the other hand, was quietly pleased, because drawing Leroy meant the cleanest path into the final. Leroy felt just as lucky from the opposite side, convinced that Claude's youth and lower rank made him far less dangerous than Javier or Russell. He did not buy the hype around Claude at all, and instead imagined this match as his chance to impress the headmaster by crushing a rising genius. After remembering Claude's easy win over Eva Walker, Leroy decided Claude must be underestimating him too. Claude's calm face only made it worse, because Leroy mistook that indifference for Javier-style arrogance, and decided to teach him a senior's lesson. As Leroy headed for the arena full of confidence, Wilfred quietly asked Claude if he really thought he could beat him. Claude answered with a shrug and a small smile, admitting this matchup was definitely easier than facing Javier or Russell right now. Russell loudly told Claude not to lose because he expected to see him in the finals, and Claude answered with an eye roll instead of taking the bait. Before leaving, Claude shared one quiet nod with Javier, and that wordless exchange sent him into the arena with the crowd roaring behind him. Claude and Leroy entered from opposite sides and walked toward Elder Kenneth at center field, measuring each other with every step. When Elder Kenneth ordered the formal bow, Leroy used the opening to ask Claude if he was still feeling proud after the last match. Leroy kept talking through the bow, praising Claude's brutal beating of Eva in a tone that felt wrong enough to put Claude on edge. Claude had no idea why Leroy sounded so pleased about it, and the whole exchange only felt creepier the longer it went on. Then Leroy finally got to the point and said Eva had been his prey, so Claude should be ready to take the vengeance instead. Once Claude realized all that praise had only been theatrical build-up, he let out a short chuckle instead of looking intimidated. That dismissive reaction hit Leroy's pride hard, and he quietly vowed to pummel Claude unconscious for it. Elder Kenneth broke the tension by ordering both fighters to step back to their starting positions. When the order to assume battle stances came, Claude answered by summoning his katana and flooding the field with sharp spiritual pressure. Leroy raised his bare fists and mocked the weapon, acting like Claude's blade was more of a burden for him than a threat. Claude cut through the posturing with one calm answer, telling Leroy he preferred to let his actions speak for him. Leroy snapped back with more bravado, but by now both men were done talking and the whole arena was waiting for impact. Elder Kenneth shouted for the match to start, and both fighters launched forward without hesitation. Claude's katana and Leroy's fists slammed together in midair, opening their fight with a bright collision that lit up the arena. Claude coolly tells Leroy Wayne that he would rather speak with his blade than his mouth, and Leroy snaps back with a threat to make him regret that attitude. Elder Kenneth gives the signal, and both fighters explode forward at the exact same instant. Their first clash detonates in midair so violently that dust and broken dirt blast back toward the spectators. The crowd stares in shock as they realize this is not a minor matchup at all, and both men are far stronger than people assumed. After the recoil, Claude regains his balance a split second before Leroy, and that tiny difference is enough to make Leroy take him seriously. Leroy slams his foot into the arena floor, cracks the ground, and rushes in again with a glowing punch aimed straight at Claude's face. Claude answers by flooding his body with dazzling sword aura, staying calm as Leroy's fist closes in. At the last instant, Claude vanishes from the line of attack and slips behind Leroy with terrifying speed. Claude's sword energy slams into Leroy's back and blasts the arena apart with a heavy explosion. Leroy lands bleeding from the mouth, but instead of backing off, he breaks into wild laughter because the fight is finally exciting. The mood flips again when Leroy's grin vanishes and he disappears from sight without warning. Claude barely reacts in time, twisting his katana to catch Leroy's ambush strike aimed at his shoulder. Leroy keeps pressing, and the two crash into another direct exchange that kicks up yet another wave of spiritual force. They rush each other again, but Claude ducks Leroy's chest shot and cuts low for his thighs instead. Leroy manages to kick the blade aside, but the exchange still sends both of them flying apart once more. Leroy unleashes a furious barrage of punches, and Claude keeps reading every angle and blocking with cold precision. Frustrated that nothing is landing cleanly, Leroy roars and lunges for Claude's face one more time. Claude slips past the punch by a hair and counters at point-blank range with multiple blade lights. Leroy tries to block, but he is already too late, and Claude's counter sends him crashing backward onto the arena floor. Using his full strength and floating footsteps, Claude appears in front of Leroy before Leroy can properly recover. Claude brings the katana down in a brutal glowing strike that catches Leroy completely off guard, hammers his chest, and blasts the arena apart again. The hit slams Lyra into the ground so hard that his body bounces back up helplessly into the air. Claude watches the airborne Leroy with an icy expression and swings again while Leroy can no longer move. A giant blade light crashes into Lyra's suspended body and finally knocks him out in a flash of dust, rubble, and blinding force. As the dust settles, the stands buzz with awe, and people openly start calling Claude a future monster of the martial world. Watching from the top floor, the headmaster smiles because Claude has just proven himself far too valuable to kill. He privately thinks of Claude as an investment who can help Golden Avarice Academy rise again, even if trust between them will always be thin. He even admits to himself that sparing Wilfred was part of the same calculation, because he does not want Claude to grow into a future enemy. Satisfied with his own plan, the headmaster raises a toast to the partnership he thinks he can control. Meanwhile, Claude steps out of the dust and waves to the roaring audience like the clear winner of the match. From the stands, Wilfred watches with a pleased smile while Russell Davies and Javier Banderas silently measure the new threat. Russell jokes that they should show Claude what real business looks like, and Javier answers with his usual chilly annoyance. Elder Kenneth checks Lyra's condition, then raises Claude's hand and officially sends him into the final round. The audience cheers even louder, convinced that Claude may not be the favorite yet but will make the final impossible to ignore. With Claude's match over, Russell reminds Javier that their long-awaited fight is next, and both men turn fully serious. As Claude walks off, Elder Kenneth announces Russell Davies versus Javier Banderas, and the crowd instantly treats it like the match they have really been waiting for. All across the stands, people argue over who will win, with most leaning toward Javier but plenty refusing to count Russell out. Russell and Javier walk toward the arena side by side, and every eye follows them as the tension shifts to the next showdown. As they pass Claude on the way in, Russell gives him a playful finger wave while Javier offers a short, respectful nod. Claude rejoins Wilfred in the stands, accepts the quiet congratulations, and immediately turns his attention to the fight that will decide his final opponent. When Wilfred asks who he thinks will win and whether he can take the final, Claude just gives a small confident smile and says they will see. As Russell Davies and Javier Banderas walk toward the arena together, the whole venue locked onto them, and Russell soaked up the attention with a smug grin. Russell needled Javier by saying the crowd had come to watch him get crushed, and Javier answered with nothing but an irritated click of his tongue. When they passed Claude, Russell flashed him a playful finger wave, Javier gave a brief nod, and Claude quietly returned it before heading to Wilfred. Wilfred greeted Claude in the stands with a quick congratulations, and Claude turned right back to the field because everyone knew the real show was about to begin. As Russell and Javier took opposite sides of the field, the crowd erupted into betting, arguing, and nervous excitement over who would win. Wilfred asked Claude who he thought would win, and Claude admitted he could not call it. When Wilfred pushed further and asked if Claude could beat either of them in the final, Claude only smiled and left the answer open. Claude knew he was behind both men in raw power and cultivation, but he also trusted his own skill, technique, and reflexes enough to believe the final was still within reach. At center field, Elder Kenneth made both fighters bow, and even with all their tension, neither dared disrespect the ritual. Russell used the bow to slip in one more taunt, telling Javier he would need the luck more than he would. Javier answered the jab with a flat "you too," refusing to give Russell the reaction he wanted. Russell offered a handshake before they separated, and Javier accepted after a brief pause, turning the hostility into a formal promise to let the best man win. They backed away to opposite ends of the arena, and Elder Kenneth ordered both contestants to assume their battle stances. Russell answered first by summoning a long saber and raising it high, his expression turning fully serious. Javier answered with his giant sword held low and horizontal, a calm challenge that dared Russell to come first. The moment Elder Kenneth shouted start, Russell exploded forward and appeared behind Javier with a golden saber thrust aimed straight at his back. Javier vanished before the blade landed and dropped in from above with a crushing sword swing aimed at Russell's head. Russell twisted aside in time, and when he slashed back, Javier blocked with one hand and got blasted backward by the impact. Russell mocked Javier for getting weaker and chased immediately, trying to keep him from regaining balance. Javier's giant sword flashed behind him on its own to block the next strike, and that opening let him wheel around with a brutal punch. Russell barely got both hands up in time, but Javier's punch still blasted him backward through the air. Javier chased him into the air with another sword swing, but Russell spun away and hammered Javier's face hard enough to drive him into the ground. From the dust below, Javier's giant sword shot back up like a missile and forced Russell to answer with a huge translucent lotus shield. The giant sword broke through the lotus anyway, and before Russell could fully recover, Javier appeared behind him and drove a palm strike straight into his back. That hit slammed Russell forward into the incoming sword and sent him crashing back down to the arena in a chain of explosions. Javier landed cleanly, drove his sword into the ground, and blew the dust away to show Russell still standing, now cut and bleeding in several places. The spectators immediately started calling the match for Javier, convinced Russell's wounds meant it was basically over. Russell laughed off the blood, praised Javier as a monster for wounding him, and made it clear he still had a real finish left. As Russell raised his saber, Javier felt the air around him tighten with condensed power, and realized the fight was turning again. Russell burst forward with his saber glowing crimson, and Javier charged too instead of waiting to be cornered. Their weapons crashed in the middle and the clash blasted upward into a blinding aerial duel most of the crowd could barely follow. Watching those impossible flashes, the crowd stopped talking big and could only stare in awe at how far above them the fight had gone. After another booming collision, both men finally separated in midair, giving the audience a clear look again. Javier baited Russell with a calm "Is that all you got?" trying to force him into proving himself. Russell answered with a single saber slash, but the blade light carried far more power than the ones Javier had gotten used to. Javier raised his giant sword to block out of habit, and the sudden spike in spiritual force shook him and hurled him backward in shock. In that instant, Javier realized Russell had been sandbagging those earlier blade lights to train his reactions into a mistake before hitting him with the real thing. Russell teleported behind the off-balance Javier and drove a full-power thrust into him, pouring spiritual energy into one massive red blade light. Javier threw up his giant sword as a shield, but the clash still exploded hard enough to send a blazing impact crashing down into the arena. Russell descended toward the field looking in control, but Javier's giant sword burst out of the dust again and shoved him back before Javier himself attacked from behind. Javier repeated his own taunt back at him and slammed a fist into Russell's guard, answering Russell's trick with pure pressure. The two separated for a heartbeat, but Javier surged right back in and drove a follow-up punch toward Russell's face. Russell bent back at an impossible angle to evade, and Javier's floating giant sword dropped in again to block Russell's counter at the waist. Javier turned that defense into offense with a crushing kick to Russell's knee, knocking him down hard. Javier jumped over the fallen Russell with both hands clasped for a finishing smash, but Russell barely flipped up and escaped in time. Russell used that tiny opening to punch Javier straight in the stomach, targeting the exact spot David Moriarty had already injured earlier. The old wound bit deep, but Javier answered through the pain by grabbing Russell by the throat and slamming him into the ground hard enough to crack the arena. Before Russell could recover, Javier pounded his face into the dirt again and left him gasping underneath him. Pinned in a dangerous spot, Russell fought dirty and spat a mouthful of dirt into Javier's eyes to break the pressure. Javier's vision blurred for a split second, and Russell instantly stabbed his saber into Javier's stomach at close range to throw him away. Russell charged after him without hesitation, trying to turn that cheap opening into a full finish. Even from the ground, Javier roared back and met Russell's next saber strike with his fist, sending a shockwave through the whole arena. The blast threw both men apart, with Russell regaining his footing first while Javier carved a long trench through the field. Now both of them were visibly torn up, and the fight had crossed into the kind of brutal exchange where either side could hide the damage anymore. Even the headmaster leaned forward at that point, openly moved by how fiercely both disciples were fighting. Claude watched with his fists clenched and a wide grin, so fired up by the battle that he wanted to jump into the arena himself. Javier rose and called to finish it, and this time Russell agreed without another joke. Russell raised his saber and a bright red circle formed behind him, revealing the start of a named finishing technique. Javier answered by bringing his giant sword to his side and letting it float level with its tip locked on Russell, ready to fire like a projectile. Russell whispered Scarlet Saber technique, Javier unleashed Golden Shooting Star technique, and both finishing moves tore forward into the decisive final clash. As Javier Banderas and Russell Davies square up for one last exchange, even the headmaster leans forward and calls them true warriors, while Claude watches with a thrilled grin. Russell raises his saber and summons a bright red circle behind him, while Javier answers by floating his giant sword at his side with its tip aimed straight at Russell. Russell releases Scarlet Saber technique, sending red disc-like blade lights forward, and Javier fires Golden Shooting Star technique as his giant sword turns into a blazing golden streak. Their attacks move so fast most of the audience cannot follow them, and Elder Kenneth barks at the front row to get back before the impact reaches them. The red and gold techniques slam together and fuse for a heartbeat into a blazing sphere so bright it looks ready to burst like a small sun. The burning sphere swells and starts sucking in dust, debris, and even the front row spectators with an invisible pull, turning awe into fear. Then the sphere suddenly shrinks to nothing and detonates, blasting shockwaves across the arena hard enough to fling people from the front seats. As panic ripples through the stands, an elder asks if they should step in, but the headmaster coolly refuses and says the danger will pass on its own. The shockwaves finally fade, the dust begins to settle, and the entire stadium fixes on the arena waiting for the winner to walk out. Footsteps break the silence, and Javier appears first from the dust cloud, making the crowd explode into cheers because they think he won again. But the celebration dies instantly when Javier drops to his knees, sways like a puppet with cut strings, and crashes face first onto the ground unconscious. A second set of footsteps follows, and Russell steps out of the dust with his long saber raised high, revealing he was the real victor all along. The stadium stays dead silent for a long moment as everyone tries to process the sudden reversal they completely misread. Then the applause crashes down all at once, and the people who bet on Javier turn pale while the whole arena starts praising Russell's revenge win. Claude watches Russell with a small smile and realizes exactly how he did it. Russell targeted Javier's already injured stomach and fought with dirty, unpredictable tricks whenever he was cornered. Instead of looking down on those tactics, Claude gets more interested, because an opponent willing to fight that dirty is exactly the kind of threat that stays dangerous. On the arena floor, Elder Kenneth checks Javier's condition, sends him to the infirmary, and formally declares Russell Davies the one advancing to the final. Far from the arena, inside the Azure Lion clan mansion, an enormous mirror is hurled into a wall and explodes into shards as a black-robed man kneels before a furious patriarch. A shard slices Aragon Baskins' cheek, but he does not flinch and bows lower as he offers Sword Master Baskins' apology to the patriarch of the Azure Lion clan. The patriarch demands confirmation, and Baskins grimly admits the report is true. Baskins explains that he found traces of an intruder in Elizabeth Carter's room and believes the thief took the secret documents she had hidden there. That pushes the patriarch into open rage, because someone slipped into their mansion, stole information on the clan's plans, and made the Azure Lion clan look careless. The patriarch orders Baskins and his men to identify the intruder, capture them alive, and interrogate them no matter how prestigious the target turns out to be. When Baskins asks what to do if the intruder is too powerful to seize, the patriarch says even influential people have weak moments and patient hunters only need to wait. He also suspects the intruder may be tied to Elizabeth's missing expedition, and if so, Baskins is told to find out whether they know anything about the White Dragon's teeth. Baskins asks whether the clan head should be told, and the patriarch coldly reveals he sees his own son as nothing but a puppet and a distraction. After Baskins leaves, the patriarch stays alone with his ambition and calmly vows that sooner or later the whole martial world will bow to the Azure Lion clan. Back at the arena, Russell's win is confirmed and the crowd instantly starts buzzing about the real prize now, the final between Claude Rayforth and Russell Davies. Most of the audience rushes to place bets on Russell, convinced the senior who just beat Javier should easily handle Claude, though a few gamble on the long shot instead. Wilfred Belden watches the betting rush with a chuckle, and Claude dryly notes that nearly all of them are probably betting against him. Claude points out that if people were really being logical, they would not bother betting on such a heavily favored outcome for tiny profit at all. Wilfred catches Claude's intent immediately and guesses he wants to bet on himself, because that was exactly Wilfred's own plan too. When Claude asks if that means Wilfred is confident in him, Wilfred bluntly says no, he just likes gambling. Claude laughs, then looks across the arena at the wounded Russell and tells Wilfred to remember one thing when he places that bet: go all in. Russell catches Claude looking, smirks back, and nods, turning their stare into a quiet promise that the final will be personal and fierce. Then Elder Kenneth's voice booms across the stadium and officially sets the final round: Claude Rayforth versus Russell Davies. At the Royal Academy's Greveny Forest, two intruders dropped from the sky and slipped in near the iron wall without a sound. When a patrol guard started heading their way, Gaston signaled Barris and both men vanished up into the trees. The guard checked the area, found nothing, and moved on, leaving the two thieves clinging to the branches above him. Once the path was clear, Gaston and Barris dropped back down and pushed deeper toward the inner disciple grounds. Barris nervously asked if sneaking into the academy was really a good idea, clearly shaken by the heavy security. Gaston brushed off the fear and told Barris to trust him, already treating his partner like dead weight. He explained that today's sparring contest would pull attention elsewhere, giving them a chance to recover the White Dragon's teeth even if they could not reach Claude himself. Elsewhere at the arena, Claude surprised Wilfred by saying he wanted to bet on himself, and Wilfred admitted he had the exact same idea. Wilfred bluntly said he was not actually sure Claude would win, he just liked gambling. Claude looked toward Russell and told Wilfred to go all in, and Russell caught the stare and answered with a knowing smirk. Elder Kenneth's voice boomed through the arena and officially called the final round: Claude Rayforth versus Russell Davies. The headmaster watched in silence because this contest was never just a school event to him, it was Claude's public unveiling. In the headmaster's mind, this final was Claude's chance to announce himself to the martial world if he beat Russell. As the final approached, Claude admitted he really was nervous, but it was the excited kind he had not expected. Wilfred gave Claude a steady pat on the shoulder and told him he had this. Claude walked toward the arena under every kind of stare, but he dismissed the crowd completely and kept his focus on the fight ahead. Russell rose from the sideline bench with a wide grin, clearly pleased that the clash he expected had finally arrived. The two stopped face to face at the arena edge and locked eyes without either man giving an inch. Russell reminded Claude he had predicted they would meet in the end, and Claude calmly admitted he had been right. Russell praised Claude for reaching the final, and Claude returned the compliment by bringing up Russell's win over Javier Banderas, with just enough edge to show he was not intimidated. Before their banter could go further, Elder Kenneth cut in and ordered both fighters into the arena. Claude and Russell stepped onto the field to a roar from the audience, and took their places in the center. Elder Kenneth led the formal opening, making both cultivators bow before sending them back to opposite ends of the arena. At Elder Kenneth's order, Russell summoned a long saber and Claude drew his katana, turning the final from ceremony into combat. The instant the match began, both men exploded forward with frightening speed. Russell struck first with a saber thrust that fired a bright attack straight at Claude. Claude cleanly deflected the shot and answered with his own blade light, forcing Russell to counter head-on. Their ranged strikes collided in the middle of the arena and detonated hard enough to shake the stands. Both fighters were knocked back by the blast, but neither hesitated for even a heartbeat before charging again. Claude burst through the smoke first with his katana raised, gathering bright red force at the blade and catching Russell off guard. Russell barely flipped away from the descending strike, and the blows smashed into the arena floor with brutal shockwaves. Russell tried to recover with another swing, but Claude stayed glued to him and whipped a close-range strike into his side. The hit sent Russell spinning through the air before he crashed, bounced, and forced himself back to his feet. Blood dripped from a fresh line across Russell's cheek, and the fact that a junior had drawn first blood hit his pride immediately. The crowd erupted, split between panic from the bettors, disbelief at Claude's strength, and excitement that the final might be real after all. Russell answered the noise with a furious charge and slashed out a blinding red attack that washed the arena in light. Claude bent backward just enough to let the attack pass over him, but Russell was already on top of him with the follow-up swing. Claude tried to slip left, but this time Russell clipped his shoulder and knocked him sideways. That clean counter steadied Russell's supporters, while others warned that Claude's first strike had still proved he belonged in this fight. The two slammed back into each other in the middle again, filling the field with another booming collision. As they separated and rushed back in, Claude felt the pressure on him rising because Russell was actively building more and more spiritual energy. Russell shouted that Claude would not beat him today, then rammed even more spiritual power into his saber as his aura spiked again. Then multiple red circular apparitions flared to life behind Russell, boosting his aura before surging forward with his attack. Claude answered by stepping back, leveling his katana, and activating floating footsteps as his eyes flashed azure blue. Spinning through the blue particles at terrifying speed, Claude turned himself into a rising tornado around his own blade. From the Elder's viewing area, one Elder recognized Claude's spinning attack as the dancing sword technique, and was stunned he had fused it with the sunrise sword technique. A second later, the Elder's shock deepened when he realized Claude had stacked not 2 techniques but 3, adding the invisible sword technique on top. As Russell's enhanced attack closed in, Claude's tornado collapsed into the tip of his katana and fired back as a terrifying condensed strike. While the final match unfolds elsewhere, Gaston and Barris slip through the inner disciple residences like ghosts, hiding their auras so the patrols never notice them. Gaston suddenly halts behind a building when he spots 2 guards ahead, forcing both contractors to freeze before they are exposed. Barris awkwardly asks when they will reach the thief's house, and Gaston snaps back in disgust, making it clear their target is very close now. Even while insulting Barris, Gaston follows Claude's scent and realizes they cannot stop now because the thief's residence is just ahead. The moment the guards move away, Gaston signals the charge and both men burst for the next residence so fast one guard can only dismiss it as the wind. Back at the arena, the Elders realize Claude is not just combining 2 techniques but 3 at once, including the brutally difficult invisible sword and sunrise sword styles. The headmaster, genuinely impressed, decides on the spot that giving Claude a second chance was the right investment. Claude's tornado shrinks to the tip of his katana and fires out to meet Russell's red attack, turning the final clash into one violent burst. The explosion rocks the entire arena so hard that front row spectators are thrown back, and the crowd realizes this final blow is even crazier than Russell's last big match. The stands split between panic and awe as gamblers beg for Russell to survive while others finally admit Claude was never overhyped at all. Wilfred watches the dust with tight nerves, hoping Claude pulled it off but still unable to tell who won. Javier arrives late from healing, and when Wilfred asks for his read, Javier says no junior should beat Russell unless that junior is Claude Rayforth. Then the footsteps come out of the dust, and Claude appears alone with his katana raised, leaving no doubt that he is the winner. The arena explodes into cheers as everyone finally accepts the impossible result. Claude just beat the senior who had defeated Javier. For Russell's backers though, Claude's upset win feels like disaster as they stare at the arena and realize their money is gone. Other bettors lose control completely, cursing their luck and regretting every coin they put on Russell. A few lucky disciples who bet on Claude celebrate like maniacs, stunned that a fun underdog pick just made them rich. Standing in the arena, Claude enjoys the victory and quietly nods toward the headmaster, as if reminding him this result was good for both of them. The headmaster nods back with a broad smile, already seeing Claude as a prize worth keeping inside the academy. One elder warns that Claude will only matter if he stays loyal, and that single comment wipes the smile off the headmaster's face. The headmaster argues Claude only betrayed the second elder because that side was doomed, so if the academy keeps him safe and rewarded, he will keep contributing. When another elder suggests controlling Claude by force, the headmaster flatly rejects it and calls Claude a beast too dangerous to cage that way. His final verdict is simple: positive treatment will hold Claude better than fear ever could. Down in the arena, Elder Kenneth clears the dust with one stomp and reveals Russell unconscious on the ground at Claude's feet. Kenneth studies Claude in the cleared arena and realizes this junior may be the academy's real cultivation monster. After signaling the servants, Elder Kenneth raises Claude's hand and formally declares him the winner of the sparring contest. Watching from the stands, Javier quietly says he wants to fight Claude one day, already treating him like a worthy rival. Wilfred tells Javier to make it quick, because Claude has a habit of attracting strong opponents, and rising even higher. Claude spots Wilfred beside Javier and gives him a nod, and Wilfred smiles back while privately enjoying the thought of their betting profit. At the same time in the inner disciple division, Gaston and Barris reach Senior Belden's residence, and confirm this is where the thief lives. With a nasty grin, Gaston says it is time to find the white dragon's teeth. A little later, the two contractors are already inside Belden's residence, tearing through Claude's temporary room in total silence. But the search is going badly, and Gaston mutters in growing frustration because the white dragon's teeth are nowhere to be found. Inside Wilfred Belden's residence, Gaston and Barris silently tear through Claude's temporary room, desperately hunting for the white dragon's teeth. Gaston loses his temper over the empty room and hisses that the thief must have hidden the white dragon's teeth somewhere else. When Barris timidly tells him to calm down, Gaston turns on him instead. Gaston crowds Barris against the wall, furious that their boss's deadline is almost here and they still have nothing to show for it. To drive the point home, Gaston backhands Barris and snarls that failure will get them killed. Barris stammers that he does not want to die, and that finally gives Gaston the answer he wants. Gaston gives up on the room and decides the smarter move is to shadow Claude until he leads them to the hidden teeth himself. And if Claude never reveals the stash, Gaston admits they are simply doomed. Elsewhere at the spectators' stand, Claude returns from his victory to a cheerful Wilfred Belden, who congratulates him on becoming the faction's strongest member. Claude smiles back and quietly checks whether Wilfred's bet paid off, and Wilfred's grin makes it clear the answer is yes. Then Javier Banderas steps in, locks eyes with Claude, and refuses to let this win settle who the real top fighter is. Javier bluntly promises he will beat Claude when they finally fight, and Claude answers with an easy grin that he will see. After Javier leaves, Wilfred asks the obvious question, but Claude only says both of them will keep growing before that match comes. Claude quickly shifts the mood back to business by reminding Wilfred they just hit the jackpot. Not far away, Ian Jefferson's former lackey seethed in private because the junior they hate just crushed Russell Davies and took first place. They resent serving under Claude even more because Ian treated them like tools, but Claude barely treats them like people at all. Among Claude's bitter new lackeys, Brendan finally admits that this gap between Claude and people like them is exactly why Claude keeps winning. After collecting their winnings, Claude and Wilfred walk back through the inner disciple division, and Wilfred notes that the headmaster looked impressed. Claude agrees outwardly and hopes the contest improves his standing, while keeping his private deal with the headmaster to himself. Once they part ways, Claude steps into his room and instantly freezes because something feels wrong. He quietly scans the room with spiritual energy, and catches a faint disturbance in the air, like someone meddled with the space while he was gone. At the chair, the clue becomes clearer, and Claude realizes a different spiritual signature was left behind. That is enough for Claude to confirm the ugly truth. Someone entered his room and searched it. Claude's mind immediately jumps to the Azure Lion clan, the people tied to Elizabeth Carter, and anyone else who might be chasing the white dragon's teeth. Then he forces himself to slow down, reminding himself that he tends to overthink and that the intruder might have been after Senior Belden's residence instead. But when he checks the rest of the residence, and finds no matching trace anywhere else, Claude rules that out and realizes the intruder came specifically for him. He briefly considers Ian Jefferson or the bitter ex-lackeys under him, but dismisses them as too spineless to pull off something this careful. One thing at least goes right. Claude is relieved he never kept the white dragon's teeth in this room. Even after another careful check, the chair's lingering energy is the only clue the intruders left behind. So Claude sits down and concludes the enemy was bold enough to sneak in, but not bold enough to attack him head-on inside the academy. That gives him one small comfort. The academy is still a partial safe zone, which means whoever is after him has limits. Even so, Claude decides he has to stay low, stay careful, and treat every move around him as suspicious for now. Far away in the depths of Grafino Forest, a lone figure races through the trees at frightening speed while a giant wolf-like beast charges after him. The beast roars and fires a blazing red energy beam up through the forest canopy at his back. Dayton glances back, judges the incoming blast in an instant, and changes direction with a hard kick off a tree trunk. The beam slams into the tree he just left and blasts it into burning debris. As the beast charges up another shot, Dayton suddenly stops fleeing and turns straight toward it. He flashes in close with white lightning rapier technique, and a silver rapier lights the whole forest for a split second. When the light fades, Dayton has already passed it, and the giant beast splits cleanly into two. Only then is the swordsman revealed to be Dayton Palmer, who coolly judges the strike as a good shot. In a forest training ground, Dayton Palmer bursts forward and uses his white lightning rapier technique to cut a wild beast clean in half. As Dayton tests his grip after the kill, a voice from behind makes him snap back into full guard. The hidden challenger blitzes in, and Dayton's rapier crashes against a huge azure lightning palm in a violent first exchange. The man laughs off the attack, vanishes again, and Dayton barely catches him with a backward kick that detonates lightning behind him. The opponent finally shows himself as Arthur Bradbury, a smiling high ranker wrapped in crackling electricity, and he tells Dayton he is impressed. Arthur says it is his turn, flashes back into close range, and blocks Dayton's punch so solidly that he does not move an inch. Arthur stays right in Dayton's face, mocks his speed, and wins the exchange with a crushing blow that sends Dayton skidding across the ground. When the dust settles, Arthur drifts over joking that the spar was fun while a dirt-covered Dayton walks out steaming with a tired complaint. Arthur drops the teasing long enough to praise Dayton seriously, saying very few people could ever land a hit on a high ranker at all. Dayton still is not satisfied, because he does not want to be most people and refuses to settle for a small achievement. Arthur calls Dayton too hard on himself and admits he actually values being assigned to someone who climbs this fast. When Dayton credits Arthur for everything, Arthur pushes back and reminds him that reaching the 4th rank of the Sky Realm this young is extraordinary no matter what. The scene cuts to Claude sneezing in front of Wilfred Belden, instantly breaking the tension of Dayton's training. Wilfred half-jokes that Claude might have been poisoned, but Claude calmly says he already checked his body and found nothing wrong. Claude still cannot fully dismiss poison, because someone already slipped into his room before, so he has been on guard ever since. Wilfred offers another explanation and reminds Claude that the Silver Moon Academy disciples arrive tomorrow for the long-awaited combined visit. That reminder snaps Claude back to Dayton Palmer, and he quietly wonders how much stronger his old rival has become since the Prodigy Summit. Claude admits he is both worried and excited, and Wilfred immediately guesses Dayton is the one drawing his attention. Wilfred reads Claude perfectly, saying his competitive streak was obvious because only Silver Moon's young genius could stir him up like this. Claude accepts that competitiveness matters, because in this world staying alive means never stopping your climb no matter how strong you become. His thoughts turn hard again when he remembers the intruders in his room and realizes they likely knew exactly who he was and where he lived. Claude follows that logic to its ugly end and decides the enemy probably was not afraid of him because they were stronger, so he needs to stay extremely careful. By the next day, the Royal Academy of Argria is packed with noise as disciples crowd around waiting for Silver Moon Academy to arrive. Near the entrance, a nervous senior named Linguini asks if lurking here for trouble is really a smart idea. The answer comes from Harry, a huge scarred senior who still carries himself like a street thug inside academy robes. The story makes clear why these two are here at all. They were part of a senior bully ring that used fear and extortion as easy income. That racket started falling apart once Claude Rayforth became famous for resisting seniors and inspiring juniors to do the same. Even when the first brave juniors got beaten down, more kept rising behind them until the bullies finally lost control. Most of the old gang moved on, but Harry, Linguini, and a few others were too addicted to abusing weaker people to stop. Harry corners Linguini and twists the knife, telling him the juniors do not respect him and have even been mocking his name. That cheap manipulation works instantly, and Linguini's nervous look turns into ugly resentment. Harry keeps shaking him and says this is exactly what happens when seniors stop making juniors afraid. Then the sound of carriage wheels rolls up the road, and Harry's face stretches into a nasty grin when he realizes the visitors have arrived. Harry points at the incoming Silver Moon disciples and frames them as perfect fresh meat because they have not been hardened by Claude's example inside this academy. With one last slap on Linguini's shoulder, Harry turns that resentment into a mission and declares that the seniors have work to do. On the dirt road outside the academy, Harry spots the incoming carriages and instantly sees the visiting juniors as easy prey. Harry tells Linguini these Silver Moon disciples probably do not know about Claude Rayforth or last year's upheaval, so they will be easier to dominate than their own juniors were. He needles Linguini about getting mocked again, and Linguini coldly answers no, letting Harry frame this as senior duty instead of petty bullying. While the academy below buzzes with people waiting for the guests, Claude stays alone on a hill in Greveny Forest and looks down over the whole campus. Claude chose this secluded hill to calm his mind after the recent intruder incident, and to train where mixed spiritual energy fills the air. The technique he is drilling is the Lionheart technique, the secret reward the headmaster gave him after his sparring victory. When Claude asks what Lionheart is, the headmaster reveals it is a secret technique passed down through Elder Kenneth's knightly family line. Elder Kenneth demonstrates it with a sword, and a golden glow wraps around him so heavily that Claude's side vision blacks out and his body locks in place. Once Kenneth releases the pressure, he explains Lionheart is a predator's intimidation art that can strip an enemy of their defense for a crucial instant. Claude immediately understands the value of that kind of opening, because in a cultivator's battle even a heartbeat of hesitation can mean death. He starts practicing in earnest, moving across the sand-covered platform as golden light gathers along his blade. The flow comes naturally enough that Claude feels the technique settling into his body almost like an old habit. That focus breaks when Brendan calls out, and Claude flashes through the jungle so fast he reaches him in an instant and lifts him by the throat. Annoyed at being interrupted, Claude demands an explanation, and Brendan desperately gasps out that the headmaster wants every disciple gathered to welcome Silver Moon Academy. Claude drops him at once, and Brendan collapses to the ground wheezing in relief. By now Brendan and the other former lackeys have been forced into Claude's service, and Brendan is already regretting his new role as head servant. Looking toward the academy, Claude finally grins because the Silver Moon students he has been waiting for have arrived. At the entrance, the carriages stop and hundreds of Silver Moon students in white robes step out, excited to see the huge academy grounds. Some of the visitors openly marvel at the campus while others try to play it cool, showing off the usual mix of awe and pride between rival schools. A calmer student cuts through the chatter and says an academy's real worth is measured by the talent it produces, not the size of its grounds. Off to the side, Harry and Linguini watch the newcomers like hunters and start scanning for the strongest and weakest among them. Linguini quickly picks out an overweight young man walking with his nose buried in a book, and Harry instantly decides he is the first target. Harry snaps for backup, and several other Royal Academy seniors gather behind him, while Linguini stays at his side to see what scheme he is starting this time. He singles out Christian Aguero and pitches the idea as reviving their old business of squeezing juniors again. Christian refuses at first and reminds Harry how badly they were humiliated the last time they tried bullying freshmen. Harry leans in harder and argues that these visitors are different because they do not know Claude's name, and have not learned to resist them yet. That jab lands because Christian is still bitter that one incident let their own juniors escape a tradition the current seniors were once forced to endure. Sensing the mood, Harry turns to the whole group and openly rallies them with talk of revenge and fairness twisted into a defense of Academy order. He finishes by pointing at the Silver Moon delegation and declaring that as seniors, it is their responsibility to teach these fresh arrivals their place. Meanwhile, the last person to step down from the Silver Moon carriages is Dayton Palmer, whose presence alone makes nearby students instinctively clear a path. His large, muscular companion Lawrence jokes about whether Dayton is feeling jealous of the Royal Academy's huge grounds. Dayton brushes that off and admits he is just taking in the place, but underneath the calm he already feels something formidable waiting inside. He cannot tell whether it is a person, a force, or just some strange warning from the universe, but the feeling makes him cautious and curious at the same time. Instead of backing off, Dayton quietly decides this trip might be far more interesting than he expected. A red-haired girl catches up and coolly reminds him the school is not called Golden Avarice anymore, but the Royal Academy now. Dayton recognizes Clara Silverton immediately and tenses, because he knows her beauty hides an illegal blood-binding art that lets her drain spiritual energy through close contact. Because her father is politically powerful, Dayton has been trying to keep his distance, which only seems to make Clara more interested in him. Clara sweetly asks to walk with them so she does not get lost, and Lawrence blurts out an eager yes before Dayton can stop him. Clara happily joins them, and Dayton is left awkwardly wondering how he is supposed to escape this situation. Then a trembling voice cuts through the moment, and Dayton's expression hardens as he hears trouble nearby. When they look over, they find the overweight Silver Moon student cornered behind a building by a pack of Royal Academy seniors. Clara cheerfully asks to tag along with Dayton and Lawrence agrees so fast that Dayton immediately looks trapped. Before Dayton can escape the awkward walk, a trembling voice from behind a nearby building makes him stop cold. The three spot an overweight Silver Moon student cornered by Royal Academy seniors, and Clara immediately realizes something is wrong. Lawrence mutters that the boy is being bullied, and one look at Dayton's face tells him this is about to turn ugly. Dayton starts marching toward the seniors, and Lawrence hurries after him because someone has to keep him from going too far. Clara catches up and asks if Dayton really plans to interfere, but his silence makes it obvious he already decided. Meanwhile, Manuel stands trapped in the middle of the seniors and tries to act obedient because resisting would only get him hurt worse. Harry keeps a hand clamped on Manuel and mocks him like they are old friends, making the whole threat feel even uglier. Christian steps forward, calls Manuel their friend, and tightens his grip just before asking for money. Manuel hates it, but fear wins, and he agrees to lend them money anyway. Linguini grabs Manuel by the chin and orders him to hand over the cash like a proper friend. Just as Manuel starts reaching for his money, Dayton's voice crashes into the scene and freezes every senior in place. Harry instantly realizes the Silver Moon Jr. is far stronger than he looks and scrambles to smooth things over. Christian keeps hold of Manuel and claims they were only chatting, hoping Dayton will back off. Dayton ignores the seniors and asks Manuel directly if he is really there by choice. For a second Manuel thinks Dayton Palmer might save him, but Christian's threatening grip crushes that hope before it can become words. Terrified, Manuel lies and says they were only chatting, choosing safety in the moment over calling for help. Dayton says he understands, but his next step makes the seniors realize the danger is not over at all. Dayton bluntly tells Manuel it is a shame he lacked the courage to ask for help, but he will save him anyway. A silver rapier forms in Dayton's hand, and bright blue fire coils around the blade as he openly prepares to fight. Harry desperately argues that Manuel already said nothing was wrong, but Dayton coolly answers that he simply does not believe him. Dayton says this is not a guess, stomps hard enough to crack the ground, and orders them to let Manuel go right now. Harry tries one last threat, warning Dayton that this is Royal Academy territory, and the elders will not ignore a brawl at the gate. Linguini snaps first and yells that the group outnumbers Dayton, wrecking Harry's attempt to avoid a fight. Before Harry can shut him up, Lawrence steps in and knocks Linguini flat with one punch. Lawrence throws his arms wide and invites the whole mob to come at him, and that single taunt sets everyone off. Clara blurts out that they started a gate fight almost the moment they arrived, but by now nobody is listening to reason. Harry tries to call his own side back, fails completely, and finally gives up on stopping the clash. With the fight now unavoidable, Harry attacks Dayton with twin crimson fireballs. Clara instantly recognizes the Crimson Fireball technique and shouts a warning as the explosive attack closes in. Dayton answers with a sweep of his rapier, unleashing a storm of blue blade lights that shred the fireballs and keep going. Harry barely dodges the counterattack, but the slower seniors get blasted off their feet and slammed into the ground. Still clinging to Manuel, Christian panics and tries to scare Dayton with threats about powerful elders and consequences. Clara decides arguing is pointless now, flashes behind Christian, and drives a punch into his back to free Manuel faster. As Christian flies away, Clara shrugs at Dayton and admits that if the fight cannot be stopped, she might as well help end it quickly. A few miles away, Claude Rayforth pauses on a tree branch and uses his enhanced senses to watch the gate fight from afar. Watching Dayton in action, Claude grows openly curious about how strong he has become. By the end, Claude is almost smiling because the sight of Dayton's power makes him want to fight him himself. In the middle of the brawl, Christian squeezes Manuel's shoulder and snarls that however strong Dayton looks, the Academy elders will crush him for this. Christian barely gets the threat out before Clara flashes in behind him and drives a punch straight into his back. The hit launches Christian into the air, and Clara shrugs at Dayton like she is only helping end this mess faster. Dayton answers with a nod, and Harry instantly realizes the fight is slipping out of their hands. In desperation, Harry shouts for everyone to attack, and the battered seniors scramble back up to rush Dayton together. Harry turns from the charge and calls out for Linguini, who drags himself out of the rubble badly hurt but still conscious. Knowing they cannot handle Dayton alone, Harry orders Linguini to find Elder Thomas because he is the only one who can save them now. The scene cuts to the jeweled main hall of the new faculty building, where a guarded private meeting is underway around a round table. One of the hosts is Elder Thomas Winfrey, the uncle of Aldrich Winfrey, who still hates Claude for Aldrich's death even if politics forced him to swallow it. Across from him sits Elder Marlin Ford of Silvermoon Academy, visiting as a supervisor and clearly proud of the young disciple beside him. Marlin proudly introduces Rio Keen as the gifted boy he spotted at an orphanage years ago and raised into a standout talent. Rio plays humble and apologizes for his master's boasting, but he still calmly reveals he has already reached the 7th rank of the Sky Realm. Thomas immediately feels how overwhelming Rio's presence is and admits the young man could become one of Ardria's top cultivators. Once the flattery runs its course, Thomas cuts to the point and asks what Marlin really wants. Marlin drops the cheerful act, leans in, and asks Thomas to help Rio get onto the Royal Academy's Golden Crown team. Thomas is confused at first, because Silver Moon should normally be able to back its own disciple without asking him for favors. Marlin explains that a trusted source says Ardria's Academy Association is changing the rules so each academy only gets one Golden Crown team entry. The reason, he says, is a move to unite the 3 powerhouse academies, and Thomas immediately hears the politics and resentment behind that decision. With the situation clear, Thomas confirms that Marlin is asking him to personally secure Rio's place on the team. Marlin answers by producing a small golden box and making it clear he did not come empty-handed. When Thomas asks what is inside, Marlin opens the box and reveals a red-veined Asmarath snake egg. Thomas is visibly shaken because the Asmarath snake egg is a rare treasure tied to longer life and faster healing. Marlin closes the box and lays out the deal plainly: help Rio enter the team, and the treasure belongs to Thomas. Thomas starts to answer, but the private negotiation is cut short by a sudden crash at the door. Linguini bursts into the guarded room, out of breath and battered, shouting for Elder Thomas to help. Thomas snaps at him for barging into a private meeting, but Linguini is too panicked to care about etiquette anymore. Ignoring the rebuke, Linguini blurts out the real crisis: the Silver Moon disciples are attacking them, and Thomas freezes on the spot.